The event begins at 8 a.m. Pacific Time. 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 The event begins at 8 a.m. Pacific Time.
Here are your hosts, Corey Lyle and Ross Miner.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of SiteTech Global. Yesterday was truly remarkable. We explored so many facets of accessible technology, from our opening discussion about the future of accessibility with Microsoft to all sorts of revolutionary tech dedicated to independent navigation.
Yes, Ross, and the innovations for wayfinding and navigation were amazing yesterday. Well, one thing I'd like our audience to know is that we will have a live demonstration of Glidance at our San Jose location in California the day after the conference, which is December 6th. You can find information on how to register at the Glidance website, which is glidance.io. Well, welcome back to people from yesterday and our new folks in the audience today. I'd like to share that SiteTech Global is a fundraising conference for Vista Center, a nonprofit that I lead that serves blind and visually impaired people here in Silicon Valley. This year's SiteTech Global is packed with session discussions and speakers who are continuing progress and breaking new ground in accessibility. We will hear from industry leaders at companies like Intel, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Salesforce, and Waymo, to startups and their investors who are reimagining everyday technologies. We have a full day 2, and we're excited about the advancements in accessibility to share with you today. Yesterday, we heard a series of innovations and learned how gaming is becoming more inclusive. We also explored workforce development with Salesforce and the Braille Institute and learned about Intel's groundbreaking color mapping technology for color blindness.
For sure. One of my personal highlights was the mobility technology showcase, where we not only discussed, but got to watch demonstrations of Glidance and Biped's navigation solutions. Additionally, I especially found the intersection of Aira and haptic to be fascinating because, as many of you know, having multiple modalities with assistive technology really helps with that cognitive load, and I think they're onto something great.
Speaking of complementary technologies, that's a perfect lead-in to our first session today, where we'll explore how AI is innovating personal assistance with Envision's new bold step forward with the app Ally, built to serve individuals with visual impairments, seniors, and people of all disabilities across multiple platforms, from smartphones to wearables.
I'm really excited for this fireside talk because it's another example of a company utilizing AI models to enhance the lives of blind users, but with their own spin on it. Joe Devon will be moderating this fascinating discussion about the future of AI-powered assistance. Joe, over to you.
Thank you, Ross and Corey, for that introduction, and also to SiteTech Global for producing this session with the Vista Center. My name is Joe Devon. I am moderating this fireside chat. I am the chair of the GAD Foundation, co-founder of Global Accessibility Awareness Day, and I just started a company recently called Ally Audits. I'm really excited to revisit with the Envision team about their product. So first, let me introduce Kartik Mahadevan. Please describe what your role is at Envision and a little bit about your background, Kartik.
Yes, hi, Joe. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. I'm Kartik. I'm the co-founder and a CEO at Envision. Started Envision about like 6 years ago with a simple aim to increase independence for people who are blind or have a low vision through a smartphone app. Over the years, it has evolved into several things, including a smart glasses-based solution. And today we are super excited to talk about what's next. And at Envision, I am mainly focused on the design and the strategy aspect of things, just making sure that we're always keeping our eye towards the future and just building the best accessibility tools that we can out there.
Awesome. Thanks, Kartik. And now Kartik Kannan, who's the CTO of Envision. I'd like to invite you to say a few words about your background and involvement here.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me on this panel today. And, my name is Kartik Kannan, and I'm one of the founders and the CTO of Envision. My work is the most fun job in the world. I get to play with the coolest of technologies, especially artificial intelligence, smart glasses, AR, XR, name it, and figure out ways where we can take the advances in all these areas and effectively help the 380 million blind and low vision people across the world today. And that's what my role is in a nutshell. So just constantly sniff around for what's the cutting edge, and just think about ways where we can apply that technology to help people and improve accessibility.
Great. And I'm really excited for our conversation. I love to geek out about the AI models and go into a lot of tech detail, but because not all of the audience wants that, we'll do a little bit of it, but bear with us. We won't go too deep. But I think there's some interesting things to learn from it. So just to set the table. So it's been about a year since we last did this. And while I'd love to jump in and talk about your new product, I do think that a little bit of background would be helpful in terms of, how you got to the point where you felt like you needed a new product, what the history of it was. And so I'd like to invite you first, KM, to share your thoughts on it. But let's make this a conversation. So, hey, Kay, if you want to come in with some thoughts as well, please feel free. We don't need to do question, answer each time.
Yeah, sure, of course. So I think it'd be good to sort of give the historical context to begin with. When we started Envision back in 2018, we sort of started with figuring out that hey, we live in a visual world. A lot of the information around us happens to be a visual information, and they're not always accessible. And we started an exploration to see if the technologies of the day can actually help to translate these visual information into accessible pieces of your content, right? And we started with image recognition. This is AI of 2018, which is archaic by the standards of AI that we have today. But we started with very simple stuff, right? We started with very simple object recognition with a very simple OCR. And that's basically what the way we started building our application. And ever since then, it has been sort of an incremental evolution of our technology, where we kept on increasing the different kinds of visual information that your Envision could recognize, and the level of depth and accuracy with which it could recognize it, right? So it could recognize simple something like text to begin with, but it evolved into recognizing headings and tables and graphs and stuff like that over a period of time. The same with objects. In the beginning, it'll simply say this is a cup, this is a chair, but over the evolution, it sort of became more detailed, faster, and more accurate. And as this evolved both across the app and the glasses, as soon as we sort of had the onset of the LLM with GPT-3, we started to see a big, almost like a pivotal change in the way these AI models operate and they function. And what we understood very quickly is that the era of discrete AI models is going to eventually go away, where you don't need a model that only recognizes text and a model that only recognizes objects and so on and so forth. So we started understanding how can we just build a very simple way for people to just get answers to their questions without them having to think which model to use, which kind of object recognize. So that sort of is where we started with basically you're building something simple in the early days, and then just like following along the technological your evolution from that point on, but also understanding the needs of the user base that we have on the app and the glasses, which is over 500,000 at the moment. So that's basically what led to us starting to think differently about how we build our tools. And KK has a lot of experience on that from a technology standpoint. He's been the one who was very early on the whole GPT wagon. So maybe he can express what he saw from his technology lens.
Thank you, KM. And before you do, KK, I would like you to define OCR, since KM mentioned it, for those that may not know what it means. And also, from what I understood from KM, you're basically sort of a front end to different models. So there's something called multimodal models where you can have vision, you can have hearing, text. So you're sort of a front end. So can you speak to that, and as well as what AI improvements have happened? Like, what are the stages where, okay, here is something new that we can leverage from a foundation model in our product that was not possible 6 months ago, 1 year ago, 2 years ago? Like, what is the evolution of that?
Sure. I think, to answer your question overall, so firstly, optical character recognition, or OCR, is just very basically a computer being able to recognize text as accurately as a human, or sometimes even better, right? So when you see, when you take a picture, for example, today with Apple devices, it's kind of very straightforward. You take a picture and then you're able to select the text on the image and then copy it from an image. That's OCR at work, right? And it's been a field that has been, evolving for over 30-35 years now. And broadly speaking, I think, in the very early days of computing, we had a very text-based interface, right? Where you would have to type in very complex cryptic commands and speak to the computer in a language that it understands. And, over the years, we've been trying to bridge that gap where we're trying to get computers to speak our language and, work exactly the way, or speak like we do and understand what we say. And in between, we had this whole graphical user interface where people could drag, a mouse or use a keyboard and then interact with the computer. And now with these language models, we now have a way of interacting with them where finally computers can actually speak our language instead of us learning how to, use them by speaking their language anymore, right? And this is sort of the where we are at is in this particular stage. And for our users who might be on the elderly side, who might not be that tech savvy, this is the biggest thing that's ever happened to them in accessibility space. That all of a sudden, you could be an 80-year-old grandma who's never used an iPhone before, but you can get more out of a computer than a power user could 2 or 3 years ago, right? That is what Envision is trying to do with Ally. Is we're basically having all these really powerful complex AI tools, but instead of you sitting and figuring it out, oh, I have to swipe forwards, I need to tap this button, I need to remember to speak this command, all of a sudden you could just ask a question and get a response, and we decide under the hood that these are the things that we could probably do. And 6 months ago, I think, we started seeing, I think November of 2023 was when we first got access to GPT-4 Vision, right? We have been playing, with models a little bit earlier on that front, but just models being able to understand images and interpret them with increasing accuracy has been one of the biggest game-changing, things that have happened to us in this space, right? And it's actually enabled us to build something like Ally over time. Another thing that I notice also happening in this space is that these models are able to now interact with the outside world. So it's no more, a talking parrot where you could just type something and it just gives you a response. It can actually take action on your behalf reliably and in a safe way. And what insiders call function calling or tool use, that has again improved dramatically over the last 6 months, where today there are some kinks to iron out for sure, but we can still go ahead and reliably call these very complex AI models and know which ones to route them, or which query to route to which model easily than what we could have done 6 months before. And again, that is that spectrum of change is basically what Ally is capitalizing on. So these are some of the advances: just being able to understand images better, being able to understand which tool to use based on the query that a user asks, and of course, as time goes on, we have more modalities like audio and all of those things also being included, and that's what's making this possible right now.
And so, in order to route to the correct model or to the best model, did you fine tune or train your own model to be that router in the middle?
Yeah. So what we did was we built this on a base of open source models, right? And and for this we did that for several reasons. One, because we wanted to have better control over the privacy aspect of it, right? And wanted to have better control over what queries need to be routed into what models. So we ended up fine tuning, for example, a vision model that understands different types of visual content, and can, for example, if you go ahead and scan, show, Ally a picture of a document, it's able to understand that you are indeed talking about the document. It is a document that you're holding. And so that kind of intelligence layer is what we built on top of existing open source models.
Right. So KM, how has the reaction been by the audience, and how did, in terms of the product that you've built up until the new one, just please describe like what their reaction has been, what have they felt that they wanted, and why did you decide to create a new product?
Yeah. So the reaction has been very, I would say, surprising, and in the most, I would say, like pleasant way. So the insight that we were working off of is when we sort of had all these users using the Envision app and the glasses, is that every time people opened our app or opened like the glasses, they were always trying to look for a particular thing, right? They had a question and they just needed an answer to a question, right? And what these apps were making them do was actually are making them do tasks. So to give an example, if I hold up a menu, I already know that I want to know how much is the cappuccino, right? That's the question that I have. But in previous application that we had, you have to open up your app, scan text, take a picture of it, then read through the whole thing until you get to cappuccino, and then you know how much is a cappuccino. But with the new approach, we can be like, hey, let us start with the question. Let a user open up the app, and the first thing they ask is the question. And after that, we will take all the heavy lifting to the back end, where we will understand the intent behind the question. So if he says how much is the cappuccino, then we know he's attempting to read a menu that he or she is holding in the hand. Then we will do a cropping of the menu. We will do an OCR on it. We will look for the price of the cappuccino within the OCR document with an LLM, and then just speak out the answer to a user. So that sort of decreases the time to answer, the number of actions to answers by a lot. And that was the primary insight that we were working on, is that every a user is just looking to ask a question. And if we can give them the answer to the question in the fastest way possible, and if that's what we optimize for, then we can build a great tool. And having a conversation as a layer for that, and having this router which understands intent very, very well and is able to route like the prompt or the question to the right AI tool, is the biggest stuff that we put a lot of our effort and energy into. So that was the thing that we were expecting people to be very excited about, and that's exactly the reaction that we got when we actually had the first round of your beta testers. Was the speed of access to information was significantly improved, where now as soon as they had a need for information, within a fraction of a second, they actually had the answer to what they were looking for, right? Like we had like a user who spoke to us, who is in a data entry job, where his job was to look for a particular like a data point in a document, and he needs to enter it into his computer. And earlier he had to sort of do the whole, take a picture, do the scan text, and then look for that information, which used to take him 15 to 20 minutes. And now with this Ally, he can do that in 15 seconds. Like he just holds up the document and just asks the Ally to look for the data. And that's basically how much of efficiency improvement we have had at a job like this. So the whole conversation aspect has been incredible. But the other aspect of Ally that we also put significant effort into has been the most surprising one for me. That is the personalization aspect. So Ally is not just a conversational assistant, it's also a personal assistant. And it is a personal assistant in like two ways. You can offer Ally information about like yourself, about stuff that you do, your stuff you like, stuff you don't like. And Ally will use all of that information about you as a context to answer any kind of a question about you, right? So just to go back to the example with the menu, if you hold up a menu, you can also ask Ally for a recommendation. And because it understands what kind of a dietary preferences you have, what kind of allergies you have, it can actually offer you a recommendation in a menu like that. So that personalization aspect is something that we have seen great a reception of. But the other aspect of a personal assistant was also that you can offer your Ally a personality. So you can ask Ally to speak to you the way that you actually wanted to speak to you. So you can either ask it to be straight to the point, just be a professional, or you can ask it to be more of like joyful and like funny. So you can sort of define exactly how you want Ally to speak the answers out to you. And that's the aspect that, to be very honest, when we were introducing it, we thought it's more of a gimmick kind of a thing. But we have seen some incredible adaptation that feature has had, where now that's become a feature that people sort of keep on going back to. There are people who have built a character stories of their allies. So that's the like the feature that's becoming very, very sticky with all the users that we have.
Very cool. Before the panel, I actually was playing with it, and I named my assistant Carl, and asked it to like look around and answer a bunch of questions. It was very cool. So I think, KK, is this something that you can demo to some degree right now?
Sure, I can actually go ahead and show people, Ally in action. And my favorite way to experience Ally is on the glasses because, it completely hands-free. You could go ahead and hold things, and you could move it around. And since it's almost real time, it gives you feedback if it needs to take a better picture and if the lighting is off and so on. So it's responsive that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wear my glasses and I'm going to go ahead and I've connected the glasses to a speaker so the audience can hear the output. I'm going to go ahead and bring up my Ally.
Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. How may I be of assistance today?
All right, Ally. So could you take a look at my windowsill and tell me what plants do you see?
Let me take a look. The plant on the left appears to be a variety with reddish leaves, possibly a type of rubber plant or a similar species. The one on the right with thicker leaves looks like a jade plant, which is a type of succulent. Would you like guidance on their care?
Amongst the two of them, which one do you think is the healthier looking plant?
Let me take a look. Estimating plant health from a photo can be tricky. Both plants appear to be in decent condition. Look for factors like leaf color, firmness, and absence of spots or wilting to determine health.
I'd like to let you know that I
Regular
actually watered both of them, so I'm their plant daddy. All right, I have a bottle here with me. Could you tell me how many calories, is this drink in total?
Let me take a look. I can't see the exact nutritional information. You might be able to find the calories on the bottle label or the manufacturer's website.
Hold on, I'm going to go ahead and, bring this in focus. Or could you just read this out to me?
Let me take a look. I'm sorry, I can't read the text on the bottle. You might try checking the label for the nutritional information.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and, have it describe the room in general as well. So Ally, could you go ahead and quickly give me a description of what you see in front of you?
Let me take a look. The room appears to be a dining area connected to a kitchen. There's a wooden table with various items on it, such as a laptop, mugs, and a water bottle. On the windowsill, there are several plants. The kitchen in the background has a sink and some kitchenware. The room has a cozy and lived-in feel.
And I'm actually showing you live off at this event called SciTech Global. Do you want to say hi to everyone who's watching it right now?
A pleasure and good day to all at SciTech Global. I trust the event is enlightening and inspiring for everyone involved. Do enjoy your time.
All right, bye.
Farewell and take care. Don't hesitate to reach out.
All right.
So for those that aren't technical, I mean, I think it's like magic watching this, especially if you can't see and you need to have a device that you can speak to that you don't need to worry about asking someone to describe the room to you. So it's kind of like magic, but if you're not technical, you may not know just what it takes to get something like this to work. And I think the real toughest part of all of this, beyond the pictures, like the visual, is the conversation, because it's listening to you, it's analyzing, it's like multimodal, but you interrupt it and it sort of figures it out and then understands that interruption and then keeps going. I think that's an amazing achievement. Obviously, it's going to get better and better over time. Is that something you were able to push out to the foundation models, or did you have to do a lot of work on your end to make that work?
Yeah, we had to do quite a bit of work in grounding a lot of the responses in facts, right? Which is why, for example, Ally will not speculate about what text is there in front of you. If it's not able to read it properly, or it will not speculate about certain things that it cannot 100% know. So just being able to ground a lot of this information in facts and work on the factfulness, that was something we put a lot of effort into. We used both open source models. Some of these ideas we used are just as research papers, and we've taken those research papers and actually implemented them. And some of them are, we're using proprietary models. So it's a mix of a whole bunch of things in order to make it as grounded as possible, so that people who are using it can, trust it over time. And if it's not sure about something, it's not going to shy away from saying, hey, I don't know what this is, right? Maybe you need to get cited assistance to help you with it, versus just giving you information that it assumes is right about the world. I think that is where we put a lot of effort into. And also we put a lot of effort into ensuring that we know how the data travels through this whole stack. Again, because people who are blind and low vision trust us with this information, trust us with what they want what they want Ally to see. So we have this additional responsibility of ensuring that we know how data travels through this pipeline and we can account for it. And those are the two key areas that we spent the most amount of time, apart from, of course, putting in all the bells and whistles that you see Ally using today.
Well, just great job. Really fantastic. And KM, did I hear right? Did you say 500,000 users?
Yeah, that's on the Envision app and the glasses. We have about 500,000 users. The Ally app has been on a beta for a couple of months. We have about 2,000 users just on the on a private beta so far. So yeah, we
1,001 as of today.
Yes, so we're super excited to open it up, for everyone to start playing around with. And I think the interesting aspect of Ally is that when we are you're going live, it's actually going live on several platforms at once, right? Like it's available on your iOS, on your Android phone, on the glasses, and on the web. So you can have the consistent experience of using Ally across all of these different platforms. And our aim and idea would be to put it on as many different your platforms and devices as possible, so it can be accessible across the stack, right? So this can unlock amazing possibilities where you can start a conversation you're on the glasses. So you can take a picture of a document on the glasses, but then when you go to work and you sit behind a laptop, you will be able to access the contents of those documents on the web when you're at work. So that kind of having across a device and across your platform access is also a unique thing, and that's something that we are putting into Ally as much as possible from day one.
Yeah, which is fantastic, and definitely not an easy thing to do. It definitely takes some investment. And where do you see things going? I'll stick with you, KM, like on the business side of it. In terms of markets, like where are your users now? Where do you see your users coming in the future? And also, how does AI impact the entire accessibility industry? Is assistive technology looking completely different in a year, 5 years from now? Are all the big problems solved or not?
Yeah. So I think with Ally, there are a lot of very exciting opportunities that we're exploring simultaneously. I think, I think simply from, like the customer's standpoint as itself, we're seeing a lot of excitement, from our audience who are blind or have a low vision, but also people who are not, right? Like, I've been using Ally so much for, like everyday tasks just for myself. And we're seeing a lot of adoption and excitement amongst the elderly, right? The people who are not as tech savvy, who are sort of kept away from all these technological advances so far. We believe that just offering them a very simple conversational interface to begin with, and they can just speak to it any way that they want to. That's unlocking a whole new segment for us. But we're also seeing some very exciting pathways on the business end of this, where we were at the NIB, a conference, like a few weeks ago, and we were talking to a lot of these NIB agencies there. And what we are doing with them is we are trying to start a pilot where you can actually hook up your Ally to a lot of the internal your databases that are at these agencies. You can hook it up to a knowledge base, you can hook it up to an inventory system, and then an employee there can simply speak to their Ally and ask for how much inventory of something is there, or what is the process to do something at the company. And all of this is just available through a very easy to use conversational interface where you don't really have to struggle through a bunch of inaccessible and cover some steps in between. So this whole Ally for Enterprise is something that's very, very exciting, where I think folks like these NIB agencies will probably be the first ones to come in. But we do believe that this can expand to a lot more opportunities to any like company, employer, or a service that wants to make their service a lot more accessible. They can simply hook up their internal existing knowledge bases to Ally, and all of a sudden they have this very easy to interact interface that all of the blind or low vision employees or like users of theirs can actually immediately have access to.
Very, very cool. Now I'm going to go toward a little bit of a techie question for you, KK. Are you using AI to build AI products? Are you using one of those AI coding assistants like GitHub Copilot or Cursor? If so, can you describe the experience for those who haven't done it, and which models you use, you tend to prefer, and for what purpose?
Yeah, I think if you're we both follow each other on Twitter, and you know how much I am a huge fan of Claude 3.5 Sonnet and the Cursor ecosystem. So yes, I do use these coding LLMs quite heavily. Like I use AI to actually write Ally. In fact, I would say around 20 or 30% of Ally is actually today written by AI itself, and I'm hoping that we can up that number to maybe more than 50% in the coming year, right? And if anyone who's interested in starting off with this, I think I would say it's a great boon for people who are already fairly experienced programmers, because these models still tend to make a lot of mistakes, right? And they don't get the full context of what you're doing. It's like trying to these models are really good at writing letters, and then we want them to write novels. They know the alphabet well, but then in order to write an actual story, you need to have a context of the characters and so much going on. And a code base is a story, essentially. And it's telling a story in some way. So you need to have models that understand context, and that's happening over time. Still, with what we have today, I'm a huge fan of Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is, and they just launched a new version last week, which improves on what is possible today. And Cursor is an what they call an integrated development environment, where it's like a text editor, but then you can actually write code in it, for those of you all who don't know. And both these put together are a great combination. In fact, everybody at Envision who writes code actually heavily uses these two tools, and I can't recommend them enough. I'm a huge fan. Yeah.
Yeah, as am I. The only annoying thing is it doesn't remember the architecture that you pick. So it may recommend one kind of architecture for logging in one file, and then it doesn't remember that, and then it'll go a different way in a different file. I've seen that over and over again. But it's coming a long way, and I think it's going to be great for accessibility.
I think it's going to be great for accessibility. I think it's going to be great even from the perspective of role playing, right? So one of the big things that Ally, like KM mentioned, it's being able to understand and personalize the responses and to what you ask for. And a very interesting offshoot of these, AI, these models getting really good at coding is that they also get good at reasoning. And reasoning is a very key step in role playing, right? And as these more, so just one advance or these advances that are happening in one area just have this amazing offshoot advantages in other areas, and so it's very exciting space. It just keeps changing every other week, and I'm at this point I'm living more on Twitter than my house, so I'm all the stuff that's going on. I'm very excited for this space. Yeah,
I am too, and I know that you and I could do 2-hour chat on just Cursor and the coding tools and the models alone. But unfortunately, believe it or not, we've already been speaking about a half an hour, which is our time window. So I would like to give both of you a chance to sort of wrap up, provide final thoughts, as well as where people can access Ally or any products, and connect with you as well.
Yes, appreciate that, Joe. Thank you so much. So yeah, I think we're super excited about Ally. It's going to be your conversational, personal, and a ubiquitous assistant to use everywhere. And we are like launching it up publicly at the site Tech Global. So you can go right away to ally.me. That's ALLY.me, and there will be a links to download Ally for iOS, Android, the web, and the glasses. So you can immediately have access to all these your four platforms of Ally right away. So definitely will encourage all of you to start playing around with. And I think the thing I would close with is that the Ally that you're experiencing, as of like today, this is like the worst this technology is ever going to be, right? And this is like the bottom line. It's only going to improve from here. It's only going to get better. I think in a future, Ally will become the interface that you talk to access the computer, to interact with your internet, to be able to do all sorts of activities online. And I think that's the future that we are super excited about. So this is your I think a time. So install Ally, please play around with it and offer us as much of feedback as you can. Thank you so much.
And then to reach you personally, like LinkedIn or your socials.
Yeah, so I'm like Karthik Mahadevan on LinkedIn, and I'm Karthik IO on X or like Twitter. So that's the two platforms where you can reach out to me.
Thank you, Karthik. And now Karthik Kannan.
Like KM mentioned, please play around with Ally. Many years ago, my grandma used to be one of the smartest people that I knew, and I worked very hard to teach her how to use a computer, but she couldn't speak as much English. And I always keep thinking of the moment that we live in right now, where we don't have to learn the language of the computers anymore. The computers are speaking our language. It's Ally today is multilingual. You can speak it in your own language. You can get responses in your own language, and you can pretty much use it to do any task that a computer expert would do, right? And I think that's the beauty of this technology, is just that it allows anybody and everybody to just get things done. And Ally is literally, we named it to represent a real ally, a real friend that you could just use as you go about your day. So I'm really excited for this, and I want you all to try it. And you can reach out to me on Twitter. That's where I spend most of my time, or X. You can reach out to me at Me the Karthik. So it's METHEKARTHIK. You can just go, or you could just search for Karthik Kannan and then just find me out there and reach out to me. I would love to hear your thoughts on Ally. And thank you so much, Joe, for doing this. You were the right person to do this this panel. We knew it from the moment we thought about this. So thank you so much for doing this as well with us.
Well, thank you both, Kartiks. This was great. I wish we had another hour or two to talk some more. I will say, if anybody wants to reach out to me, I'm also pretty active on X talking about AI and accessibility at Joe Devon. And with that, thank you to all of you, and to Corey and Ross. Let me say thank you again, SiteTech Global, Vista Center, but I'm going to pass it back to you, Corey and Ross. And that is a wrap. Thank you.
I'm really loving what Envision is doing with Ally, especially through smart glasses, because it's another solid step toward wearable, accessible AI technology. It's awesome to see how Ally is trying to be our own AI accessibility assistant, which, if done right, can be really, really powerful. It's more difficult to explain to an AI model exactly what I'm wanting to know, while Ally seemingly can understand a lot more context from an accessibility lens. I'm personally going to be keeping up with this.
I agree. Our next session addresses a crucial aspect of the digital world that affects all of us: digital marketing and online shopping. You know, Ross, at Vista Center, we often hear from our clients that their challenges with e-commerce are almost insurmountable. And this is such an important conversation for companies and brands to hear.
Absolutely. As someone who does a lot of online shopping, I could tell you firsthand that when marketing campaigns and shopping experiences aren't designed with accessibility in mind, it's not just frustrating, it can completely prevent us from completing purchases. The good news is that many brands are beginning to recognize the opportunity to better serve all customers. And as I always say, people with disabilities are some of the most brand loyal customers out there.
And our next discussion will shed a lot of light on how we can make accessibility a standard part of digital marketing and or the campaign lifecycle, not just as an afterthought. We will hear insights from Coca-Cola, marketing agencies, and accessibility experts about making every touch point a marketing campaign that is accessible and engaging for everyone. So I'm going to hand it over to Caroline DeRosier, who is the CEO of Scribely, who will be moderating this important discussion. Over to you, Caroline.
Thanks so much, Corey and Ross, and thanks to the SiteTech Global team and the Vista Center for hosting this conference, and really all the great work that you're doing in this space. I'm Caroline DeRosier, founder and CEO of Scribely, and we are a company that's focused on making digital media accessible and inclusive to everyone. And I'm super excited to be here and looking forward to digging into this topic. Today's brands and businesses have more opportunities than ever to engage with new and existing customers online. And of course, that also means there's a ton of competition out there, which leads us to the question of the day. Are brands truly reaching all of their digital customers? What are they doing to stand out in marketing campaigns? According to a Fable study, disabled people shop online twice as often as the population as a whole. So that means there's this huge opportunity to reach this audience. And being as digitally driven as they are, these are loyal customers, and it's so important to make sure that these campaigns are landing. Yet so many of these campaigns are still letting accessibility fall through the cracks, and we need to fix that. We can also fix that. We know how to do that. I'm really excited about this panel that we've pulled together today because we all represent a different stage across the digital marketing process. So we're not only going to be talking about why accessibility is so important for digital marketing, we're also going to be talking about how to make it happen. And this panel is also really cool because a lot of us actually work together. We're going to give you an inside look into how brands and agencies design, develop, and deliver accessible and inclusive campaigns at every stage of the process from start to finish. So welcome to our panelists, and I'd love to start with some introductions. Please introduce yourself, your connection to the topic of accessible campaigns, and also how you all work with others on this panel. And Josh, let's start with you.
Yeah, definitely. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Josh Loebner, Global Head of Inclusive Design for VML, which is a WPP company. Basically, WPP is a holding company of any number of different advertising agencies, and glad to have some sibling companies and brands we work with here on this call. As a quick aside, I am disabled, fully blind in my left eye, legally blind in my right. So this conversation is both personally and professionally on point, and excited to be a part of the conversation.
Great. And Hannah, let's go to you next.
Sure, yes. Hi, I am Hannah Arner, Senior Manager of Digital Consumer Experiences at the Coca-Cola Company. I am responsible for all of our own digital channels for the US and Canada. So that includes our brand websites, our native applications like Plus One, which you will probably hear come up a few other times in this panel, and CRM. So as a digital native and career-long digital marketer, accessibility has always been an incredibly important topic to not only my work, but to me as an individual. So prior to joining Coca-Cola, I've worked across a variety of industries and different clients. Some were incredibly committed to creating accessible mediums, and others were just learning or considering accessibility for the very first time. So excited to share a little bit about that experience with you today.
Great, thank you. And Ben.
Hey, I'm Ben Ogilvy. I'm head of accessibility at ArcTouch. We are also a WPP company, as Josh referenced, and we specialize in custom software design, largely for native apps as well as web, IoT, other products. And my job is to make sure that when we're working with clients, they are thinking about disability inclusion and accessibility from the very beginning and all the way throughout the work stream. And think about how we can build products that reach the largest possible audience. Personally, I'm connected to accessibility. I have both a father and a son with disabilities. So it's, as Josh mentioned, both personal and professional passion for me. Our team helps the Coca-Cola Company with originally inclusive design and now coaching on how to develop accessibly for the Plus One app. And Josh and I also often connect on ways that agencies can help other brands prioritize accessibility and inclusive design.
Fantastic. So we have Josh representing agency, we have Hannah representing brand, and Ben talking about technical solutions and accessibility services. We really have a lot of the pieces of the puzzle here in this room today. So I want to start sort of at the beginning of the process. And I'm going to start with you, Hannah. When establishing a delivery channel to reach customers, keeping accessibility in mind from the beginning is absolutely crucial. We talk about it all the time, if you want to reach that broadest audience possible. So would love to hear if you have any examples of where you've laid that groundwork successfully at Coca-Cola. How did you go about it? How was leadership involved in actually creating that buy-in?
Absolutely, yes. One of my favorite things to talk about. So we had a very unique opportunity last year with our native app for North America. We as Coca-Cola have had a native app for many, many years available for our consumers, but it was very much time for a refresh, not only for our back-end tech, but also for our front-end interface. So we spent a significant amount of time going through consumer research, testing, reevaluating the purpose that our native app can serve in a consumer's life. Coca-Cola is a brand that is crafted for every person to enjoy, and we really wanted to carry that same sentiment into our digital ecosystem. So we committed very early on to developing a native app with accessibility as a top priority, in the very early stages of our development, rather than trying to adjust or retrofit during or after the build. This was a significant learning curve for our development teams, but it was absolutely worth the effort, and we are better for it. With the support of our partners like Ben at ArcTouch, we've seen an overwhelmingly positive result coming out of user testing, and support from our leadership team has also been incredible. Accessibility is something that we are deeply committed to, and it was really a wonderful experience to make that commitment at the beginning of the product life cycle, really see it from start to launch. And I won't say start to finish because we are never finished. It is an ongoing process, but really was just an incredible experience for us over the last year.
Yeah, I will just say my experience with Hannah's team and with other clients where leadership buy-in is kind of the linchpin of delivering on consistent accessibility and disability inclusion. When you've got stakeholders who understand the why and aren't looking at it just from a compliance standpoint, but from a human standpoint and an addressable market standpoint, and understand how disability inclusion and accessibility also align with both human imperatives and business imperatives, it really makes all the difference. Because in any project, in any delivery, there's always going to be competing priorities, and having folks with the mindset of it's worth the effort and being able to push past the areas where there's friction makes all the difference.
Yeah, it seems like that's where the spark happens, in a sense, where this desire to reach customers in a new way and to figure out some of the challenging aspects to solving some of the problems within these workflows. It starts with that buy-in, and it's so crucial to ensuring success along the way. So I'd love to go to Josh now, because there's this critical relationship that happens when we've set up marketing channels, when brands have made that intentional move forward that, yes, we do want to take on accessibility and disability inclusion in our branding. They often work with partners, with agencies, to keep delivering that content, to find out the right messaging, to really craft the creative in the right way. So I'd love for you, Josh, to speak to what kinds of practical steps and processes need to be put in place to ensure that really every piece of this content remains consistently accessible, especially to people with vision impairments. And at what point in that process should brands be working on alt text for images and audio description for videos? I want to get really specific about that, because those are so important to the community. So kind of a lot of questions thrown into one, but feel free to start wherever you'd like.
Yeah, definitely. And if I miss anything in my answer, please do refresh the question and I'll be happy to add to it. But real quick, big announcement from Cannes Line for 2025. The International Festival of Creativity has created a new line focused on excellence in image descriptions for 2025. This is a first. Accessibility isn't simply commoditized or focused on policy or litigation or something that we want to devolve to, but we have an opportunity to see inclusive design, accessibility, and particularly accessibility for people who are blind or partially sighted, for image descriptions to be awarded in the best creative category out there in advertising, Cannes Lions. So that's a consideration really where we're looking at process, that accessibility shouldn't be an afterthought or bolted on, but central and embedded and at the heart of a campaign or any creative, that accessibility can be a gateway to creativity. So what does that mean in the process? From the creative brief, from the initial strategy, that we are talking internally as teams, that there are people with disabilities that are potentially part of the team internally at the agency and brand, or that we can co-create with blind and partially sighted communities so that their voices can be a part of that process. As we map out processes to develop omnichannel campaigns, integrated marketing campaigns, we have different touch points, whether it's for production, photography, location scouting, developing research that aligns anything that we're doing to create images, either that are still or in video, in a way that's compelling and within a campaign. We want to be able to map out that creative process for the agency and for the client, but we also want to hear from customers. What's their customer journey as a blind consumer, as somebody that's part of a marginalized group, and how they have barriers and how we can navigate through those to ensure that as we're creating something, that it is authentic, it hits the mark, and it's not for that community, but with them. Particularly when it comes to alt tags, image descriptions, again, how can we be creative? We're wanting to drive people forward within a customer journey, not have them stop at one place and not move and not be able to go further down that pathway towards some type of action. And so within an image description, it's not simply talking about a tableau of what's in a scene, but what's important in the scene that I can latch onto as a consumer to move forward. And while we do have artificial intelligence within our teams and processes to be able to articulate what's seen in an image, and not just one image, but digital asset managers for huge campaigns that we can create image descriptions for vast assets. There's the AI component, but there's also that human component that we can allow people from the community to share their thoughts on if this aligns with their thinking on what's important in an image to be described. And we test to ensure that what's described in an image is as important as ever. Audio descriptions are still an afterthought. They are barely incorporated into advertising. There's a lot of complexities around that, and we're striving to make some changes that I'm happy to talk about later. But the thing about audio descriptions or alt tags is that whether it's for video or photography, we can not let it be an afterthought, but ensure that we can be regimented, cumulative, and methodical and repeated within what we're doing to ensure that it is just as much another layer of creative as any other component of a campaign.
Right. I heard it's all fantastic. I'm really excited by everything you just said. Accessibility, and especially alt text and audio description, is a creative endeavor. I'm so glad that it's being recognized. It also is so often the part that falls through the cracks in campaigns. We see campaigns launch that actually are meant to represent disabled people with new and exciting products, and the alt text and the audio description is missing, and it's just fallen through the cracks along the way. But bringing that further back to the folks that are in those creative teams and making decisions and working on that is so important. It's very excited to hear about the work that you're doing. Throwing it out to just the panel kind of to follow up any of that. Which teams should be responsible for this work, or teams? Should there be a collaboration? How can we kind of create this creative energy?
I mean, I'll start with, there is, you'll hear this probably on every panel today, and in this, that everyone has their role to play. Everyone has, it is a team effort. Accessibility is a team sport. And so there is the aspect of, it needs to be part of the product requirements. It needs to be part of the, when we're talking about building out, it needs to be part of the creative brief. It needs to be part of the copy team. It needs to be part of, everyone has an aspect of making sure that they're keeping inclusion in mind throughout the work stream. And I'll touch on this a little more later, where there can be challenges if a person or a team within that work stream doesn't carry that forward into the next step in the workflow. But I think it is critical to also have those creative partners in place. And with the Plus One app, as an example, we work, Carolyn, with your team to assist with that descriptive and rich image description, copywriting, and as we get into video, we've worked with you on other projects on making sure we have that contextual, rich audio description for videos. And it really does make a huge difference to have that lens, that creative lens, as part of the creative process.
Great, thank you so much, Ben. Of course, there are challenges, right? It's very difficult to implement something new within a workflow, especially one that's been long-standing with teams that are used to working in a certain way. Coordinating these accessibility efforts across any organization is difficult. Teams have different timelines. How does this change that? There's varying levels of experience and expertise within these teams, and they're always juggling competing priorities and timelines. So Ben, I'm going to start back with you. what have been the greatest obstacles to overcome for large organizations? Where have you found successes, and where do you feel there are still opportunities?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think shared prioritization is really crucial and has been in some instances a challenge, because everybody is held to certain has certain accountabilities and certain things they're measured against from a business output standpoint. And if a member of that work stream doesn't have their incentives aligned with prioritizing accessibility, disability inclusion as part of their KPIs, it is tempting, when the rubber meets the road and timelines are tight, to push it out and think, oh, we'll get to it later, we'll come back to it. And as we all know, later never happens, or it is dramatically more expensive to do it later. And so that's a big one. Another challenge is just churn. You know, we can have team members either on our side or team members on stakeholder or client side who are fully bought in. But if you have a new stakeholder come in who hasn't had that shared collective prioritization, things can start to fall off. And then two other quick challenges. One is that channels themselves, platforms, can actually strip accessibility artifacts from campaigns as they're being distributed through omnichannel. You can lose audio descriptions, you can lose captions or alt text, depending on what channels they're distributed through. And that's something that, you know, we need to work with the platform providers themselves to make sure that their metadata passes through effectively. And the last one, just for, you know, in the context of a lot of the work that my team does, is the kind of wild west of how web content accessibility applies to native apps, which is kind of a different animal. So as far as successes, I think the biggest value, the best way to get those stakeholders aligned is through empathy and exposure. Nobody wants to do the wrong thing. Nobody wants to be exclusionary, but there's often just a lack of awareness, and seeing the human impact of something you're creating not be able to be enjoyed by real people can really switch the thinking from compliance or timeline to how do we craft this in a way that really resonates with as many people, with everyone we want to reach. And then embedding some of that expertise in with teams, making sure you've got the right folks with expertise at each of those steps in the work stream to help advise and coach and upskill people who are newer to the work really makes a difference as well.
Yeah, it really does. It's hard to be new at something, to make mistakes. It's part of the process. We have a lot to redesigning our creative workflows, and I imagine there will be mistakes, but being forgiving of that and learning from them and planning for the future with an understanding of how this impacts. I love what you said there. Hannah or Josh, I'd like to hear from you as well. You know, how does it feel to be new about this, or maybe speak to some of the obstacles of why this hasn't happened yet, why it has been a challenge to implement up until now?
Well, just to jump in, and I couldn't agree more with everything Ben shared. And just a consideration, my role, Ben's role, and others on the client side, there were not tech startups that focused on accessibility innovations 10 years ago. There were not global heads of inclusive design 10 years ago, let alone, 6, 7 years ago. So we're seeing shifts where there is now leadership, but it's still relatively new. There are so many advocates and allies in the space now when it comes to accessibility and disability inclusion and supporting blind and low vision consumers and bringing more people who are blind and partially sighted to be at the table and working at agencies and brands. But a challenge is it's still fresh, it's still new. So that means a lot of training, a lot of team learning, and also trying to engage those clients that do have leadership like Coca-Cola's. Some of them do, some of them don't. And for those that don't, it's still a bit of a leap of faith, because also there's not a lot of data about disabled consumers out there. There may be broad data, but there's not a lot of data specific to particular brands. And so it's really this catch-22 where we try to get certain clients who may be earlier on that path of accessibility to anchor into it and to start moving forward. But without the data, it can be a hurdle. And so there's lots of complexities that go beyond the need to have it to really having to explain and educate in so many ways that go beyond the functional considerations of accessibility within the process to the why it's necessary.
Yeah, I would echo everything that Ben and Josh shared. I would also say we, as a massive global organization as Coca-Cola, we probably experience this more than most. Even though Plus One is a North America specific channel, I think it's really important to consistently share the progress and the learnings around accessibility with other teams and regions across the globe. Of course, there are nuances when it comes to accessibility requirements and compliance and things like that, depending on your specific location or region, but the commitment to meet and exceed those requirements is a global understanding for us at Coca-Cola. I think that's been very, very crucial to our success. Just showcasing the work, sharing it with other teams, sharing that excitement that we have is truly infectious. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a continuous process. There will always be room for improvement, but sharing the learnings that we have gained with other teams, it serves as inspiration, and it's really that intentional effort to share the progress that has made the biggest impact for us.
That really merges nicely with, oh, sorry, Ben, go ahead.
I want to just say one other quick thing. One other huge success that we're starting to see is that brands are starting to include language around disability inclusion and accessibility expectations consistently in both contract language and creative briefs, which drives that as a requirement and as an expectation in both the initial building of a channel and in the delivery of ongoing campaigns. And that like from a client or buyer perspective, to drive that really does make the expectation resonate on a consistent basis as part of the lifeblood of those ongoing campaigns. And that is a key thing.
Yeah. I want to dig into this question of consistency, because we've started to see more campaigns, more advertisements that feature disabled people hitting large stages and moments like the Super Bowl. And we're also hearing there's organization happening around this from a leadership level, like we've talked about. So how do we keep that consistency, not just for campaigns that are about the disability community, but really across all campaigns, that this is just the standard way of doing marketing from here on out? Hannah, I'd like to start with you, but I'm sure Ben and Josh, you also have thoughts on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is incredibly important to find agency partners who are as passionate about this as you are. That is really what it comes down to. So we are so fortunate to have the experts within WPP, between Josh and Ben here as two examples, consistently pushing us to be better and keep the momentum that we've gained so far when it comes to accessibility. So beyond our initial rebuild and the focus on assistive technology, we conduct consistent user testing with a wide range of users, including those with blindness and low vision. And I think that real-time feedback that we gather from those sessions has led to not only creating solutions that address those specific concerns, but it also serves as inspiration to how we can improve the overall experience for all consumers. So it's really vital that we capture that feedback along the way, never assuming that we've ever reached a stopping point when it comes to addressing accessibility, but having those agency partners on that journey with you, one, to hold you accountable, but also just to really keep pushing and keep that momentum moving, has been our biggest driving force.
I'll jump in and share. We really do see opportunities that this shouldn't be simply for a diversity brief or a disability specific brief that we want to engage a particular audience, that we want to elevate accessibility, not relegate it to just one campaign for one point in the year like Global Accessibility Awareness Day, right? How can we regularly and repeat that continuity across campaigns? And what that takes is leadership. It takes people who are having a drumbeat across agencies and brands. But particularly, it takes metrics and insights to be able to do research, to invite people with disabilities to share insights. We do need co-creation and user testing to continually optimize the work, but we also need at the other end, when it comes to conversions and return on investment, to be able to measure consumers' brand awareness, brand impact, dollars spent, finances converted to purchasing product, to know that what we're doing with accessibility is meaningful and making a difference to the bottom line, that it's not just a nice to have for a brand or in line with particular policies or governance, but actually consumers are hopefully purchasing more products because of the accessibility. And it's not just people with disabilities that are purchasing those products because of accessibility, but accessibility can benefit so many more people than just people in the disability community, or particularly in this case, those who are blind or visually impaired.
Yeah, it seems like we have an opportunity here for some healthy competition with creative agencies figuring out how they can provide this service to brands, to their clients who need this. They're asking for it. They're trying to figure out how to implement it within their campaigns, and they need great partners, as Hannah had said. So that seems like that we should start seeing more of that from agencies, of rolling up the sleeves and figuring out how we can get this done, and also from Ben, organizations like ArcTouch that are helping and down in the weeds of like, how do we create this platform and make it accessible from the beginning? We have the services that we can offer you to help actually get this done and see it all the way through. So do you have anything to add, Ben, on that point?
Yeah, I think I have the corner of the universe where I sit as part of a large holding company like WPP, and I see the number of things that agencies touch on behalf of brands in every sector around the world. And many agencies historically have seen accessibility as a compliance checkbox at best. And only if it's in the contract language, if a client asks for it. And I talk often about, just selfishly, the world I need my son to grow up in is one where that thinking is flipped, and where agencies can be one of the driving forces behind building more inclusively and consistently, encouraging clients to push farther and farther above the floor of compliance. And a world where agencies are trying to outcompete each other on who can do accessibility and disability inclusion the best is the world I need my son to grow up in. And so, again, that's just kind of a selfish personal thing, but I feel that there is so much opportunity for us to partner with our clients and brands and help to build that consistent DNA of inclusion throughout the creative process, throughout the technological process. Like I said, it takes all of us playing our role, but I see so much opportunity to make a significant impact there.
That's great. Thanks so much for saying that, Ben. So we've talked a lot about how the really good work happens in the process, right? From, between the agency and creative and brands working together all along the way, really excellent humans that are great at their jobs, figuring out how to make this work. Of course, we're also in the age of generative AI, and we need to think about, how does technology come into the mix to power these creative teams, to power the marketing process? At this point, we're kind of all aware it exists. It's more like, how is it used? How is it useful? So starting with Josh, are there areas where generative AI is doing a really good job making consumer marketing more accessible at scale, and areas where it still misses the mark? You can answer one or both of those questions, and then we can open up for a dialogue.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for that question. It's amazing to be both disabled and in a space that focuses on accessibility right now, particularly with AI, because there are things that are happening with artificial intelligence at the confluence of that and accessibility that were just pipe dreams, let alone a year ago, if not sooner. So one of the things that we're working on when it comes to AI and accessibility is audio descriptions. Audio descriptions right now are a bit fractured and challenging within the creative process, typically using outside vendors from agencies, costing different levels across different vendors, different time frames. And ultimately, when we divest audio descriptions from the creative process, it starts to dumb down the creativity. And so people who are listening to audio descriptions in advertisements that may be done by an outside party may not as easily align with the creative, with the campaign, with the call to action. So at WPP, we are incorporating artificial intelligence in bold new ways and bringing accessibility into that, where, for example, within our production studio, where video can be developed at scale for campaigns very easily and more directly within brand creativity, where we were pulling in brand guidelines, audience insights, media placement data through artificial intelligence that aggregates all this data to more optimally and effectively and creatively deliver assets. We're incorporating an AI-powered audio description tool. It's still in prototype, and we're piloting it out where within that creative process, agency teams now can, on the fly, be able to create dynamic audio descriptions in ways that are more optimally aligned to a campaign and to a brand, that's just imbues narrative that ties into what the message needs to be, what it should be, and how it can drive consumers. It's saving time. Hopefully it saves money, and as well, it gets customers to take that next step. And the other opportunity is that the AI can be toggled in a way that the audio descriptions can fit within a particular advertising segment, let's say 30 seconds or 60 seconds, but as well, it could be expanded audio description in a way that, say, on a brand's website, it allows people who are blind or partially sighted to really unpack a lot more about the richness and nuance of the tableau of what's being conveyed through video, through audio.
Yeah, I think I look at the work that's happening there in prototype. I look at just recently Seeing AI launched a new suite of features. The Microsoft Seeing AI app, if anyone's not familiar, launched a new suite of features where a user can upload a video and it will process and present that audio description of the video. So that can benefit end users, not just through a campaign, but end users with a video that their friends sent them. And, you know, again, it's not perfect, but it gives more access than existed previously. And it also, PDF recognition in Seeing AI is new. And so those sorts of things that are on the end user side can be paired with those additional steps in the creative process to make sure that the creativity is there and the inclusion is there in the campaign, but also giving end users the ability to dive deeper if they choose to on their own, and having that combination of AI-assisted efficiency in the creative process and user-facing AI on demand, where they can choose to go as deep into the content as they want to, I think is a really exciting thing. One of the things that I keep talking to clients about, though, is don't assume that AI is means you don't have to think about it anymore, because you're then turning over your brand voice in ways that could be damaging. And so making sure that there's always that human in the loop to ensure that the AI is a good draft and that it is being taken across the finish line in a way that lands and resonates appropriately is so important. So, and will continue to be.
Ben, I was just going to say that exact same thing. So all of the tools and all of the advancements that have come out of AI are incredibly exciting. But I think for me personally, I know I still have so much to learn when it comes to AI for accessibility. But I think that point around the human-centric nature of it is still very, very relevant and very, very important. We never want to lose that human-centric nature of the work that we do and how we approach our brands and our campaigns. Once the technology, enables us to better serve our consumers, we're really excited to lean in and test and see what we can accomplish. But yeah, making sure that a human is the one that carries it over the finish line is very, very important.
Great perspectives all around, and glad you were all working at these roles, because it does take these perspectives at every point, thinking about how can we power our creative teams, how can we use technology in a really smart way to advance our workflows, to make things better. We need both. That's kind of where it sounds like we're landing. So I'd love to just do a round and have you all share any parting thoughts or key takeaways that you really want to include as part of the discussion of this topic. And Ben, I'm going to start with you.
I'll kind of restate a few things that we touched on earlier, but just I think bear repeating. I think thinking about maintaining and prioritizing inclusion at global scale and at the rapid pace of business, just comes back to that refrain that, when you're in this space, you'll hear regularly, but again, it bears repeating that accessibility isn't a project, it's a process. It's part of it has to be part of the DNA, part of the culture. The only way it survives and thrives in a lightning fast environment is through being embedded, having authentic representation embedded from the beginning and throughout the work stream, making sure you have folks with the right mindset and expertise, as we mentioned, to help upskill those around them who are newer to the work, and finding those opportunities to optimize and work efficiently, so that it becomes part of the way of doing business, the way of creating content, creating digital platforms, and that it extends beyond digital and into the interplay between digital and physical and real products and all of those touch points in the customer journey. Finding those areas to optimize and build it into the process, while also making sure that we never lose track of that human at the center of it. And so that's why I'm so thankful to have partners like all of you to work with in this work, because it is an exciting challenge, and it keeps getting more and more interesting.
Absolutely. I think a great way to summarize this conversation is 3 Ps for me: process, prioritization, and partners. You have to have accessibility as a part of your process, fully ingrained just as much as any other piece of the process would be. You have to have the right partners to bring you along on that journey and hold you accountable, and really move the work forward. And then that prioritization piece is incredibly important, making sure that you're building, with accessibility in mind at the beginning of the project, rather than trying to accommodate at the end. I think those 3 points are really a great summary of everything that we've discussed today. So really thankful to have our existing partners here on this call. But yeah, I think there's so much opportunity, and we're so excited for how much we can accomplish together and the path forward that we have.
I'll just jump in quickly and share the 2 Cs. It's not only about accessibility, supporting and creating a gateway for creativity. It's also about creators, that accessibility can support people with disabilities, particularly those in this conversation who are blind, partially sighted, visually impaired, to be able to be creative and to showcase that you, as somebody with a disability, can be a creator in this industry, whether it's working for a brand such as Coca-Cola or other major brand out there, or small startup, or an ad agency. Candidly, disappointingly, there are few people who are blind or partially sighted that I'm aware of that work at brands or at agencies. And so when it comes to accessibility, we are at a wonderful time to be able to see how accessibility can support and make more accessible creative assets, but also to be able to support creators to dream up anything that you want to, and to be able to work in a place that allows you, whether it's working fully remote or amongst colleagues in an office, to be able to have accommodations and accessibility to support you as a creator in this industry. That's an opportunity, hopefully, I'd like to convey, that disability and accessibility can support both creators and the creative itself.
Yeah, it's a wonderful time because we're not at the beginning anymore. We're in it. We're in the middle. We're seeing examples out there, and people really working hard at these roles. For organizations that still feel new to this, though, these marketing campaigns can seem challenging to implement. They may seem that way, and it may actually involve hard work, but it's good work, and we like hard work, right? We need to design these workflows and kind of pull apart the complexity of these procedures that impact our teams. We need to figure out how to overcome these barriers that we know are leading us to these missed opportunities of reaching our audiences. And businesses simply can't afford to let accessibility fall through the cracks or to wait any longer to figure this out, because there's this healthy competition happening out there. So I think, a lot of challenges, of course, ahead of us to solve, but the good news is that we have all the tools we need to fix the problem. And we have experts that can figure this out. So every step in this digital marketing process, as you've seen today, it needs our attention, from brand to agency to platform to technology, production, all of it. We need to look at every single step and figure out, how does this work? To put accessibility back into our processes and our products, where it really should have always been from the beginning. So hopefully this session got you thinking about how you can take the next steps in turning insights into action for your marketing campaigns, or for leveling them up. Maybe you've worked on accessibility before. Let's see that great creative come out in 2025. And if you need guidance, reach out to us. We've done this before. We can help you take shortcuts. And I'm just so grateful that we had this conversation today. Thank you to our awesome group of panelists, and also to the audience for your attention to this important topic. Thanks, everyone. And back to you, Carey and Ross and the SiteTech Global team.
I learned a lot about the strategies for aligning the agencies, technologies, and workflows to ensure a digital marketing campaign is designed for digital equity. I think the speakers used the phrase, every touch point in the marketing campaign should be aligned. That's a really nice way to think about it. Which reminds me of some of the discussions we heard yesterday on online learning. So many layers to align to make continued progress in accessibility. So the conference is bringing up a lot of concepts together, which is really super cool.
I love the point Ben made about leadership buy-in being the linchpin of accessibility implementation. I've met so many people at various companies who are doing amazing accessibility work because they're supported by senior leadership. Conversely, I've met many people who are fighting the good fight, but aren't able to make any significant steps because leaderships and stakeholders who view accessibility as only a compliance goal. For our next discussion, we have 3 entrepreneurs sharing approaches to independent navigation for blind and visually impaired individuals. Anat Nolman, consultant to many emerging growth companies, will lead our speakers. Handing off to you, Anat.
Thank you, Carey and Ross. Thank you for hosting our session. What an honor to join an amazing line of speakers and panelists here at SiteTech Global. And welcome to Smart Mobility, Advancing Solutions for People Who are Visually Impaired session. Today, you will hear from 3 visionary leaders in assistive technology as they explore the groundbreaking solutions transforming mobility for people who are visually impaired. From cutting-edge obstacle detection systems to the integration of AI, you will hear firsthand how these pioneers are tackling the age-old challenges with creativity and compassion. Our expert panelists will share their insights on emerging technologies, how these technologies integrate with traditional solutions, such as white canes and guide dogs, critical role of mobility training, and the future of AI and mobility, navigation, and obstacle avoidance. But before we dive in, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Anat Nulman. I've been an advocate, an ally, and evangelist in assistive technology field for the past 11 years. I worked for 2 manufacturers of assistive devices and launched multiple products to market. Last year, I founded Assistive Consulting, where I help companies that build solutions for people with disability, primarily for people who are visually impaired, bring their innovations to market, and reach as many users as possible. My current clients span diverse areas like mobility, smart glasses, braille, and accessible telecommunications. Today, I'm joined by 3 extraordinary leaders. Prashad Ceylon, co-founder and chief product officer at WeWalk, Patrick Burton, CEO and co-founder at Bend Vision, and Dr. Nathan Deutsch, operations and innovation lead at Lighthouse Technologies. I will let them introduce themselves. Prashad, please take it away.
Thank you, Anat. It's a privilege to be here together with you. I am blind from birth, and I studied in a primary school for blind children, and then I attended inclusive high school education. Then I studied psychological counseling at university, and after my graduation, I dived into technology world, and as a team, we have implemented various technologies for visually impaired people, such as audio description technology for movie theaters. And for the last 4 years, we have been focusing on WeWalk smart cane technology. And I am one of co-founders of WeWalk. And at WeWalk, we focus on enhancing the mobility of visually impaired people with our patented smart cane technology.
Patrick? Thank you,
Excellent.
Prashad.
Excellent. Such an honor to be here at SiteTech Global. So my name is Patrick Burton, and I am an accessibility hacker. And if you don't know what that means, that's because I made it up right now. But I'm CEO and co-founder of Bend Vision. We make Speakaboo, but the more exciting thing that we're working on, in my opinion, is called Ben, the binaural experience navigator, if you want to be extra. And what Ben does, it uses music and spatial audio to give an echolocation-like navigation experience. So think Sonar meets Symphony. That's what we're building.
I love it. Thank you, Patrick. Nathan?
So again, honored to be here. Hi, Anat. Hi, co-panelists. I'm Nathan, COO at Lighthouse Tech, social scientist by training, and I'm interested in the way people learn about and interact with their environments and how they make changes, imagine, design solutions to the problems that they perceive. So we produce Tammy. It's a smart eyewear solution for people living with blindness and vision impairments. Personally, I'm sighted. I have no vision impairments or visual perceptual impairments myself, but I've been working now on this project for roughly 3 years, so I'm relatively new to this space.
Thank you very much, panelists. So before we jump into the discussion on solutions, let's first try to identify what problems mobility solutions are aiming to solve. What specific navigation and mobility challenges do people who are visually impaired face in their daily lives? How is your technology addressing those changes? And what gaps remain in the current landscape of assistive technology for mobility? Prashad, let's start with you.
So it's a really deep question because there are different angles of this question. When I go out, currently, there are some challenges I have to deal with. We cannot say that visually impaired people have only one problem while going somewhere, and if we solve it, then everything will be perfect. No, detecting obstacle is one of them, and important. And also, so most of the people think that the only problem of visually impaired people is to detect obstacles. But even if we detect obstacles, I have to know which direction should I go walk. And also, while we are going somewhere, we have to increase our spatial awareness. What is around ourselves, and also to increase our spatial awareness and also to navigate somewhere, we have to use different applications. And can you imagine we are going somewhere with our white cane and we are using it with our one hand, and with the other hand, we have to use our smartphone to use different applications, not Google Maps or different applications developed for blind people, and we have to switch between them. That's why I believe visually impaired people are having challenges detecting obstacles, increasing their spatial awareness, and also using different applications. So all those the problems of visually impaired people right now. And also with the VWalk Smart Cane, we target all those problems. So you don't need to switch different applications. You don't need to hold your smartphone. You can put into your pocket, and then you can reach all the information from your Smart Cane, either by using physical buttons, or you can simply talk to your cane thanks to our custom trained voice assistant technology.
Well, thank you very much, Kershad, for sharing that. Nathan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's problems that training and traditional tools already deal with very well. But there are problems that continue to cause a lot of anxiety. And I think we've zeroed in on one of those problems that can deeply affect people's lives. We're focused on providing people with a safe mobility experience by protecting the upper body from collisions with obstacles. And this is the zone that the traditional white cane can't see. But another important gap that we've really worked hard on is stigma and inclusion. And we're trying in this path, we're making a discrete wearable in the form of glasses. The company's founders are fashion eyewear industry experts. We're leveraging that experience to really start with a discrete assistive technology that enhances safety, but it also reduces the stigma around what can normally be a bulky assistive device in some cases. And at the same time, we're complementing those traditional tools. So I think in this current landscape of assistive technology, we're really sort of going to a nice wearable integration. And we think that wearables are an exciting space to be working in right now, not just in assistive technology, but it's certainly getting there. And we're seeing a lot of innovation in the eyewear space, and we're bringing in our solution there too. And we want to experiment with that form factor to make it effective to be safer in terms of mobility.
By the way, thank you for bringing upper body obstacle detection aspect. You know, you can see I have some scars on my front head, so it is real pain point for visually impaired people. I totally agree with you.
Cool, thanks.
Definitely. And Patrick, do you want to share a few thoughts from your side? I know your solution uses music to tackle some of those problems, but what problems are you guys tackling specifically?
Absolutely. So I myself, I am sighted, but I work at a charity for the blind, and I see people, you know, tripping over things and bumping into things and hitting their head on things like Kershad. I would say that what I see the most, though, beyond the loss of independence and mobility, is the mental and emotional exhaustion that comes from relying on your other senses to get around. And something that I love about this panel is that all of our solutions, after researching them, they all use nonverbal cues in one way or another. And so many assistive tech solutions for sight loss rely on speech. I should know we make one of them, Speakaboo. But when you're trying to accomplish a task like navigating from one room to another, that takes a really heavy cognitive load. And it can be exhausting and really difficult to think about anything else but navigation when you're trying to follow a set of directions to do that. So what BenVision's doing to solve that is we're taking advantage of the technologies of augmented reality and spatial audio. We anchor virtual speakers to that play different music, that play music to different objects and waypoints and regions around your space, so that rather than following a laundry list of directions to get somewhere, you can actually just walk to where the sound is coming from. Through testing, we found that not only is that more intuitive to navigate that way, but it actually frees up space in your brain. Two of our beta testers were talking with each other about the experience of using Ben while they were using it, and suddenly one of them realized, oh my God, I can carry a conversation while I'm using this. I never thought that would be possible with a solution like this. So I like to think that by our use of music, we're putting the humanity back into assistive tech. We're giving you a piece of your brain back.
Fascinating. There are obviously many, many challenges, but let's hone on obstacle avoidance specifically. Despite new technologies, why is obstacle avoidance still an ongoing challenge? What are the limitations of current technology in accurately detecting obstacles, especially in dynamic or complex environments, which is a lot of environments we're in on a daily basis? And how are you innovating to address that particular issue? And what advancements do you foresee in the next few years? So Patrick, let's start with you this time.
Excellent. Yes, I love this question. You guys are all about to find out what a big nerd I am. So the challenge is really, I mean, it's just such a complex problem. You know, computer vision comes in so many different flavors, and each of them have their own strengths and weaknesses. For instance, there's object recognition, which draws a bounding box around detected object categories, and so you can kind of approximate their location by their box. Then there's another method called segmentation, which takes it one step further by identifying actually which pixels on your screen belong to which object category. And then there's something called depth estimation, or LiDAR is a common method, and those can tell you how close or far away an object is from you, but there's no color information there, so they can't tell you what the objects are. And then nowadays we have visual large language models, or VLLM for short, which are trained on much larger data sets of images, and they can give you precise information about what you're seeing in natural language. You could even ask a VLLM, like, what is that over on the right side of the screen? And it'll tell you, oh, that's a box with a trophy on it or something. And they're great, but sometimes they hallucinate. Sometimes they give you the wrong information. So all of these different methods, they all have different strengths and weaknesses, and some give you information that others don't, and some of them take more compute power than others do. So I think the perfect solution will be one that marries all of them together and knows which to use in the in the appropriate scenarios. And so to get even more technical, there's other challenges like tracking objects. You know, how if your object disappears from the camera's field of view and then comes back, then how does the model know that it's the same object? Or if it disappears behind a tree and then reappears, then how do we know that it's the same object and not a different one? And thankfully the models are starting to get better, and they're handling that a little bit better, but they still make mistakes sometimes. So what it boils down to, I think, is that the human brain is an incredible thing, and it does all of this processing of light information and feeds it to us so that we can digest it instantly. But we truly don't understand everything that the brain is doing in this process, and that makes it hard to emulate, especially in real time. That all been said, you know, that's all the problem of interpreting the information or getting the information. Now, how do you communicate it all to the user once you have it? And that's the big issue that we're addressing with Ben, is that for real-time assistance, especially in crucial moments involving safety, like speech just isn't going to cut it. You know, hearing somebody say, watch out for that car, isn't going to have the same effect as hearing a horn blaring at you, right? They mean the same thing, but one is certainly going to be more effective than the other. And speech takes a lot of brain power to process too. We need to tap into the human brain's remarkable ability, I think, to process nonverbal cues, like music or like haptics. And that's where sometimes I get frustrated that people look at BenVision like it's an art project or a novelty because we're using music. But we're not just a novelty. You know, through testing, we've shown that music is actually one of the best ways to solve this problem.
Very, very interesting. Thank you, Patrick, for sharing that. And for those who are listening to us today who are coming from the tech side, I'm glad that you highlighted some of the technologies that you guys implement in BenVision. Nathan, would you like to add?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to add something here, and I'm glad to let Patrick be the nerd here. Maybe I'll get into another slightly different subject, though. But just to note that the technology is always improving. And in our case, what that means is we're getting a little bit better at doing things with smaller spaces and tinier projects than ever. And lately, we can start to put these pieces together in novel form factors, exciting form factors like smart glasses. So it's exciting for us to start to work with these things. New designs have to emerge, new ways of interacting discreetly with the technology and the environment around you when you sort of change these things up. So also just notice where it's a tool. You can't just pick it up and go, but you can't. You have to remember that there's challenges involved in developing a relationship with that tool that you're using, so you can use it effectively, and so it doesn't distract you from other things. So, you know, that's our angle. We use haptics. BenVision is musical, and we are focusing. We chose a different feedback with this, which is the haptics, and that helps you because awareness of the environment around you and locations of obstacles is complex. And there's tools that can really afford major improvements in people's lives because they are increasing the possibility of perceiving these things in the environment around you. But you need to increase your skills and abilities. The technology grows with the user. And so I sort of I'd bring it back to a low-tech tool, which is the White Cane, which is a really great example of this. It's a very reliable tool. Unfortunately, it doesn't protect you in the upper body zone. And I think we're trying to pack some technology into a very tiny space and try to alleviate that gap.
Thank you, Nathan. And I also want to point out that using haptics, for example, opens up the solutions to a different demographic for people who may have both vision and hearing loss. And often using auditory cues may not be available to them because they can't hear them or cannot hear them very well. So it's not just serving the people who are visually impaired, but it's also serving other folks who and expanding the technology and making it more accessible to others. So I'm glad you mentioned, Nathan, White Canes. So when I'm out and about in the community and I talk about different mobility solutions, there's always a question: is this instead of the White Cane, or is this instead of a guide dog? How new technology, or I should say, can the new technology replace these traditional aids, or there should be some kind of a hybrid, given that the White Cane is the oldest assistive device that has been available to people who are visually impaired? And if it is some kind of a hybrid model where all these new devices and the solutions that you guys are talking about and many others can complement guide dogs and White Canes, how would that work? So Nathan, let's start with you because you kind of alluded to it earlier, but I just want to hone on it a little bit more.
Yeah, so sure. Yeah, so if there's an ideal hybrid model, or if it's going to be a model that we're talking about, some hybrid, then it's going to be highly individualized. It depends on the person. But one thing that we continue to hear from people, and that we've taken into internalize as we're building our product, is that you do want to have different kinds of feedback. You want to have the feedback from the White Cane. You need other kinds of feelings for the way you move with your upper body area. That's something that we've taken into consideration here when we make smart glasses, and we always make sure that we say we use this is for use with a white cane or guide dog. And we also hear about the benefits of having some redundancy in the system. So if your fancy device falls down in the toilet or something, it's not going to prevent you from going about your day. So this is all, considerations that we take into account when we say, no, we're not trying to replace a traditional tool.
Mm-hmm. And Krishat, WeWalk is a smart cane. So you took, the oldest mobility device and made it smarter. Tell us more about it.
So, as a blind person, as you may guess, I am real white cane lover. So that's why we didn't replace white cane. So we just improved it. And also maybe I want to go back to the previous question as well. So obstacle detection question. So I agree with Patrick. So to deliver better obstacle detection capacity, we have to aggregate data from different sources such as camera or LiDAR or ultrasonic, etc. And however, all those technologies will need more computing power, and then more computer power means more power consumption, and then at the end of the day, you will find yourself holding a really bulky device. And what we are doing with the WeWalk Smart Cane right now, we resemble the traditional white cane. It is as slim as traditional white cane. It is as light as traditional white cane, but we added obstacle detection technology for upper body obstacles, and we use ultrasonic sensor. And again, as Patrick mentioned, so all those technologies have downsides and upsides, and that's why we just didn't put the obstacle detection sensor. We improved it with our engineers, and right now we reduce the disadvantage of ultrasonic sensor, for example, by narrowing the field of view. So it is important, and also it is important because we don't want to give too much stimulus to visually impaired people, and that's why we developed WeWalk Smart Cane, and we didn't replace with the other technology.
Thank you, Krishat. Patrick?
Yeah. First of all, like I'm just blown away by both of your innovation. That's your products are so cool. So to speak to your first question, I would think about whether guide dogs and white canes are still valuable. Of course they are. I mean, first of all technology can fail. Even white canes and even guide dogs, white canes can be misplaced. Guide dogs can be, I don't know, distracted by food, maybe. But that said, I don't think either of those solutions are going anywhere. And I love what Krishat's doing by building on the tried and true white cane, because that's been around for I think 100 years, and for good reason, because it works, and there's so many gaps in computer vision technology, like I mentioned before, that a white cane or a guide dog can navigate with ease. So I don't think those solutions are going anywhere, and I don't think that they need to. But on the flip side, there's some places where they fall short, and where you, Nathan and Krishat, are both doing great innovation to kind of fill in those gaps. Like they can't protect you from head level obstacles, and they can't I don't know, they can't read signs, they can't tell you, they can't help you find like a misplaced phone charger, for instance. I think all of our solutions kind of fill those gaps in different and innovative ways. But when I conduct these focus groups with the blind community, the overwhelming sentiment that I get from them is you'll take my cane or you'll take my guide dog over my cold dead body, and we're not trying to take those solutions away, because again, there's so many, they're great innovations, and there's so many gaps in current technology that I don't think are going to be solved anytime soon. So I'm thankful for those.
Thank you, all three of you, for your insights. The question that I asked, are guide dogs or white canes obsolete, was a little bit of a trigger question. We all know that I think none of the solutions are really trying to replace these traditional tools, but I wanted to hear your responses and how each one of your companies tackles that differently. On the other hand, and along the lines of tradition, is the orientation and mobility training. So it's a critical component, and most blind people, or everybody, at least in the US, who uses a cane, they usually go through orientation and mobility training. Why is it still critical, even with the advancement of new technology? How do you see your products complementing traditional mobility training methods like O&M? And how can we ensure that users are fully equipped to maximize the benefits of both the traditional training and the new technologies? And Kürşad, let's start with you, because I know you guys have a very exciting solution for both mobility trainers as well as mobility orientation, mobility learners.
Yeah, so Vivox Smart Cane, we have two different products. The first one is a smart cane itself for visually impaired people. So it detects obstacles, gives navigation, and more. But also we have another product designed for O&M trainers. As you know, right now, all O&M training sessions are based on observation. When I left from the classroom, unfortunately, my trainer is not able to monitor my mobility experience. But thanks to Vivox inbuilt sensors and AI technology, so we designed a dashboard for trainers where they can see my mobility experience, because when I go out, I'm not shaking my white cane randomly. There are some techniques and there are some essential metrics as well. For example, cane angle, swipe count, walking speed, step count, and confidence level. All those metrics are really essential to develop better mobility skills. So with our technology, O&M trainers are able to see all those metrics about their trainees. And this is the technology that we developed. And also O&M, although technology has advanced so much, O&M training sessions are so important, because at the end of the day, we, as a blind person, I have to manage my orientation. This is my responsibility. I cannot give it to a technology. For example, I cannot say that, okay, there will be a technology and it will take me from A to B. So then I will not have any orientation skill. No. At that point, most probably you will feel yourself really miserable. But O&M sessions are giving you self-confidence and ability to participate social life. That's why even technology advances, so we will keep getting O&M trainings.
Thank you, Kürşad. Nathan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I have something small to add. I really appreciate what you're doing with WeWalk, Kurshat. In our case, I guess one of the best ways to get products into the hands of people who can really use it, really use the device, is through those who are doing the training and assessments of needs. So that's where we interface with training. So they're the people who can respond to the user's needs. And so we're providing glasses through a network of distributors and user associations that can provide this training. So we want to make sure that there's support along the way. And that's all I would add in our case. But really exciting work you're doing there, Kurshat.
Thank you. Thank you both. Our session would not be complete without a discussion on AI. And while we can spend hours and days talking about AI, today we unfortunately have time to only scrape the surface, but it's still important to mention it. What role will AI play in navigation and obstacle avoidance for people who are visually impaired in the next 5 to 10 years, since it's changing very rapidly? What are some ethical concerns and safety guardrails that need to be in place as AI becomes more and more integrated into mobility technologies and just in general in our everyday life? And how do you see the evolution of AI-driven assistive devices impacting the independence and quality of life for the users? Patrick, do you want to share your thoughts on that?
Oh, please. Another nerd question. I love it. I'll try not to spend hours or days talking about it. So for BenVision specifically, a big challenge that we have right now is like if you're like in a dining room or if you're in a conference hall, the objects and obstacles that you would want to be aware of are going to be entirely different in those different scenarios. So how do we account for the different context, the changing context of every scenario in our algorithm? That presents a big challenge, and a bigger challenge is how do we intuitively communicate all that information with sound? Right now, there's a huge burden placed on our audio director, who's doing an amazing job, but she can't possibly design intuitive sounds that go with every single object in the world. So those are two big things that AI can help us with, because as you know, AI is a workhorse. It can account for all of those different contexts, and it can actually compose different sounds to match every single object in the universe. So to your question about ethical concerns, data privacy is probably the biggest one, right? Like, and it kind of presents this dilemma, because on the one hand, collecting data from users' cameras, especially the users of our products, that's actually the best way to directly and exponentially speed up our ability to improve the models that we're using. But on the other hand, obviously that carries some serious privacy and ethical concerns. What I can say is I see some of our contemporaries, what they're doing is sort of flipping the choice over to the user and giving them the option. And perhaps if they opt in, then they'll get free credits or premium services to share their data. And I think that's probably the right way to handle it. In terms of looking out to the future, I think that eventually, honestly, I think visual large language models are going to kind of take over everything. You know, all those other methods that I mentioned, like object recognition, segmentation, even depth estimation, depth detection. I think eventually visual LLMs will be smart enough that they can handle all of those different things. And maybe it'll make everything obsolete, but I think that's just a matter of getting enough training data and then compressing the models so that the Earth doesn't blow up from all of the compute power required to run them.
Well, thank you for succinct thoughts without spending hours, but I think you've covered many interesting considerations and in answering questions about AI. Kurshat, I know, again, was kind of taking what Patrick said about users opting in and opting out on whether they interested in sharing their data. I know you guys are doing something like that as well. So could you tell us more?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I mentioned about the technology developed for O&M trainers. Of course, trainees can easily opt in, opt out. Thank you for bringing that. And also form factor, as Nathan underlined it, is so crucial for developing assistive technologies. And I believe in the upcoming years, we will see smaller sensors, smaller processors and they will allow us to build more ergonomic devices. And also in terms of the AI, as you know, edge computing will be so important. Then it will allow us to aggregate all the data from different sources, different sensors. Patrick mentioned about it. And I believe in the upcoming years, we will have some devices in our hands, and even those devices won't need to go connect to the internet, and they will be able to process and run some AI modules in itself.
Thank you, Krishat. Nathan, your company is based on a form factor that is fashionable, and it kind of goes along the line of what Krishat said. With technology, with new advancement in technology and in AI, there is a growing opportunity to make devices smaller, less obtrusive. So tell us more about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I think I'd just say we're both in an AI revolution, but we're also in a wearables revolution, and this is where smaller is better. To us, those things go hand in hand in our design. So what excites us is efficiency and really also discreteness in terms of how we work together with our devices. So we're starting to see stuff coming out in the wild, not just us, but we're starting to see some interesting stuff. And but I would just say neither AI nor wearables are going to be the magic bullet for people living with vision impairment in and of themselves. But there's a lot going on now in the space. There's a lot of know-how around new technologies. So it's a great time to be out there doing this stuff.
Thank you all. So such an interesting discussion. As we're wrapping up our session, I want to give you an opportunity to share a few final thoughts and takeaways for our listeners. So Nathan, let's start with you, and let's make it really short.
Sure. So one final thought on the future of navigation and obstacles, I think, is just what we're getting is just to be focused, eyeing up one challenge right now, and that's as a company here. And we hope that by doing that we can fit into the larger picture, or the larger ecosystem better. So that's the key take home from my conversations with people testing the product. And of course, there's always people who want everything. We also get feedback that some of these problems need to be solved one step at a time, and that's what we're taking seriously. It's smart eyewear and it's wearable technology that we're building on. So it's very important that we make a usable tool, and we stick to our mission of providing people with a discrete device that people can wear and use in a dignified way without screaming, "I've got an assistive device on my face."
Mm-hmm. Patrick?
Yes, thank you so much for having me on this panel. So my parting thought is that universal design, sometimes called inclusive design, is this idea that when we design for the inclusion of the most marginalized communities, everyone benefits as a whole. That's sort of central to our philosophy, and it's been the core idea behind the design of both Speakaboo and Ben. Curb cuts, automatic doors, closed captionings, even large language models, they all have their roots in accessibility. And I think that's something that's important for everyone, especially the sighted and fully abled people who might be listening here, to remember is that when you support this industry, you're not just giving to a charitable cause, you're not just helping a marginalized group of people, you're actually investing in the future of humanity as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Beautifully said, beautifully said. Krishat?
whoever wants to develop technology for visually impaired people, they shouldn't forget community contribution. It's crucial, and also as a WeWalk, we always in touch with our community from Australia to Canada, USA to the UK. We are partnering with the leading blind organizations, and we developed our Smart Cane 2 with all those contribution, and we see the positive impact on our products. I strongly recommend everyone to get community contribution.
Thank you. What a lively discussion. I really appreciate you taking the time to share your insights. I hope that our listeners and viewers have enjoyed this conversation. And thank you again, SightTech Global. We are truly privileged to be here as part of a panel, and we're looking forward to seeing you next year.
What I love most about all the different technologies being created for independent navigation is how different their approaches are. We, as blind people, also vary widely in the ways we currently navigate or ways we would like to navigate in the future. So many people are trying to solve this problem, and at the end of the day, it only gives us more options and ways to find the perfect fit for us as blind individuals.
And you know, Ross, our last moderator provided great leadership for bringing so many diverse technologies into such a brief but rich discussion. Pivoting to our next session, the partnership between Salesforce and the Braille Institute of Technology is incredible, especially because workforce development is such an important initiative for the visually impaired community. There's so much discrimination that our clients face in the blind community. We need strong support to improve our employment opportunities. This is really going to be fascinating.
Yes, Corey, I completely agree, especially about the discrimination. Our moderator for this panel will be Mason Ameri, who does impressive journalism to advocate for disability employment. Handing over to you, Dr. Ameri.
Thanks, Corey and Ross. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mason Ameri, moderator for today's discussion. I'm a professor at Rutgers Business School, and I specialize in disability employment. I'd like to start by extending a big thank you to SightTech Global for hosting this event and creating a space for such important conversations on accessibility and workforce development. We're excited to dive into today's discussion with our esteemed guests, Sarah Mark and Mike Hess. Now, before we dive in, Sarah and Mike, could you each briefly introduce yourselves and share a bit about your background? Sarah, why don't we start with you and then followed by Mike.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Mari. I'm Sarah Mark. I'm the Director of Workforce Development for People with Disabilities at Salesforce in the Office of Accessibility. I've been in my role there for, well, we can count it from exactly the first day of lockdown of the pandemic. That's when I started this role. So it's been a really exciting 4 years, and I've done most of my work in partnership with Mike, who you'll hear from next.
Awesome. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Sarah. My name is Mike Hess. I'm Executive Director and Founder at a Colorado-based nonprofit making a global difference called Blind Institute of Technology. Full disclosure, team, I've been legally blind or blind my entire life. That is why the shades, it's not for the cool factor, although they're cool. So, I've been in tech my entire career, so 30 years plus. And at Blind Institute of Technology, we help professionals with disabilities level up their skill sets within the Salesforce ecosystem, and then ultimately finding them employment in the Salesforce economy.
Well, I'm thrilled to have you both here. Each of you is doing important work that embodies business as a platform for change, particularly through using technology for good. So to set the stage, could you share if there was a specific moment early in your life or career that inspired you to pursue the work you're doing now? Why don't we start with Sarah?
Sure. You know, I have to say that my career path is one of those where it only makes sense looking back at it. It's not really a trajectory I can endorse anyone else try and replicate. It just sort of wound up this way. My background actually was in community-based mental health. I was working as a clinician and a supervisor and then a training director in a number of community-based service organizations. After a while, I started to transition more into that learning and training space, and that kind of led me into career development. And I was running a program in San Francisco that helped us train and provide soft skills training, technical training and soft skills training for unemployed and underemployed San Franciscans, which perhaps to no surprise was very focused on the tech space. So that was sort of how I got my combination of factors that led me into this role of working with people with disabilities of all types, including mental health disabilities, and then working in the career-oriented space. And those two things just kind of came together in this position that I have here at Salesforce, which, again, I can't recommend that anyone try and replicate because I don't know that there's another job quite like this in any other company. So I'm really lucky. And I think that just saying yes to the things that you're interested in and passionate about is the only sort of piece of source information that I can suggest that anyone try and follow.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And Mike?
Sure. So mine is so again, because I was born legally blind, and then so I was legally blind from first grade on, and I was legally blind before that. However, it was first grade at the school district that I was in Northeast Ohio that they did the testing for, they sent all the kids down in the 70s for the first graders to put your head in some helmet. And that's when, kind of the process of me finding out that my eyesight was where it was. But so I started out legally blind, and then the rest of my eyesight just continued to deteriorate over my life. And this was before, again, this is way before Americans with Disabilities Act, that journey began. And I ended up in school. Again, integration for people with disabilities looks different depending on the zip code that you live in here in the United States. And so the school system accommodated me loosely with my needs. However, when I was finishing up high school, I was reading at probably a 6th or 7th grade level, just because the services that I needed to really help me throughout my educational journey, they weren't really there. But I had two teachers, math teachers, that could see that I had affinity for logic and I could do math and that sort of thing in my head. And so so when I graduated, it was actually 1990, and so it was the year that the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed. Well, so what's critical about that is, so IBM was the first tech stack company in the world to actually fully embrace the Americans with Disabilities Act, and they sent grant dollars to a handful of community colleges across the country. And one happened to be the Community College of Denver, which my mom had relocated my brother and I to the Denver metro area. And so they didn't call it workforce development in the early 90s, but that's exactly what it was. And it was training called computer training for people with disabilities. So and I do not have a college degree, although tech is one of those amazing ecosystems and verticals that, through a concept called cert stacking or certification stacking, you could truly build a career. And and the other thing that was happening, little did we know, was the first technology bubble was being created globally due to Y2K, or year 2000. And so this confluence of, this nexus of all these things happening. And so my first gig in private industry, Fortune 5, Fortune 600 brands, was changing 2-digit date fields to 4-digit date fields. That was a thing back in the day. And so, so if you could spell Y2K and you had any kind of coding skills, that was the beginning of my career. And I ended up I got more certifications in tech, managed more programs, more projects. But, what was always evident to me what got me to BIT was the fact that I was always the token blind person. And quite honestly, like I don't remember anybody using sign language as their primary means of communication. I never bumped into anybody with a wheelchair with my cane. Neurodivergence was absolutely not talked about, let alone other, hidden disabilities like anxiety or depression. Like those are always omitted from conversations in private industry, in my experience. And so as I was just getting into my 40s, I wanted to do something, like to address, to me, what I call the unemployment epidemic for the broader people with disabilities community. And so it was, after this, talking it over with the support of my best friend and better half, I left my 6-figure income to start Blind Institute of Technology, which addresses the unemployment epidemic for people with disabilities, not only here in the United States, but globally.
Thank you both for sharing amazing origin stories, truly. This next question is also for both of you. Why don't we start with Mike first? What do you see as the most significant barrier or barriers for people with disabilities in the job market? And how do your programs aim to address these challenges?
Sure. It's stigma perception. Like it's, I'm out there hustling and I travel with my cane and Uber and airplanes. I go anywhere that, organizations will have me. And I do that, again, as the blind guy, getting out of the Ubers, getting into the planes, going to city, because of breaking down stigmas and perceptions for people with disabilities as a whole, right? And so it is, so we as a protected class, so we, the disability community, as a protected class, we're the only protected class that has to, and when we're talking, so gender, ethnicity, relationship orientation, all immensely important. This is not the poor me Olympics where it's harder to be blind than it is to be, gay or lesbian or a person of color. Like that's not this conversation. This is just with people with disabilities. We are the only protected class that has to ring a very legal nebulous bell called reasonable accommodation. And so you take the stigma and perception and you add it in with this, in reasonable accommodation, organizations immediately think risk. And as they should, right? But they're thinking about it from that gatekeeper risk lens, not realizing, like the vast majority of individuals don't realize that, as a blind person, like if you're an organization that has Salesforce, Salesforce is the reasonable accommodation. Most people in HR that are those gatekeepers, right, addressing risk from a reasonable accommodation lens, they don't know that. Right. So we got to break down the stigma and perception. Then we got to educate, bring awareness to organizations about what reasonable accommodations are and are not.
Fantastic. And Sarah, you?
I will double down on what Mike is saying, of course. And, I think I can even take it one step further and say there's stigma and perception, and then there's discrimination and implicit bias that prevents people from actually having the opportunities that they should have available to them. So a big part of what we do is just try and, like Mike was saying, break down those barriers, break down the stigma, improve people's awareness and education about what people with disabilities are capable of doing, the value add that they bring to your company, all of the very strong business cases for hiring plans that are inclusive of people with disabilities, having disability inclusion be a focus of your DEI initiatives. All of those things, I think, are still in the very early inception stages when we think about how companies are addressing this issue or thinking about this issue or whether or not they're thinking about this issue. Oftentimes, we hear that we're the first company that someone's encountered that's doing this type of work, and I feel very lucky to be in this role, and I also feel like that's really sad. I wish there was a lot of folks doing the same type of work, because it's really a self perpetuating system. It's like the more people with disabilities you get into your field, the better your field becomes, the stronger it becomes, and the more accessible and inclusive it is.
Yeah, I mean, in riffing about Salesforce as a accessibility trailblazer, Sarah, Could you tell us about why and how Salesforce has invested in workforce development for people with disabilities in the recent years?
Yeah, so well, I guess I can start by saying that equality is one of our core values at Salesforce. And the way that has been proven out is through the creation of the Office of Accessibility, which came about just shortly before I was hired. So that was back in end of 2019, just slightly pre-pandemic. And it was an employee-driven initiative, essentially. So part of one of our BRGs, Ability Force, is comprised of employees at Salesforce with disabilities and their allies. And we saw this strong, vibrant group of employees come together, put together an executive pitch saying, there's a lot of work that needs to be done here. And this is not work that should be considered VTO or extra nice to haves. This is really must haves. And we were able to get executive support and funding to create the Office of Accessibility. I'll talk a little bit about the Office of Accessibility and what our model looks like, because it's not what people typically first imagine when they hear that. They think product accessibility, digital accessibility, like that we're, running tests for assistive technology users. That's actually not what our department does. We operate in a hub and spoke model. That means we have folks who are tasked with influencing every aspect of the entire company and pushing for disability inclusion and accessibility. So we have someone who's focused on events. We have people who are focused on real estate, folks who are focused on hiring. And then my role is to be focused on the externally facing employment workforce development. So in our customer and partner ecosystem, folks are getting hired to implement Salesforce, and we want those jobs to be accessible and inclusive for people with disabilities. And so then my program also operates in sort of a similar fashion in another hub and spoke model, where we look to influence every aspect of the career seeker's journey. So everything from learning about Salesforce as a career option to the moment of hire and everything in between, we look at to make sure that there are as few or no obstacles as possible, and that it's a welcoming, inclusive, and accessible space for people with disabilities. And a big part of that is just getting the word out that this is a viable career path for people with disabilities, as Mike has pointed out, to address the unemployment epidemic and the disproportionate number of folks who are unemployed or underemployed in the disability community. And, we're hoping that some of our programming can really start to move the dial on that.
Understood. Yeah, it seems as though over at Salesforce, disability inclusion is in everything that you do. That's fantastic. And so shifting gears, Mike, in discussing, or rather unpacking, the origins of the Blind Institute of Technology, would you mind sharing specifically how you empower people with visual impairments? How does your approach differ from broader disability workforce programs? And how has this focus contributed to your organization's growth?
How I'll address this question is, so and I think this is a kind of fundamental and philosophical difference from kind of how BIT, how Blind Institute of Technology, approaches everything that we do. So first of all, we are the only consultancy agency in the world, great big spinning blue ball, that is completely comprised of professionals with disabilities. It's not just people who are blind, low vision. We work side by side with people who are deaf. We work side by side with people who are bipolar. We work side by side with people in wheelchairs, right? So we're not fundamentally, philosophically, the idea of, again, go back to accommodations, we don't say that we're experts in accommodations. We're just not afraid to talk about accommodations. And when you start with a level playing field, okay, so everything that we do, everything that we've built on, are from a digital equity perspective. right? So that means from our productivity tools, we use, platforms like Zoom and Google Meet. Okay, so these technology vendors, okay, have from a communications perspective, from a productivity suite perspective, they've embedded, equity into their digital platforms to allow, again, pan disability individuals. So we deliver, like, our business model is super simple. Like we have an academy. It's an educational forum, and it's completely complementary to people with disabilities across the globe, right? And we level people with disabilities, any disability, up into the level into the Salesforce ecosystem by leveraging platforms that are already digitally equitable, right? So we're using digital equity to deliver a platform for workforce development that is also digitally equitable, right? Like, so there's nothing difficult. And then, so again, that all, there's nothing fundamentally different from any other educational forum that's out there. Absolutely nothing, except for before we launch anything, like, we actually have this lens of like, okay, can people who are blind, low vision, can people who are deaf, can people, like, we fundamentally, like, we ask those questions because we want our services to serve this unemployment epidemic community, right? Like, so there's nothing, like, there's no secret sauce. It's just being intentional. That's all we did, was we were intentional with this so we could serve this amazing, what I call the greatest untapped human potential on the planet. Right. So, but there's no secret sauce to anything that we're doing. It's just being intentional about it. And then, so that's our academy. And then that literally, like, that feeds our apprenticeship model, that feeds our employment model out there. And that's where, again, going back to your first question, our biggest challenge and as an obstacles is not and that's what the world needs to know, right? Is like, okay, so with digital equity, you as an organization are able to tap into this greatest untapped human potential on the planet. Like, you as an organization, like, the reasonable accommodations, oh, by the way, you have them in your workplace. Like, this is the great divide that we have. It's awareness, it's education. It's not like, oh, someday there's going to be a technology. No, Salesforce is that technology. Google Meets is that platform. Zoom is that platform. Like, we're not missing digital, and there are a lot more platforms that need to, like, be intentional about digital equity. But for what we do and how we're approaching the epidemic, it's all in place.
Yeah, it seems as though intentionality is the through line in what you've shared, and that intentionality is really considerate towards the vast amount of human resources amongst people with disabilities. So Sarah, on program expansion, I'm curious, how does Salesforce approach building workforce programs for the broader tech ecosystem?
Yeah, so like I said, we've been around for 4 years, so it's been a ramp up, and it's all been quite experimental, right? It wasn't as though this program already existed and we just stepped into it. We were sort of building it from the ground up at a time when people were awfully focused on a broader global crisis that was happening with the pandemic and everything. So I think the way that we have expanded so far has been in 2 different ways. One is in our partnership with Mike and the Blind Institute of Technology. Basically, I mean, I say to Mike, you're the expert on this program, you're the expert on teaching people who are assistive technology users how to become certified Salesforce administrators, developers, and getting them jobs. What can we do to help? Right. So because of my background in the nonprofit world, I know very personally what it's like to have helpers come in and tell you what to do. And so that is not that's not my jam. That's not what I wanted to do here. I wanted to come to them and say, you know what you're doing, tell us how to help. So we've done a lot of that, sort of helping to scale the program in a lot of different ways, just kind of greasing the wheels and giving them more resources. And then the other way is to reach out to the broader community and in other disability serving organizations and do something kind of similar. What would you need to be able to provide this type of a training or to get folks closer to an opportunity like this in the Salesforce ecosystem? So that's from the workforce development angle and how we think about our partnerships with other training organizations. And then, of course, there is the side of the house that has to look at product accessibility and digital accessibility. And that, again, like I said earlier, does not fall under the Office of Accessibility, but we work strongly in partnership with our product accessibility and inclusive design team, which does work and focus on product itself, making sure that products are accessible. And when they're not, this is another way that our partnership with Mike pays off. We have a really direct line when something is not working correctly for an assistive technology user. We get to hear about it right away. And I would say probably the first 2 years of our partnership, I was just telling Mike and everyone at BIT over and over again, please don't flatter us. Don't tell me everything's perfect and great. I want to hear about the things that aren't working so that we can raise the attention and awareness to those areas and get them fixed and better and do whatever we can to push that forward, because it doesn't do us any good to pretend like things are better than they are. And, you know, what I love so much about our philosophy in the Office of Accessibility is none of us think we're done. None of us want to hear that we're done. This is all a better, never finished direction that we're heading. And so we're all really open to hearing and talking about the ways that we can improve things.
Yeah, you bring up an excellent point about challenges. And I'm curious, Mike, regarding the early challenges for BIT, as you were scaling your organization, what were some of the initial kind of hurdles you encountered, you faced, particularly in helping companies view hiring people with disabilities as a strategic advantage rather than a compliance measure?
Well, the amount of challenges and they're ever persisting challenges. It's having a partner, a true partner. And what's so unique about this journey is, so my background was all corporate and it was all mostly tech, right? Now it was very much from a user experience perspective, right? 'Cause I've been blind, visually impaired my whole life. But I left to start a nonprofit to address this unemployment epidemic. So a lot of the challenges were, I don't speak nonprofit. Now, finding out that those, you know, what I thought were disadvantages, they actually were advantages, because when I was able to go to, you know, Salesforce and other entities that we have relationships with, being able to speak their language is really a delineator. So there are a lot of organizations that are out there in the workforce development ecosystem, and it's almost like their fundamental philosophy is to have, you know, corporations bend towards the nonprofit vernacular and terminology and all that. And quite honestly, like we BIT, we speak corporate, we speak Fortune 100, right? Like that's our language that we've helped overcome what I thought were you know, obstacles. But it's our obstacles, like, again, they're easy to identify, and it's yet there's this, like, we're trying to change, you know, like people's, like in some cultures, right? And you got to think United States and companies, they're cultural melting pots, right? And there are some cultures on the planet, right? And this isn't like, you know, pointing out like that's bad. This is just what it is. Some cultures on the planet, they look at disability in a shameful way, right? There are some cultures where, like, if you're blind, and this is like, these aren't third world countries, like if you're blind, like you don't have resources in, you know, in those countries to even support people who are blind. Like you have to learn how to use your cane literally on YouTube, right? So there are so many kind of cultural things that we need to address as well. And so that's, you know, this is the long game, right? This is not a sprint. This is just kind of an ultra marathon kind of, you know, we're chipping away at so many of these components. And to me, how you do that is through success. To me, success will begot success. So we continue to show, like I said, we have our delivery team is we're delivering projects to global NGOs. Okay. And our projects, our project team is killing it for these, like 100% of our clients keep coming back to us because of the value that we're offering. Right. So to me, like having this kind of program where we can share this to the world that, there are professionals with disabilities in the Salesforce ecosystem that are killing it. Right. So this is how we continue to, overcome those challenges, because the challenges are so numerous, but it all comes down to, again, some sort of stigma, perception, cultural belief. Like we have to be able to, we just have to stay true to our mission, which is providing professionals with disabilities employment opportunities, and then celebrate those successes. And we as a nonprofit, we have to do a better job at all of that. However, it's this kind of programming, getting the word out there, bringing awareness and education. Like it's not a lack of talent. It's not and yes, Salesforce is not, they're not the perfect digitally equitable environment. We know that, but they're the perfect partner because they're willing to hear when there's blockers. Okay. So it's the difference between saying Salesforce has arrived. Nope. But from an intentionality perspective, they're there. And that's getting more organizations to realize you do this, because when an organization truly brings the inclusion lens to the people with disabilities community to retain and recruit talent, to recruit and retain talent, we know the statistics are out there, 28% higher revenue. Okay, 2 times higher net operating income. The statistics are there for businesses to truly embrace this, but the information hasn't reached that tipping point yet.
Thank you for sharing that. The whole concept of success leading to success, it's a contagion, right? It's in a good way. It's this kind of effect that it has where people start to see the true value proposition of people with disabilities.
Right.
In discussing success, I have questions for each of you. Sarah, for companies to invest in workforce development programs, they need to see measurable impact. Right, in kind of referring back to what Mike was saying moments ago. How does Salesforce evaluate the success of its workforce development initiatives? Could you share some key metrics or perhaps success stories that emphasize, highlight, underscore the value of such programs?
Yeah, there's so many directions to go with that question. I'm gonna try and keep myself funneled into one direction. But here's what I was going to say is we know that the ROI is there. We know that in a number of different ways. Workforce development initiatives for companies like ours are an integral part of our success. Salesforce will not be a huge successful enterprise company if there aren't people out there who want to be Salesforce administrators, right? If the companies can't hire the talent that they need to successfully implement their Salesforce instance. Now, that said, there's a million Salesforce admins out there. There's a million consulting companies. You could get anyone in the world to do your Salesforce implementation for you. Why should you hire from BIT? Why should you make a concerted effort to bring people with disabilities into that type of role? And the answer is because you are getting more for your money. You're getting more for your money when you're hiring someone who is not only a Salesforce administrator, but an assistive technology expert, someone who also has a mind to think about inclusion, accessibility, and how to set things up in a way where you're not cutting off half of the talent pipeline from yourself because you've set it up in an inaccessible way, right? So if you hire folks who are thinking that way from the get-go, you're getting a whole design that's built around inclusion. You're opening up the possibilities of your own success. And I'm talking now about our customers and partners, right? That they are better situated for success when they're bringing more people with disabilities into their hiring pool, and with a ripple effect, right? So they're setting up their system for future success, for being able to hire more people with disabilities. They're also bringing that value add into their company to have a person who can help them identify when something is not accessible or inclusive. Do you want your customers to only be people who don't have disabilities? Do you want customers who are assistive technology users to feel excited about using your product or using your coming to your company? I can't imagine a business that would say, no, thanks, we don't need those millions of people to be interested or able to engage with us. Just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, that's profound. And I appreciate the use of ripple effect in kind of unpacking or really kind of illustrating the point of what Mike is addressing, and that the success of recruiting people with disabilities or even deferring to consumers that are people with disabilities, everyone's the opportunity, right? Everyone's the opportunity. So Mike, for organizations that partner with BIT, what business advantages have they experienced by investing in workforce development for people with disabilities?
So the Accenture has a disability equality index that's out there. It comes out every single year. And the business case is it's so amazingly solid. So again, the ROI, as Sarah indicated, like this is proven. This isn't like, okay, well, we kind of think. No, Accenture has their name on it. Like this is legitimate data that's out there. And so bigger picture. So the European Accessibility Act of 2025 is about to be enacted, obviously in Europe, obviously in 2025. And now all of the EU is going to adopt this in June of 2025. More progressive countries like Germany are adopting this January 1 of 2025. Okay, so in literally there are punitive, right, repercussions to organizations that are not serving from a municipality and a private industry perspective, people with disabilities. And it goes so far as the employment of people with disabilities, right? Here in the United States, the Department of Justice in April of this year, it strengthened the Americans with Disabilities Act to include punitive repercussions, and so all 50 states now by 2026 and 2027 must be digitally equitable, right? So the business case around digital equity, there's the stick part of it, okay, but the benefit side of this, right, the carrot is like literally there are trillions of dollars, right? When you start thinking that people with disabilities are 1 in 6. Okay, the disposable income for this community is trillions of dollars globally. So this is not a kind of like, oh, well, we need to no, this is for businesses who are, I don't know, focused on bottom line. This is a no-brainer. This is absolutely a no-brainer.
Well said, well said. On collaboration across sectors, and this is a question for both you, Sarah, and Mike, how important is cross-sector collaboration in furthering and advancing employment opportunities for people with disabilities? What role does tech, or do tech companies, governments, advocacy organizations play? Why don't we start with you, Mike?
So cross collaboration amongst sectors, and so tech. So when you think of tech, it's not just the SaaS company, software as a service, right? It's not just Microsoft and Google and AWS and Intuit and Salesforce and SAP. It's way more than those brands, right? So tech is in all industries now, right? Whether it's healthcare, whether it's entertainment, oil and gas, right? Energy sector, so tech is everywhere, right? And you start talking about the conversation around AI. What sector is AI not talking about, not influencing at this point in time? So that's why, so to me, the cross sector kind of how does this all come together? The nexus of all of this. Well, because tech is everywhere, AI is, everybody's talking about AI and all of this is coming together. And then you start throwing in there's an actual talent tech shortage globally, right? So to me, the kind of the centerpiece of this Venn diagram is all about well, again, you have more than 1 billion people on the planet with disabilities who are largely, and I mean largely, like here in the United States, we're more than 2 times more likely to be unemployed if you have a disability. Okay, and we're the best in the world, so it only gets worse globally. So if there's more than 1 billion of us on the planet, there's a tech talent shortage. So to me, like this cross sector of all these things happen is just, it literally is like the no-brainer of this is like, you know, again, professionals with disabilities, greatest untapped human potential on the planet, attempting to serve, right, this global talent shortage that is not almost here, it's here. But yet, so even with all of that, we still there's got to be this like aha tipping moment where, again, like how do you engage this people with disabilities community? There's so much stigma, there's so much perception. And I'm sorry, I'm going to go on a tangent here. And I believe that disability is nothing more than part of the human condition, right? If we're so lucky, all of us, to live into our 90s or our centenarian ages, Father Time is undefeated here, right? So we know that our motor skills are going to be impaired, our cognitive is going to be impaired, our hearing will diminish, our eyesight will diminish. Like that's part of the human condition. So, but we're terrified to talk about disability is from an employment perspective, right? That's, to me, that, so getting all of this right together, like that's how that's how kind of connecting all the dots happens.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. I am going to frame this a little differently, Sarah, for you. Same question, but just on the advice front. What sort of advice would you give to organizations seeking to partner with advocacy groups to build more effective workforce development programs?
I guess the first piece of advice is to listen to people with disabilities, right? So if you don't have people with disabilities already employed in your organization, something is wrong. If you do, you should be listening to them. And you know, actually what I'll say is, if you think you don't have any people with disabilities hired already in your organization, what you have is people hiding their disabilities, which means that you are not creating a psychologically safe environment for people to come forward, and that you have people holding back when you could have people leading the charge. So really, I guess just to start in the complete at the ground level, you have to build a psychologically safe environment for people to talk about disabilities in order to break down some of those stigmas that we started talking about at the beginning of this conversation, in order to improve and increase education across the company. And this really builds a sense of pride across the organization, right? When you know you work at a company that values people with disabilities, that values an inclusive workplace, that values an inclusive customer base, that you know, everyone at your company knows somebody with a disability, I'll tell you that much. So there's really no getting around it. So embracing it, moving forward, leaning in, and not being scared to make mistakes, because that's how we learn.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on this. I have one final question before closing remarks, and this has to do with AI, Mike. You know, thank you so much for the segue. But how do you see the role of AI evolving in accessibility? And what promising developments, what sort of exciting new innovations do you think are creating more employment opportunities for people with disabilities?
Sure. So first of all, AI has been around for a hot minute. You know, what we're talking about now is like generative AI, right? You know, large learning models, small learning models. Like it's just so it's a nuance, but it's an important distinguishing factor. So tech as a whole, right? So kind of this Wayback Machine. Because first of all, I like to think like, okay, so how does, you know, technology as a whole help not only people with disabilities, society as a whole, right? And this is kind of the intersection of it all with this doctor and the understanding that, okay, so we all enjoy, right, the automatic opening doors in airports and malls, that sort of thing. that technology, okay, started because of the wheelchair community back in the 70s. Okay. Who doesn't enjoy that, right? So fast forward to email. Email started because of the deaf community. Okay. Who does not, take advantage of email? Hey Siri, hey Google, hey Alexa, all technologies that were started by the blind community. And yet we all enjoy these technologies, right? So technology innovation comes from, right? Like knowing that there's a problem to be solved out there. So good technology, though, is that technology that serves humanity, right? Levels up humanity overcoming obstacles in general. Again, Steve Jobs, every pioneer, savant, so many things he gets credit for, but he made sure that the very first iDevice was inclusive to not just the blind low vision community, but the pan disability. Accessibility is one of their 4 values that they have posted out there. They've been an innovator of accessibility from the get-go, from the very first iDevices, right? And yet, again, Apple's done pretty well from a business perspective. And if you go to a disability-oriented conference, I promise you, even though there's a huge unemployment rate, like it looks like an Apple conference. So AI in today's like generative AI, products like, and how do these products, so like Microsoft's Copilot, right? You can actually have Microsoft's Copilot take a PowerPoint presentation, right? Call it a 30-page deck, 40-page deck, and it's got graphs and charts and all this information. You can put that through a Microsoft's Copilot and have it actually give a summary. So these pictures and these graphs and everything else that's out there, I can now get an auditory, text to auditory summary of that 30-page deck. Although, is that just for somebody who's blind? How many other individuals would love a summation of a 30-page deck, right? With all those facts and figures and everything else that are in these decks, right? So much information. So technology, like good technology, when it's there to serve humanity, like it serves humanity. And AI is absolutely just a vehicle in that chain of events.
Yeah, you addressing universality is an excellent way to end this discussion. Because clearly what's good for people with disabilities seems to be good for everyone. Once again, thank you to SiteTech Global for bringing us together today, and a very heartfelt thank you to Sarah and Mike for sharing your inspiring work and insights on creating more inclusive opportunities in the workplace. Your efforts not only open new doors for individuals with disabilities, but also remind us of the transformative power of technology in business. Thank you all for joining us, and we look forward to seeing how these innovative conversations continue to evolve and make an impact.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow, I really love this panel. I love how Sarah brought up the hub and spoke model, because accessibility inclusion doesn't stop when making a product or website accessible. It's about instilling a culture of accessibility at the company. Every aspect of a company needs to be accessible, or else how is a blind person going to get to the point where they're finally able to perform the job that they were hired to do? For the Blind Institute of Technology, I learned about them a couple years ago, and I know a couple people who have gone through their program, and I really do feel that they're the real deal and do a great job at providing people the training for jobs afterward.
Yeah, I love the work that they do. And in fact, we have employed blind assistive technology instructors at Vista Center for years. And having their voice active in our culture and our work processes is simply wonderful. Our staff are a diverse group of dedicated people who are inclusive in so many ways. So yay for workforce development. And we're in for a big treat. Ross, our next session is a short video journaling a Waymo ride with 2 of our blind Vista staff members. This will be hopefully informative and fun.
I can't tell you how excited I am for this. I've always wanted to try a Waymo, especially since I live in Los Angeles, but let's check it out.
SiteTech Global presents Taking Waymo Rides. 2 blind riders, 0 human drivers. 2 friends sit next to each other at a cafe table wearing 49ers jerseys.
Our game's about to start. My friend can't pick us up, though. How are we going to get there?
I got a wave. They can't come for us. It's got an app called Waymo.
What's Waymo?
It's a robot, you know. It kind of picks you up, takes you. Yeah, it's a car.
It's a car. We're saying it's a self-driving car.
Yeah, for real. Like,
okay.
It's pretty easy to use. You want to try?
I set it up.
I hope you don't mind a robot driving you around. So let's see.
about that.
Roberto uses his phone to book a Waymo.
Why? Ashley's Cafe, 4454 California Street. Your trip, heading.
Okay.
Your ride is booked. See you soon. See you in 8 minutes. Heading.
Roberto and Chris wait on a street corner for the car to arrive. A Waymo car turns around the corner.
The car is arriving. Find my clock. Button. Honk horn. Button.
That's me honking it.
That's you honking it?
Yeah.
Roberto and Chris are walking on a street. Roberto and Chris cross the street to where the Waymo car is.
Oh, damn. Oh, okay, it's this one.
The top of a Waymo car has a big spinning LiDAR sensor. Roberto and Chris get on the Waymo car.
Start ride. Slide to start driving. Headed to 630 20th Ave.
All right, here we go.
Hey.
You ready to experience this?
Hey, let's do it.
The Waymo car drives away. Roberto adjusts his seatbelt.
We care about your safety, so rider support may call the car.
Is that you? Let's see. Come on, Roberto. Come on.
I thought I clipped it on, but I guess I didn't. All right, so I'm going to use my Google Assistant right now to play some music on Spotify.
Okay.
So yeah, you can connect it like this. Here we go. Play Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way on Waymo. Let's see if it works.
Sure. I Want It That Way from Spotify. Playing on Waymo.
Yeah, you're down for
ready?
this?
You ready for the karaoke?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see if it works. You know what surprises me is that the Google Assistant knows we're in the car.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I didn't even have to tell it.
Yeah. I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. By the way, what's the ETA?
The ETA, let me check. Let's see. I can check on the app. So our ETA, 7 minutes.
All right, sounds good.
Now this car, it's gonna be telling us where we're going. There's audio
cues?
cues. Yeah.
This ride is way more fun, dude.
Yeah, it is. Huh? I don't know what that was.
On 7th Avenue.
Oh, there's the
Yeah,
audio
yeah,
cue. Okay.
It for real feels like someone's driving us, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, there ain't no one driving us.
The video shows an empty driver's seat.
Would you take this again?
Definitely gonna take this way more often.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna bring my guide dog next time.
All right, we're about to get to this party. You ready?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
You ready for the game?
Yeah, I'm ready. 49ers, here we go.
Bang bang Niner gang. Let's get it.
All right, that's a noise to get off.
Please make sure it's clear before exiting and don't forget any items in the
All right.
trunk.
Okay.
Roberto and
Here we
Chris
go.
get off the Waymo car.
You know what's cool is that the car parked just far enough from the other car so you can open the door safely.
They are navigating the streets using
You know
the
what I like
wayfinding
about it?
feature.
It's telling us how many feet ahead it is.
So it's telling you when you're getting closer or farther, right?
Yeah, it's going down.
210 feet to your left. 210 feet ahead.
Roberto and Chris are back sitting at a cafe table.
That was a good time. I just liked how you can bring a guide dog in there, play your own music, playing music in the car, audio too, everything.
Yeah, me too. You know, finding our way here was pretty easy after getting off the car.
What a game, what a ride. Got to do this way more often. I want it that way.
I know I'm speaking for most blind people when I say that was amazing.
Yeah, and I attended the recording of the Waymo ride, and it was amazing to see a car with no driver. It took me a minute to kind of get my brain wrapped around this new technology, but I really love it. And I'm optimistic about the opportunities this will afford the blind and low vision community.
Yeah, and now you know how it feels to be a blind passenger. Waymo has designed their services for accessibility and offers a suite of accessibility features to ensure that all riders have a safe, accessible, and pleasant Waymo experience. These features include a screen reader accessible app, audio cues, that play whenever you're in the car that describe everything around you and where to find the buttons in the car. Adaptive app navigation that gives you turn-by-turn navigation when you're trying to locate the car or even after your ride. And finally, it even has wheelchair accessible rides for wheelchair users where you can receive a wheelchair accessible vehicle with a driver in it. And finally, something I really love is that you can just honk that horn.
You know, our next discussion is a new topic for SiteTech Global this year. I'm hoping that hearing the corporate perspective will be interesting for our audience. Ipsos and CurbCut have a new partnership with significant promise.
I'm looking forward to hearing more about this. I'd like to introduce Jeremy Grandstaff from CurbCut, who brings the perspective of a blind professional to this strategic discussion. Here's Jeremy.
Well, first of all, I am so excited, like all the other panelists today, to be teaming up with Corey and Ross and SiteTech Global and even the Vista Center. And we just really appreciate the leadership that you guys, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We just really appreciate the leadership that your organization and this conference is bringing. And so we're very excited to be able to talk to you today about digital accessibility. Now, let's take a step back. Did you know that there are over 1 billion people in the world who have a disability? And when we really take a step back and we start thinking about the amount of money that people with disabilities leave in a shopping cart because they cannot complete a buying process as a customer, is way above 10 billion or 10 trillion a year. Now, that's an astronomical number. So before I introduce our panelists, I want to make that real for each of our listeners. And I want to tell you that over my lifetime, as a blind person who's been buying things for 30 years, I estimate that I have abandoned $256,000 over my lifetime in shopping carts. And there are some of you that you're running charities, nonprofits, and might think to yourself, well, that's about corporate, right? But let me make this real for you. Over the past 6 years, I've also left $5,000 in donations that I was trying to make to a nonprofit in a shopping cart and went and gave my money to someone else. Why? Because I couldn't complete that process. Now, this particular panel is really trying to figure out how do we accelerate that accessibility and the care for accessibility. If you think about this, it's how do we take people from, yeah, we should probably do something more about that, to, yes, let's prioritize this and let's make that something that we want to be focusing on, digital accessibility, including people with disabilities, but more so also making sure that we're not leaving money on the table and that people, when they come to buy from our corporation or our organization, that they can do that. Now, our panelists today, I like to think about them as the champions of digital equity. And really what we're talking about is a process that you have to become that internal advocate. We're going to teach you how to do that. Really, it's about making sure that you've got a collective effort and leading that group influence to get there. It demands a team-driven equity approach in how you're looking at accessibility, but also leveraging your external networks and community advocates that can really help take your digital accessibility game to the next level. And so we're going to go through some questions with our panelists today, but before we dive into those questions, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to tell us first, in 30 to 45 seconds or less, who are you, what do you do, and why do you care about and prioritize digital accessibility in your world? So, Mark, why don't you kick us off?
Hi, everybody. Mark Pound. I'm CEO of CurbCut OS. To answer Jeremy's question, is my passion behind this. I live with invisible disabilities. I'll tell this very short story version. of after several traumatic accidents in my life, I have multiple spine damage and I have multiple nerve damage throughout my body. It's something that I've lived with for over 15, close to 20 years of my life. I never realized the struggle involved until I started living it. And that's where my passion comes from, because we all deserve to be able to enjoy life equally. And that's what everybody wants. And I'll leave you with this, Curb Cut OS, the name itself implies what we're setting out to achieve, just like the curb cut phenomenon, where today, many people without disabilities use those curb cuts as people with disabilities. We want to be able to achieve the same thing in the digital world.
Awesome, Mark, and we're so glad to have you here. I'm going to bounce over to you next, Jonathan, and then we'll go to Jacqueline to introduce yourselves as well. So, Jonathan?
Sounds good. Thanks, Jeremy. Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan. I have ADHD. I'm the CEO of a new company called Infinite Access, where we're transforming communication to make it fully customizable and personalizable for every different user, to centralize different experiences for everyone. One thing I know is that accessibility is in large part about opportunity. There's massive opportunity here, and that makes it a very, very exciting space, and I'm looking forward to digging into this further. Formerly, I was head of accessibility at Pearson, also at Atlassian, and ran digital accessibility at Walmart. So I have a lot of different sort of perspective on how to be successful with these programs.
And Jacqueline, take a moment to introduce yourself to everybody and help us understand why digital accessibility is important to you.
Sure. Thanks, Jeremy. Very excited to be here. I'm Jacqueline Hall. I'm a Senior Vice President at Ipsos. I lead a team of researchers and designers who address various needs across tech, financial services, and government. And I also oversee most of our accessibility work across all of the verticals at our team, on the user experience team at Ipsos. And why do I think it's important? I think maybe by nature of what I spend most of my time thinking about, financial services and government services, it feels like digital accessibility is just crucial because it ensures equal access for everyone to products and services essential to modern human life. Like, just to live life, you have to be able to access so many things digitally. And that's kind of my swim lane these days at Ipsos. So excited to be having this conversation.
Well, as VP in business development and partnerships for Curb Cut OS, I'm excited to be facilitating and talking with each of you and really helping you bring your wisdom that each of you bring to this conversation in a variety of ways. So let's go ahead and dive right in. Mark, I want to start with you. What are the biggest challenges that you feel companies are facing right now when it comes to prioritizing digital accessibility? And how can what advice do you have for them as they're looking to turn those opportunities? I'm sorry, let me try that. 3, 2, 1. Mark, I want to start with you. And let's kick off the questions with better understanding what are the biggest challenges that companies are facing when it comes to prioritizing digital accessibility, and how can they take those challenges and turn them into opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very loaded question or a very loaded response, but I'll try to keep it concise. I think the challenges are, for most part, confusion. I have no idea what to do, where to go, and how to get things done. And I'm set up to fail in many cases because of that. And I think the other part too is change is scary, but it doesn't have to be. This doesn't have to be overwhelming. And enable to turn those obstacles into opportunities. Yeah, absolutely. This is a compliance element. However, why not achieve and capture the opportunity, which is what you said earlier, Jeremy, is there are almost 2 billion people in this world, and it's not going to go anywhere but up. that has some form of disability. And they've all indicated, it's like, look, let's be able to enjoy. We want to participate. We want to do everything we can too. Don't put us or don't disadvantage us, right? So being able to overcome this obstacle, checking the compliance box, for lack of a better phrase, but then also looking at this from a user experience and being able to then deliver an optimized user experience and being able to deliver and capture that opportunity with the market and grow your company at the same time.
I want to go over to Jacqueline first, then to Jonathan. Anything to add in this particular question before we move on to our next one? Jacqueline, it's okay for you to pass, but I'll check in with you first, and then we'll go to Jonathan.
I'm inclined to pass. I just want to be like +1 to all of these things because I'll speak to it a bit more in a later question. But it's so true that like there is a great amount of confusion that causes paralysis of choice and decision making, and so much of it is just clarifying what it is that you don't know. So I think Mark put it well.
And Jonathan, I'm sure you've seen that in your work as well. Give us a little bit more insight from you, and then we'll move to our next question.
So it's a great point about the sort of fear factor. A lot of folks, when they're learning about accessibility and inclusion, it's a lot of information to digest and take in. There's really dense, complex sort of standards called WCAG that you have to interpret and understand and learn, and it can be very overwhelming. I would say the best way to get involved with accessibility is to start. It's part of everyone's role in a different way. And the best way to get involved in the community and in this sort of space is to start to. And the best way to start is to engage with other folks in the disability community. The heart and soul of any good accessibility program is partnership. And that specifically means not only partnering with the community, but everyone else as well. And one point I wanted to make about sort of numbers of disability, the population globally. Well, the reality is if you don't have a disability now, you will at some point because we're all getting older every day. So if you don't have one now, you will. So we're all in this together, right? And it's really important for entities and companies to start to understand this. It's a quality metric that should be measured equally with things like security, privacy, and performance. And we can definitely dig into that more as well. But again, the heart and soul of accessibility is in fact partnership. You can't do it alone.
And Jonathan, we're definitely going to dive into the partnering piece in just a little bit. But before I do, I want to ask a little bit of a leading question, but I'm hoping that you'll take it to the next level for me, which is, you know, we talk about WCAG or WCAG compliance, right? Like that's a big thing. Am I compliant? We're seeing this in the EU passage of the European Accessibility Act, where it's all about, are you compliant? It's driving these questions of, oh my gosh, what do I have to do to be compliant? Is WCAG compliance enough, or what should companies be aiming for instead?
That is a really brilliant question. And it's something that all of us talk about all the time, right? You can be WCAG aligned and not accessible. That said, WCAG standards are very helpful for us. They allow us to start to measure and set baselines around our performance and our growth around accessibility. But again, you can be 100% WCAG AA compliant and not be accessible as well. This is why it's paramount that beyond just aligning with the standards, you work with folks with disabilities to do user testing on the actual sort of user paths through your experience. Because without that, you can only catch the sort of bugs and the sort of tagging and structure, right? But you don't capture the experience of folks with disabilities. So WCAG is super important because it gives us a standard to measure against, but it's not the end all be all by any means.
Now, one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm coming to you next, Jacqueline, especially to dig into some of that user experience and partnership pieces. Before I do, though, Mark, I want to ask, is there anything you wanted to add on this particular question before I go into the question on partnering?
I think Jonathan covered it well. I think the other part to this, though, is, you know, not just WCAG compliance, but let's look at that from a holistic standpoint. You know, you can run an automated scan, but that's not going to do it. Those run page by page. And like Jonathan mentioned, that is not focused on user experience. You can check that box. However, you're still going to be ended up with no user experience and no engagement. So really, what's the point, right? In addition to that, you should address it from a manual standpoint where experts are involved, and then also user flow testing. And really that holistic approach from your audit sets the proper tone. Having that proper tone where you capture in excess of over 90% of issues, then your remediation is set right. Then you can address WCAG compliance, but you're also addressing user experience now at the same time, which then opens up that market opportunity.
Jacqueline, I'm coming to you next. And as I start down this path for my next question, I'm actually reminded of sitting in a room probably 8-9 years ago as a consultant, and someone coming up to me and saying, well, you're a blind person. Tell us how to get blind people here. And it was different for me, right? To be like, all of a sudden I'm the guy who's going to speak for all blind people and how we're going to get them to this strategic planning event, right? But it really got me thinking as I'm reflecting on this. Jacqueline, why is collaboration across industries, like, why is that critical or crucial for advancing digital accessibility objectives? And what role does that broader network of people that you can tap into play for the work that, you know, Ipsos and CurbCut have teamed up to do in these spaces?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, Jeremy, in the example that you gave, it's evident that, you know, we think we can talk to a few people and get some insights and go fix the things we heard. But then as you continue to have these conversations, every interview I have is different. Every disability shows up differently. Every person's lived experience is different. I mean, like, the overlap of our lives and our life experiences and our upbringing and our access to education and our place in the world impacts how people with disabilities actually live with those disabilities. So there isn't a one size fits all. And that's why collaboration is so key, because no one has this quite perfectly figured out. I would say collaboration across industries and companies is so critical because this is a shared challenge. And I think that's what you've heard in this entire conversation. No one has truly figured this out. This is newer territory, even for more sophisticated or technologically advanced companies. There are few standards. Yes, there's WCAG, but as we just acknowledged, that doesn't even take care of everything. That doesn't mean that you're actually accessible. So there's no right way of doing something. No one is doing it to the gold standard. Like, what is the gold standard, right? For everyone to be able to access an experience or a product, for sure. But we haven't really figured that out. And so I think because of this, to answer your question, Jeremy, we have to pool our resources and we have to come together to knowledge share. I think, simply put, it takes a village. As Jonathan said at the beginning, at the sort of heart and soul of accessibility is partnership, it's collaboration. Often when we say this, we're actually talking about involving the disability community in the research. But this also means talking to your competitor, talking to other agencies and other brands and nonprofits and experts in the field, and resource gathering and information gathering to figure out how we can make industry-wide and scalable change. And the last thing I'll shout is that I've actually seen this in practice, and it's been really cool. So last year I came across this group called the Accessible Insights Consortium. Now it's sort of led or overseen by the Insights Association, but it started with a few researchers at a telecom company, UX researchers, whose the job was to make the product better for the user, right? And they were like, wait, accessibility is not a nice to have, it is a need to have. But where do we start? How do we get buy-in? What resources are out there? And then they were like, there have to be other people asking this question in the research industry. And so that was the dawn of this consortium. And they were basically just having conversations with different people at different places and saying, do you want to join this group? We basically just get together and try to problem solve. And a bunch of us don't know the answers, but at least collectively we're trying to figure it out. And so we have people working on platforms. We have people who conduct interviews for a living. We have people who are just like quant nerds in data analysis and visualization, all discussing how do we make research more accessible. And there are other agencies, right? Like I'm Ipsos agency side. There are other agencies in this conversation. And it's honestly been one of the better examples of this corporate collaboration that we're talking about that I've seen. And I think it was Jonathan who said, like, we're all in it together. But that's it's really true. It's the only way you get anything done, because to your point, Jeremy, every person's lived experience is so different. So you never know all that you think you could or would.
Mark, I'm going to come to you, and then Jonathan next to round out this this particular area of our conversation. Mark, additional thoughts that you're, excuse me, having around, partnering with and collaborating with other organizations in order to go into this, and then Jonathan will come to you for the final word.
Yeah, I was going to say, between what Jacqueline just said and Jonathan has stated, this is where I can't add anything to that, because it is a collaboration on the company's side. And, we also look at this kind of a dual path, okay? But it all stems on collaboration. And that path is, we recognize the end user market, but what we also recognize are companies and the stakeholders in companies and how they're set up in a manner to where they can achieve something and get progress going. So we want to get them engaged in a fashion to where this isn't fearful. This isn't something that's overwhelming. This is, hey, let's just start one step at a time, because we get you to start working on solutions that actually optimize that user experience. And who ends up benefiting from that? The end users do. And all of us really do, because there's so much crossover appeal, because this isn't just something special. This is something that actually benefits everybody. And I hate to say it, but I got to reference curb cuts, or closed captioning. Or when you go to your mobile screen and you enlarge the screen for someone who has low vision or vision issues. All those are technologies that were created for people with disabilities initially, but they benefit everyone. So I think that's the heart of the collaboration.
Jonathan, final thoughts on partnering, collaboration, how to make this holistic.
What we're talking about here is inclusive design. Inclusive design involves people with disabilities when you're developing an idea. So it's involving people with disabilities at the very beginning of the process, not after you're done, at the very beginning. And this is very closely related to design thinking, which is all about listening and observing before you go out and do a bunch of stuff, right? So it's really important to have folks with disabilities involved with the whole product creation lifecycle. Without this, it's not a healthy development process. You're missing a large segment of your user base without involving them in this development process. So inclusive design, design thinking are essential to practice inclusion.
Just a couple things as I'm listening to the three of you really talk about this, and then we're going to go to each of you for your final thoughts. But some things that stick out to me, asking the question. Right? If we're talking about how to partner with people, ask them, how can we partner with you to make this better? Go into it with an intentionality that It's not just about you, it's about building a more collaborative relationship with someone that's going to bring you that design thinking, to Jonathan's point, to Jacqueline and Mark's point. We used to call them, back in my consulting days, design teams, right? If I'm going to do design an event, the best way for me to get the people that I want to that event is to put a design team together that represents that whole, and to ask them the question, right? What can we do to make this engaging for you?
Jeremy, can I add another point as well? It's important to remember you're not in this alone. And there's great other organizations that are looking for you to partner with them to help move the needle around accessibility and inclusion. Example, the IAAP, the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. They will offer you training and certification around accessibility. You can partner with them to run maturity models to sort of ascertain where is your organization as far as accessibility and what can they do to improve their experiences. Disability In is another great organization. They run different initiatives, like one that I'm involved with is called Procure Access. And this is really important because it sets up a protocol for companies to not be buying things that are inaccessible. So you embed accessibility into your procurement process, so everything that company buys would be, quote, accessible, right? Let's have a plan to become accessible. These are sort of different facets. Accessibility is part of everyone's job. And we really need to look at it holistically. It's not just fixing a mountain of bugs, that's part of it. You got to fix your bugs, but you need to be proactive and get in front of it. Unless you update your product creation lifecycle to consider accessibility with inclusive design throughout the whole process, you're just going to keep feeding that mountain. It'll get taller than Everest. So you need to be proactive, but also remediate and fix the past.
And we're going to move into our last question. I cannot believe that this time has went so fast with all of you. But again, I'm just so honored to be on stage with you and to be having this conversation. As we check out of today's conversation, the question that I'm going to ask each of you is, what would you like to reinforce or leave participants who have come and spent time with us today? What would you like to leave them with? And we'll start with you, Jonathan, and we'll go to Jacqueline and Mark. So Jonathan?
All right, so I'm going to leave us with 2 points.
Okay.
One is that I encourage everyone with a disability to self-disclose whenever possible. This is something that I've been doing, and it's powerful. It's powerful to self-disclose, like I have ADHD at work, and talking with different people in the community as well. We want to remove stigma around disability, and this is a great proactive way to start to do this. As I've started to embrace self-ID more and more, what I've discovered is more people come to me. More people want to talk about it. More people want to have open discussions about it. This is what we need to do to remove the stigma. Okay. And then the final thought is, we're all in this together. And accessibility is part of everyone's job, no matter where you are. It's on all of us to help move the needle around accessibility and inclusion. So I encourage everyone to help out in this space and do what you can. Be yourself, be authentic, and let's work together to move that needle.
Awesome. Jacqueline, your final thoughts. What do you want to leave panelists with? What are you hoping they take out of this dialogue?
Yeah, I love, both of Jonathan's points, but specifically the second one, because it stole some of my thoughts, but I'll come up with new ones. No, I think what I would love to have people chewing on as they leave is, what's one thing that you could do differently or think about differently or have a conversation about? What is this tiny little, where's the friction, and what's one decision you could make to ease the friction a little bit? Maybe it's just finding someone who thinks like you within your organization, or within your team, or within a broader professional network or personal network. And don't be afraid to get started. Like Jonathan said, we're all in this together, and it's quite a journey. It's a rewarding one, but it does take just taking that first step.
Mark, some final thoughts from you, and then I'm going to wrap us up.
Yeah, so Jeremy, you put me at last, and then Jonathan took everything that Jacqueline wanted to talk about. Jacqueline then took everything that I wanted to talk about. So I think I'll just kind of reiterate, but to Jonathan's point on self-disclosing, I can't speak to that even more because I didn't disclose my own invisible disabilities for almost 40 years of my life because I was ashamed. Didn't want to be perceived as weak until I met somebody and he said, "What are you doing? You need to tell people that." And once I started, just like what Jonathan said, is things started changing for the better. And I felt like I took a mountain off my back. And so again, I'll just reiterate the importance of that. And to a point Jacqueline said that I want to reinforce is it's time to just get started, but get started in a manner to where you get the proper guidance. We focus on progress, and let's reduce the amount of errors over time, because not only are we taking existing digital landscape from a legacy, the term that I give it, but we also have that design thinking, and really they kind of go hand in hand. Is not only are we fixing these legacy issues, but while we're fixing those, we're learning, which is also applicable into that design thinking. Yeah. And then really coming together. And this is where I encourage anyone with a visible or invisible disability, let's come together. There's power in numbers. And that's how things change.
So I want to try to bring us in for a close, and I'm first of all going to say thank you to all three of you, to Mark, to Jonathan, to Jacqueline. The ability that I have to work alongside each of you and to be in partnership with you on this panel is amazing. And as I'm listening to us talk, there's a story that I love to share, and I'll start by saying, just Corey's going to get a little nervous that I'm going to go over time, but I think this is going to help. So, one, always remember that people get things differently. When I was in college, we used to grade papers as TAs, and we used to be told to write our papers so that someone could verbally, visually, and viscerally get what you were saying in your paper. And it's just a good reminder that some people learn by watching. Not me as a blind person, but some people do. Some people learn by listening, and some people, they need you to take it to a whole new level so that they can get it here before they're going to get it. I was pointing, by the way, at my heart, before they're going to get it in their head or anywhere else in their body. Keeping that in mind, one story that I love to tell, and this goes back to what each of you said about the concept of the curb cut effect. My partner and I love to watch television, and one of the things that we were doing is watching The Crown 3 or 4 years ago. And he said, "I cannot watch any more episodes with you." I said, "Why? It's such a great show." He said, "There is just too much happening in the background. You're a blind person and we don't have audio description on." And so I agreed to turn on the audio description. My point in telling you this story, it is now 3 or 4 years later. Audio description is still on in my house, not just so Jeremy as a blind person can watch it, but it is so my partner can look down at his phone and not have to watch the TV and still know what's happening on the screen while he's scrolling through Instagram. In other words, we do things for people with disabilities that then have an impact on people without disabilities, a positive impact. And that's something that I want to keep in mind as we're wrapping up today. The changes that you're leading within your company. People with disabilities are counting on you to do that, but those changes, those collaborations, those partnering with new people, that changing the world philosophy that you're doing, that's going to have an impact on people with seen and unseen disabilities, but it's also going to impact the rest of the world. So it's not just me as a blind person who's counting on you, but it's you that's counting on you to be that advocate, to be that internal advocate, and to really help your organization embrace designing and developing with an accessibility lens. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it is also the thing that your company can do in order to make sure that people are not leaving money out of your equation and that you are able to tap into the people who want to buy from you. And all of the people on this panel are here to help you. We welcome you to contact us and have a conversation. A big, huge thanks to PsychTech Global, to Corey, to Ross, to the production team, and especially to Mark and Jacqueline and Jonathan for serving with me on this panel today. We really hope you've taken away some good ideas and some next steps and clear direction on ways that you can partner with other people at your company to transcend those barriers to a digital accessibility mantra, or put a different way, increasing the access of everyone to your digital assets, not just so they can be included, but so you can best serve them. And this concludes today's panel. Thanks, everybody.
Well, I learned a lot from that conversation, and Jeremy has presented some really interesting perspective from his lived experience. I love the concept of focusing on the progress that's being made and continuing to improve legacy systems and learning from those experiences pushing forward.
Yeah, I agree. And one thing that resonated with me from this panel is that we're all in it together. And it's everyone's job to improve accessibility, because history has shown us that accessibility enhancements help all people, thus the curb cut phenomenon. And in our next panel discussion, our experts will explain progress on the horizon for tackling significant challenges of making charts, graphs, and diagrams truly accessible for blind and visually impaired readers. Emerging technologies that support easier and richer usability, such as audio tactile, audio graphics, and dynamic alt text, are just a few of the advancements we're going to hear about.
I really like the concept of Born Accessible because it moves the accessibility beyond traditional alt text, which is typically added after a graphic is created by sighted designers.
Yeah, I really like that phrase too. And I want to thank Julia, one of our next panelists, for creating it. Let's get the next panel, Born Accessible, Designing Graphic Content for Inclusive Experiences, started. Over to you, Dr. Manduki.
Thank you, Karen and Ross. This is Roberto Manduki speaking from the University of California, Santa Cruz. I'm a professor of computer science and engineering here, and I'm also on the board of directors of Vista Center. Vista is hosting PsychTech Global, this fantastic conference that I've had the honor to participate in since it started in 2020. And today, here for our panel on Born Accessible, Designing Graphic Content for Inclusive Experiences, I have with me Arvind Satyanarayan from MIT, Julia Winter from Alchemy, and John Gardner for ViewPlus. And I would like to start by asking my guest to introduce herself and tell us a little bit about their background. Let's start with Arvind. Arvind, please go ahead.
Thanks, Roberto. Hi, everyone. I'm Arvind Satyanarayan. I am a professor of computer science at MIT, where I lead a research group that studies visualization as part of the Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab, or CSAIL. And so in my research group, we study lots of different aspects of visualization, from building software tools to make interactive visualizations, apply visualizations to understand machine learning models, think about misinformation and disinformation around visualizations, and of course, the reason that I'm here, how we make visualizations accessible to people with disabilities.
Excellent. Julia, tell us something about yourself.
Hi, I'm Julia Winter, CEO and founder of Alchemy, based outside of Detroit. And before that, I was a 20-year high school chemistry teacher. Started the company to build interactive learning tools for chemistry and other STEM subjects, and came across the really gnarly problem of making them directly accessible. So we wanted to do that. So I love the title Born Accessible, and I will say I have watched SciTech Global for the last 3 years, and my team like does book clubs about like we will divide up the talks. And so I'm so honored to be part of this panel.
This is great. We are honored to have you in the panel. Now, last but not least, John.
Hi, I'm John Gardner. I'm blind. I lost my sight about 35 years ago, rather suddenly. And at the time, I was professor of physics at Oregon State University. And I found it was hard to continue doing my research because it required a lot of graphical analysis, and graphics were not accessible to blind people. They barely are today. I founded a spinoff company called View Plus about a little over 25 years ago, and it's grown into a major company. It makes tactile graphics embossers. It's the only company that makes tactile graphics embossers. In fact, we sell them all over the world, and we have software that goes with it that we will probably run across later in this program. And I appreciate being here. I admire the work that SciTech Global has done, and I'm very happy to be on the panel. Thanks.
Excellent. And I'm sure that many of our listeners are very familiar with View Plus and its product.
I would hope so.
Oh, well, my first question in this panel is to John, in fact. So, John, when people make graphs or images or maps, the current way to make them accessible works in this way. A sighted person creates their image, a graphs, a map, and then when they remember, they will add some alt text, which is some text that describes what is in there. What could go wrong? Well, here's the thing. Lots of things, of course, could go wrong. How can we go beyond this paradigm? Sighted person adding at their will some alt text if they remember. And how can you create documents that are natively accessible? Documents that can be consumed in more ways than just visually from the beginning. What do you think?
Well, we're trying to solve that problem. We being a group called Inclusio, which is funded in a large way by the National Science Foundation. View Plus is the commercial lead of that project. And that is precisely our goal, is to be able to make mainstream graphics that are automatically accessible. And we can talk later about how that is done, but I think it is certainly possible, and we're hoping to make it easy to simply make sure that when something is published as a graph, it will be accessible. So,
well, you made us curious, John. Tell us something more. How do you do this magic?
Well, we put some meta software into a file. At the present time, the file format is pretty much has to be Scalable Vector Graphics, SVG, but there are other formats that will probably come along in the future that we'll work on. And what this does is makes it, what's the word, interoperable among technologies. I mean, for example, my favorite way of reading graphics is by audio visual, where you have a tactile copy, nice tactile copy, of course, made on one of our embossers, and you touch it and it tells you what it is. For example, I cannot imagine a verbal description of the United States that really tells me what the map of the United States looks like. But as soon as I have a tactile copy, I can feel it. But I'm not very good, and most blind people are not very good at reading tactile graphics. So the tactile graphic talks. And if I put my finger on California, it should say California. If I put it on Oregon, it should say Oregon. Et cetera, et cetera. And there can be other information. And in fact, you could put a whole book into a graphic. That's called audio tactile graphics. One of the collaborators in this group is a small company called Vital that makes a haptic audio haptic access, in which you feel something and the screen vibrates. So you could feel this map of the United States, and as you cross a line, it would vibrate so that you know you're going across a state line. And it also, if you tap on it, will speak the name of the state, etc. And the third way is to simply make a free-standing tactile graphic in which there is text. The text is Braille. Braille labels are usually too big to put onto a tactile graphic. So what you do is you put small mnemonics of 1 or 2 Braille characters, and then you make a book telling what the labels that go with those are, which is a clumsy way to read something, but it works. And the present time, we're less than a year into this project, phase 2 project. We have it working for all 3 of those methods. So we can make a scalable vector graphic, and I can choose which of those 3 I want to use, push a button, I get a Braille copy, or I get a tactile copy intended for audio tactile, et cetera, et cetera. Now this is a mainstream, can be a mainstream SVG, published in a professional journal. And there's no reason that I can't just look at that and extract any one of these 3 methods. And those are only the first 3. Other methods will be coming along quite rapidly. It's intended to be very easily expandable. There's a couple of new multi-line graphics tablets that are on the market. They're not cheap, but they do work. And it's fairly straightforward to extend this so that that's the 4th. And then there is a 5th. And there are many ways that you can consume this. That's what I would call accessible.
Beautiful. And I would call it actually born accessible. So you have all of these different ways to access the data already in the document. Beautiful. Arvind, you also have worked on creating documents, so to say, that can be consumed in multiple ways. Tell us something about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that I really liked about what, all the different options that John was describing is, not only do you have those different modalities available to you, right? Tactile, sound, verbalized speech, haptics and things like that, but that you're using those modalities to get different kinds of information, right? That might be information at different levels of detail, information at different levels of resolution, or even totally different information whatsoever. And so that's a lot of the research that my group has been focused on. We sort of call it multimodal data representations, rather than just data visualizations, if you will. And a lot of this work has been led by my PhD student, Jonathan Zhang, who will soon be a faculty member at CU Boulder. And in particular, one of the things that we found is, as we've explored tactile sonified data representations, right, which is using a tone to sort of depict time series data or something like that. So higher pitches indicate, higher data values, lower pitches indicate lower data values. And then, verbalized or textual representations is that there can be a lot of value in combining them together, right? So hearing just a sound play out is a really nice way of getting like a very high level overview of trends or things like that, right? We can pick out very easily if something suddenly spikes because it goes from like, a relatively flat tone to like a sudden high pitch or a sudden trough or something like that. With text, I get, really, really fine-grained information, right? I can get very precise values read back to me and things like that. And with tactile, I'm much more in control of when I'm receiving what kinds of data, right? Because I'm able to sort of move my hands around and feel the various tactile symbols. And so in that way, a lot of our research is figuring out, when do we care about which modality And how do we use those different modalities to surface what kinds of information and things like that?
Beautiful. So multimodal, and with an idea that different modalities serve kind of like different purposes, and they can be used and interacted with in different ways. Fantastic.
Exactly.
Okay, very nice, very nice. These are all very promising, beautiful projects I'm hearing. Let me now direct towards education, because of course we're talking about graphic content. Let me think a little bit about STEM students, right? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And it is very difficult to teach STEM or to learn STEM just based on text, right? We need figures, we need graphs, we need diagrams, we need explanation. We need to somehow learn the spatial relationship of things, of atoms in the molecules, for example. Well, that's how I'm immediately thinking about Julia. So Julia, we need students to learn shapes and spatial relations, and clearly, if a student is has low vision or is blind, just adding alt text is not going to cut it. It's not going to work. So tell us something, some possible creative solutions, some of which you have been working on, to let the students access and manipulate shapes and to learn spatial relations.
Yeah, so this has been ongoing projects funded by Department of Ed, NIH, NSF, and NIDLR through SBIR programs. And we started with manipulatives that I used in my class, in my high school class. Like I would put atoms on the board, and I never taught a low vision student in my school. But I said, why could we do something with these manipulatives for Lewis structures is one of those things that people think of in chemistry. And could we use computer vision to recognize the pieces and then give guidance and feedback as the students learn? So that was our very first idea in 2020, which got funded by the Department of Education. We had no idea how to do it. We had zero knowledge. So we figured out how to do it and got a phase 2 grant from the Department of Education. And as we built these manipulatives, we 3D printed them, we designed them, we tested them with blind students and their teachers of visually impaired, TVIs, and we added Braille, and we did research studies. And then when we were working with the teachers of visually impaired, they said, this is great, chemistry is wonderful, but you have to get something earlier. You have to get it into first, second, third grade, because we lose our kids way before chemistry. So we started working with the same idea with common manipulatives in math, and we added textures to those common manipulatives to indicate color. So when the system would say, pick up the brown rod, the blind students would know what brown felt like. And so every student can use the tools. It's all designed to be born accessible, but also inclusive. So these tools are designed to be used in classrooms, in mainstream classrooms, but also to support the spatial relationship building that has to go on for the blind students to move into STEM, because spatial relationships are key to success in STEM. So we have that, and then we have a digital component, purely digital component, which generates dynamic alt text as the students use our keyboard accessible control panel in our software. So we are building for organic chemistry right now, general chemistry, and then hopefully our NIH phase 2 will come through and we'll have K through 8 math over the next 2 years.
Very nice. And I hear things like manipulative and tactile, which is important, right? Because by acting on things moving together. And I must say, this reminds me some of the work of the Professor Arthur Kashmer. Some of the people in the audience might have known him. I'm sure that John remembers him. He passed several years ago, but he also was a big proponent of manipulative ways to learn, for example, mathematics, to put together little formulas with pieces of wood and etc. So I really appreciate that you're working on that. Arvind.
Can I add something? So one thing I really liked in what Julia was describing was the notion of dynamic alt text, right? I think one of the reasons that alt text maybe gets a bad rap is because so far we've treated text as a very static medium, right? It is essentially when the person who, usually the sighted person, designs the graphic, you hope they remember to provide the alt text, and then the alt text lives forever with that graphic, right? And the alt text can only say the one thing. And what I really like about what Julia is describing is the fact that that alt text can, change over time, right? Based on the ways that, in Julia's case, I think it's STEM students, right, are interacting and manipulating the manipulatives. And I think that, again, from a research perspective, one of the things that gets me really excited is that this feels like a really fertile sort of like design space, particularly right now with, generative AI and large language models, not just to be like, well, let's throw Gen AI at this problem because that's the hot, cool thing right now, but because many of those models are about manipulating text, right, and making text this much more dynamic medium. So one example from our own research, for instance, again, sort of shifting back to visualizations just for a second, is that it's very common, to see best practices for alt text around visualization to say something like, this is a line chart with, dates along the x-axis and price along the y-axis, and, maybe summarize what the trend is. And I think that's a reasonable first place to start, right? But boy, is that a very frustrating piece of alt text because it tells you like one thing, right? And one thing at not in a very rich way, versus for sighted people, when we're reading charts, there's lots of things that we're reading into it, right? We're reading context, we're bringing our own sort of like domain information and things like that. And so one of the things my students and I have been exploring is how we might use a large language model to bring some of that contextual information into a piece of dynamic alt text. So for instance, imagine that you have, a line chart of, the price of some commodity over time. And, you have essentially the large language model split the alt text into different segments to say, for instance, like, between 2008 to 2010, it was the Great Recession, right? And the prices of these commodities really fell down as a result. And then, in 2020, again, due to the COVID pandemic, right, the prices experienced a rapid decline. And so that's the sort of way that I think some of these more modern technologies can help us bring these more sort of like contextual domain-specific pieces of information and alleviate the burden on sort of the graphic designers and authors to have to remember, first of all, to write the alt text and then to convey all of this sort of rich metadata and cram it all into just a single piece of alt text.
I will say one of the things that our users, our screen reader users who tested our technology really liked was once they learned how the alt text would be describing what they were using on the screen, it was always the same. So one of the big problems with alt text is the standardization problem, because everybody authors alt text. There are best practices, but they're all different. And the other really interesting problem that we have looked at as an assessment company, so our tools assess student learning, the alt text can't give it away. So you have to actually build in the learning design into the dynamic alt text. So if you have a learning objective that wants the student to come up with X, you can't tell them what X is. So it's similar to, I look at some of your work, Arvind, and you want, like if a student was reading a graph or a piece of data, you want them to be able to synthesize that and not just be told what the trends are.
Exactly.
And that is one of the really tough problems in education space, because we want to build the scaffolds to allow the students to use critical thinking via alternatives to visualizations, which it is a design problem and really interesting to do.
Beautiful, very, very interesting. And I like this concept on alt text not necessarily being just a piece of static thing, because any graphical content can be described in so many ways, right? And so, perfect, beautiful. Well, this kind of leads me to my third main question for discussion, this to Arvin. So, all right, again, back to the paradigm, a cited designer, created a graph, and then as an afterthought, perhaps, adding some, making accessible, right? So in this paradigm, blind or visually impaired individuals really are passive consumers. Here I'm standing here, hoping that this guy remembered to add something so I can understand and read what this figure is about, because there's a lot of reference to this figure in this article, but I have no idea what that is. So is it possible to turn this paradigm around and empower, I like this strong word, right? Empower blind and visually impaired individuals to create their own graphical material in a way that, of course, because they must make it accessible, is it natively accessible? Is it a pipe dream? Is it possible? Can we someday reach that? What do you think?
I think this is a really important question around empowerment, right? Because I think the issue is not just the one that you were describing, Roberto, where, you know, maybe the cited designer forgets to include alt text, but even in the ideal case, right? Imagine the cited author was to provide the alt text. Well, our you know, blind or low vision reader, like all they can do is accept or reject whatever the alt text says, right? So that's not particularly empowering, at least not as empowering in terms of, you know, being equitable to the sorts of reading experiences that sighted people have, right? If I read a chart, I can accept what the journalist is saying with the chart, or I can read my own meaning into the chart, right? And so that's definitely a big thread of research in my group, but sort of looking at the last portion of that question you were asking, as I mentioned, my student Jonathan Zong, who's been leading this work, he recently developed a system called Umwelt, U-M-W-E-L-T. And what Umwelt is trying to do is, you know, rather than start with the assumption that there exists a, you know, visual representation that we want to make accessible to people who are blind or low vision, Umwelt essentially is a screen reader accessible tool that is designed for screen reader users to use directly to author their own data representations, right? So we break that assumption that there exists a graphic representation that ought to be made accessible, and instead, kind of like the title of this panel, what are the data representations that screen reader users sort of can make that are born accessible by default? And so what Umwelt gives people access to is you know, all the modalities we've been talking about so far. So sound, text, and, you know, I hope to chat with John after this panel, because we've just added some new functionality, or we will be soon, around tactile graphics. And the goal is through a fairly simple, you know, drop-down style interface, people can, you know, map, you know, different fields in their data set to, you know, these different modalities. So you can say, you know, I want to show price as pitch. I want the text to include, you know, descriptions of, you know, these other data fields and so forth. And then sort of like the operations Julia was talking about with the manipulatives, you can move between these different modalities. So I could play the sonification, you know, hear that sudden spike in the pitch, pause it, switch to the textual representation and figure out like what's the precise data value, you know, on what date did that occur and things like that, right? And that's a born accessible, if you will, representation, because there never existed a visualization first, right? It didn't require a sighted person to create a visualization first and then make accessible.
It's beautiful. And John, this kind of like brings us back to your big inclusive project. Sounds something similar, right? We're at the point where we don't start with the priority of the visual representation of whatever it is they want to represent, but we just offer a multiplicity of ways to use it.
Well, yes and no. I will admit that my vision is more more aligned with having a visual representation that is made accessible. Probably because I was a cited scientist for so many years and wrote so many papers, and now thinking about the graphs that I made for them, gosh, I should have done a lot better than what I published. My graphics were very dense and full of information and full of too much information, actually. But there are certainly ways that a blind person can make information that is simultaneously visually accessible and accessible in various other ways. And in a sense, that's sort of what I have taken on as a challenge, because we're really trying to make things that work for everybody. And I would like to mention, Arvin talked about using tone as a way to measure value. The very first product that DeView Plus put on the market back in year 2000 was an audio graphing calculator that did exactly that. It played a graph by tones, and the graph went up, the frequency went up. But it wasn't just the tone. You could stop it and have it give you the data points. It could do things like play to a minimum and speak the data at the minimum. It was quite flexible. It turns out that in testing this, we just didn't have enough blind people to test it on. So we tested it on several large classes at Oregon State. And we found, quite surprisingly, it took very little training for somebody to be able to use a tone graph and to basically use it perfectly to show exactly what that graph looked like.
Yeah.
Another tone use that I'm very pleased with are GIS images. You have a map, you have, like the population of states, counties, whatever. Those are usually, if they're well made, they're in a color, and the color gets brighter and lighter and darker depending on the intensity on the population. So again, back to the map of the United States, California is the most populous state, so it would have a very bright color. Wyoming would have a dull color. And in tactile graphics, you can do that by making the size of the dots. So California has big, tall dots, and Wyoming has little small dots. But then if you can run your finger across it and hear the tone playing, man, that's what I call really good access.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that exists already. We've been doing that for years. So,
absolutely. Well, this was great. I think we had a fantastic discussion. I want to thank again my guest, Arvin Satyanarayan from MIT, Julia Winter for Alchemy, John Gardner from View Plus. This was the Born Accessible, Designing Graphic Content for Inclusive Experiences. This is the host, Roberta Manducchi, and back to Kare and to Vista Center for SciTech Global. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, I would really love to use audio tactile graphics one day, because as it was mentioned in the panel, tactile graphics are really difficult to understand just by feeling. I once had to take a Cisco networking course in college, and let me tell you, having to learn an entire network topology purely through audio alone was extremely difficult.
I can imagine. And also, I'm intrigued by the multimodal approach, allowing users to choose which modality, such as touch, audio, haptics, or braille text, that best suits their needs based on their learning preferences and the type of information they're seeking. We'll learn how simple textured patterns representing colors can introduce elementary students to STEM concepts, and how generative AI powered by large language models can enrich metadata to create highly contextual and informative dynamic alt text.
For sure. With inclusive design innovations on the rise, the promise of equitable access to graphic contents is closer than ever, everyone.
I'm excited about that panel a lot. Now we have an informative video to share with you. Get ready for a fast-paced journey with Samantha Go, captain of England's women's blind football team. This video captures Samantha in action, demonstrating her prowess not just in football, but in rowing and goalball as well. We're learning how she easily integrates various technologies into her athletic career and her role as a youth ambassador. This high energy reel really captures the spirit of what's possible.
Hi, I'm Samantha. I'm a full-time blind athlete playing blind football for England and also rowing on the GB Para Pathway. Alongside that, I'm also a social media content creator. Thank you for having me and also for highlighting assistive technology. I am so glad to participate in SightTech Global. As a full-time blind athlete and content creator, this is how I use technology. Let's start with an iPhone. An iPhone is what I use every single day to help me access the world, using VoiceOver to film videos and edit videos. I'm not a paid influencer and film all my own content. Being a blind influencer is really difficult because it comes with its own challenges with not having accessible editing apps. Some of the editing apps I do use are only partly accessible, which is why I have to go from multiple apps just to get one video done. Next up, I love using Be My Eyes and the Be My AI feature on Be My Eyes. This has brought a new level of independence to my life, being able to be told what is around me by one picture. Next up, as for my training, I use a rowing machine Concept 2 Erg and use the Erg Data app on my iPhone to be able to get all the information I need for splits and rates. I connect this to my Bluetooth speaker and you'll hear it right now. My iPhone is the way to be able to access my heart rate monitor as well and other training apps that I use as well. I also use an Apple Watch that I can track my schedule and also using it to do timers. Alexa, what's the weather like outside? At the side of my bed, I have an Amazon Alexa that I use for all sorts like music, tracking my diary, and I use the voice view setting for VoiceOver on it. And the last piece of technology I'll talk about in today's video is my Braille Note Touch. This is a technology Braille device. So that is how I, as a blind person and also as a blind athlete, content creator, use technology in my life. This is just some of the ones that I use. Thank you for listening.
What an inspiring display of athleticism and discipline. As a retired Paralympic swimmer, I've always embraced the use of technology in sport, and I'm glad to see that she's doing the same. Also, as a fellow content creator, I totally understand how difficult it is to create content when you are totally blind. Next, we're excited to share 2 spotlight sessions that showcase more groundbreaking innovations in accessibility and technology. First up is Lotus, the winner of this year's Vista Center pitch competition. Next, it will be followed up by exciting demonstration of the Monarch Braille display.
Okay, thanks, Corey and Ross at SightTech Global. Right now, I'm here with Deval Patel, founder of Lotus. Deval,
hey,
nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Glad to be here.
Thanks for coming, and maybe you could give an overview of the product and the impact that you're aiming to make.
That'd be great. Quick verbal description of myself. So, hi everyone. My name is Deval Patel, electrical engineer by training, and I'll be happy to share more about Lotus in a second. I'm a mid-30s Indian guy wearing a brown sweater with a New York Flatiron Building backdrop and black hair with a little bit of facial hair. So that's me. Happy to share more about Lotus. And the story really starts with me. I was born with twisted knees. And over the years, I've been on and off crutches a lot myself. Now, one night a few years ago, I got into bed having left the lights on accidentally. But I was too tired to get out of bed, hop onto my crutches, hobble 10 feet, turn off the light, hobble back 10 feet, and get back into bed. So I just slept with the lights on the entire night and woke up in the morning not having slept really well, thinking, well, if somebody like me, I'm an electrical engineer, I've managed a division at Apple for iPhone, Watch, and AirPods. I've even worked at the company that makes wall switchers. I've worked at Lutron. I have 37 patents. If an engineer like me doesn't even have smart home technology in their own home, what about everybody else? So I started researching, and it turns out 91% of US homes were built before smart homes even existed, but with no easy way to upgrade. Even getting something like an Alexa means rewiring every wall switch to connect to the internet to be able to talk to Alexa, then repeating speakers in every room that you just rewired your switches, and finally pairing every switch one by one through another app. And just that first step is about 11 hours of rewiring, or $2,000 if you can afford a contractor. And this is all best case if you own the house. If you're renting an apartment, there's no solution. If you're traveling for work or for pleasure, there's no solution. You can't bring your smart home with you. And so it affects everyone, but it disproportionately affects people like me, especially about 27 million people with limited mobility. We're talking veteran soldiers, older adults, and disabled persons who are spending up to an extra 4 hours at home on self-care daily. So to solve this, we built this wearable ring that controls objects at home by pointing. But unlike traditional smart home technologies, there's no apps, no rewiring, and no internet. It's completely offline. The way it works, step one, you put on the ring. That eliminates needing a smart speaker in every room of the house. Step two, you can snap onto existing wall switches, and magnets eliminate any rewiring. Step three, just like a TV remote, all you do is point and click. And using infrared eliminates the need for any apps or smartphones or even internet. Now with the starter kit that includes 1 ring and 3 switch covers, and the starter kit being $299, you can control anything the wall switch controls. Now you can control obviously lights, but you can also control fans. You can control appliances like a window AC that you see in rental apartments. In fact, today we can even control televisions, and for televisions you need no switch cover. It turns out this is actually a $335 billion prop tech industry that's been over 80% untapped because of the limitations earlier for over a decade now. And with Lotus, essentially you're able to control offline objects in seconds. Or to put it differently, you can convert any space into an accessible space in seconds, and you can take that accessible space with you wherever you go. And that combo is what seems to really be resonating with people. Now, very early on, we were originally thinking direct to consumer. And when we started that, the first 50 user interviews turned into 5,000 signups just through word of mouth. Now we've pivoted to B2G, which is government, and B2B, and we've gotten over 14 pilot requests in just the first 30 days, including with the US Department of Veterans Affairs and the state of New York, who has now given us an LOI for 10,000 devices. It's about 3 million in revenue, similar with the VA, Veterans Affairs, where we have an LOI that's 1 million recurring every 3 years. Now, as much as I'm the one talking, it's been an entire team effort of engineers and clinicians, formerly from Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Walmart Health, even a TEDx disability speaker, and most recently, the director of Nest from Google, who joined Lotus for just sweat equity and no salary. Our long-term vision is to build this future where there's a whole universe of ring controllable objects, and where caregivers will be able to subscribe to device data, giving them peace of mind. Ultimately, so that any person, whether they're young or old, disabled or not, renter or homeowner even, can just stay at home with autonomy and dignity. Because dignity is something that just can't wait for better times. That is Lotus.
That's wonderful. Deval, you and I have spoken before, and one of the things that I think we identified is that when people initially look at this product, they want to make a comparison to other smart ring products. And one of the things that we talked about was that the only thing in common really is the form factor. The design intent, the engineering constraints are completely different, correct? And could you elaborate on some of that?
That's correct. It's a great point. Thanks, Matt. Essentially, all the other smart rings that you see out there all have to do with health. They're all measuring your heart rate, your pulse oxygenation levels, or some other health metric. This ring, other than the form factor being a ring, has nothing to do with health. It's essentially a way for you to control your home environment. It's the social model of disability. But the goal is to be able to do that, be able to convert any space into an accessible space in seconds, so that no matter where you are and where you go, you always can control your environment literally from your fingertips.
So what did that mean then from a design process and an engineering process in order to achieve that outcome? Because what looks like a piece of metal and plastic is probably pretty complex inside in order to achieve that objective.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, I was convinced initially that this was a really terrible idea. I was convinced. And so initially for the first 9 months, all I did were different types of interviews. I was interviewing people with different kinds of disabilities, no disabilities, family members, and clinicians. And even within disabilities, everyone from folks with limited mobility, such as myself, or folks with low vision or no vision, folks with cognitive or developmental disabilities, and the whole spectrum. And there were a few things that came out of that with regards to the technology, and I'll focus specifically on the tech. Everyone wanted the benefits of a smart home, but without all the pain points or the friction associated with setup or associated with usage. Meaning everyone wanted a smart home, but no one wanted to do rewiring of their home. No one wanted to use another app. Lots of people really disliked the fact that they needed really good internet because either there were pockets of the house that didn't have good internet, or they were just in an area where you often lose internet, like if you're in Hurricane Alley or Tornado Alley, or they just had intermittent internet. You know, maybe they were out in kind of in a sort of a rural area where there's not good internet or not consistent internet. And so those were things people did not want. In terms of things people wanted, the common piece of feedback was folks wanted something that they could use with one hand. So the most common feedback we would get is, hey, can you please make something that does not have a display? Because anything that has a display, a phone or a watch, needs 2 hands in order to use it. And you have to be able to look at the device simultaneously. So if one hand is occupied, let's say you're holding a baby or you're holding grocery bags or you have a disability that prevents use of one arm, you can look at your device but often can't use it. Or if your hands are free but you're unable to look at the device, you can't use it either. So if you have small kids running around or if you have pets. And so that was a common request. Can you please make something that we can use with one hand without looking at the device? And the final point was anything that we can use in bed at night. And the only thing people had with them, on them, in bed at night were their wedding rings. Necklaces came off, earrings came off, Apple Watches were being charged. And so that's why we started off as the ring form factor and worked our way back.
One of the realizations that I had come to when talking to you, which was sort of powerful to me, was that your product allows the user to essentially express their intent for a given outcome, the lights, the TV, whatever that is, and that the expression of that intent with limited physical requirement is quite empowering. And can you maybe for a moment address that from a technical challenge point of view, and then also from how that manifests itself with the users that you worked with?
Absolutely. And so typically in a single family home, you have on average 40 to 60 wall switches. So you have lots of switches in the same room. It was important for us to design the technology, A, in a way that you can make it simple to understand and simple to use. And B, as part of that, being able to control lots of different things, because like I said, a typical home has lots of different things you're trying to control. So the way our technology works, step one, you put on the ring. There is a single button on the device. So there's only one button on the ring. We usually recommend putting the ring on your pointer finger so that the button is right next to your thumb. So that's step one. Step two, for any existing wall switch, so I'm showing in my hand a regular toggle switch, the switches that you flip up and down. It does not matter what the switch controls. All you do is bring the second half of the Lotus system near the switch, and it snaps on using magnets. So it does not, there's no need for rewiring. Now you can also manually control to use the device like you would. So you can, other folks in the family can regularly walk up to the wall switch and push it because there is a button on the surface. Or step three, you can just point and click. Now the unique thing about this is it's more like an infrared flashlight. You can have many wall switches in the same space, but only the one you're aiming towards, roughly, will turn on and off. It's not a laser beam, so you don't have to hunt for your wall switch. But at the same time, it's a little different than a TV remote that just sprays infrared. And so instead of turning on one thing, we actually tried using TV remotes. It turns out that doesn't work because TV remotes just blast infrared and everything in the room turns on and off. So from a technology standpoint, the difficult part was making it so that you got a really long range with really long battery life, but still making it so your intent, like you mentioned, was clear. So you can have many wall switches in the same room. You can have a wall switch for your lights on the left. You can have your TV in front of you and let's say a fan switch on the right, and only the thing you're aiming towards will turn on and off. And that's by design. So it's very simple to understand and very simple to use. All you do is this little motion, and as long as you're facing the right direction, and it'll turn on or off only the thing you're aiming towards.
So when you went back, when you look at the design process around this, and you had to pack this intelligence, this directionality, this battery life into this small form factor, what of those things, or maybe not mentioned yet, were the biggest constraints that you had to go over? You mentioned, for example, that you had to focus this beam so that you could give people relative precision and avoid frustration of turning on and off the right thing. What were some of the other design constraints that you had to conquer?
Yeah, so one of the factors are range. Of course, the whole idea is it's sort of like a little universal remote on your fingertips. And so obviously, for a remote to be really helpful, you want the range to be really good. So we guarantee at least 30 feet of range. You can obviously be closer, but the device will continue working even if you're 30 feet away from whatever you're trying to control. In fact, in our testing, we've seen up to 38 feet, and then we just physically ran out of space. The trade-off was the engineering challenges came from the fact that you can just get that range by cranking up power. Unfortunately, then what happens is when you go to a small room, infrared can bounce around in the same space. Infrared cannot penetrate walls, which is good for privacy, but it can bounce in the same room. And so the difficult part was engineering it so that you get long range, but when you're in a small room, it's still only behaving like a flashlight. That was one aspect. The other aspect had more to do with battery life. So the nice thing is, unlike charging it every day like an Apple Watch, or charging it every 3 days like an Oura Ring, you only need to charge the ring or charge the switch cover once in 90 days. So you only need to charge it once in 3 months. And in fact, that's what we guarantee. Typically, you only need to charge it once in 5 or 6 months. So those were kind of the hard things to hit.
Deval, have you or your end users identified other potential applications that maybe were not part of your original design intent, but seem to be emerging as possible interesting use cases?
Absolutely. So one of the first things that came up were, hey, I would love to turn on and off my television. The nice thing about that is you can already do that today. You can turn on and off your existing television. What's coming up next, the current version of the Ring can only do on and off. Future versions of the Ring, the same button can do change channel. So left and right is change channel, and front and back on the button is increase, decrease volume. And when you map that to the objects, you can start dimming lights or adjusting a fan speed for just not being on and off, but somewhere in the middle. So today, what we control is TVs and anything that the wall switch controls. So if the wall switch controls a light, you can control lights. If the wall switch controls a fan, you can control a fan, and so on. Next, anything that plugs into a wall, you'll be able to control that. In fact, I'm already living on 3 working prototypes in my own home. After that, it's drapes. So drapes, curtains, etc. And then doors. And we're specifically working in that order because those are the objects that you have to interact with every day. And in that order, because the complexity of the object and the weight of the object gradually keeps increasing. The doors are being the heaviest. So that's what's coming down the pipeline.
And so at some point, the complexity of the receiver will go from a binary type of on-off device to something that has more understanding of the semantics of the device it is meant to control.
Correct. So you'll go from binary to analog. So you can dim lights, you can adjust fan speeds, you can open and close. You can open and close the door midway instead of all the way open or close, and so on.
Super. So I'd like to introduce Natalie into the conversation. So Natalie, you are the head of accessibility at Lotus. My understanding is that initially you were an accessibility consultant for Lotus, and Deval requested an interview with you from an end user perspective and as a subject matter expert. Maybe you could comment on that.
Yeah, definitely. Hi, Matt. Thank you for having me. I am Natalie. Quick self-description. I'm a white woman with very short brown hair. I'm wearing a green sweater and I have a blurred beige background. Yeah, as you mentioned, I worked in accessibility consulting. So I myself live as a disabled woman. I have something called Usher syndrome, which is a form of deaf blindness. So I am legally blind with a small amount of usable central vision and hard of hearing. So I wear hearing aids in both ears. And I was working as an accessibility consultant, helping organizations with their accessibility efforts, helping them become more disability inclusive. And I had posted something on LinkedIn about a project that I was working on. It was assistive technology and my experiences with it. And it seemed to catch the LinkedIn algorithm and somehow ended up on Davil's feed. And he reached out to me. It was a very vague but intriguing request to get some feedback on this ring that he was developing. And at the time, there wasn't much information available about it on the internet. I think it was just a one-page website that said ring to move objects by pointing. So it just seemed like magic. So I was intrigued. I met with Davil, and it turned into part one of a three-part user interview. And I always say it was almost like breakthrough therapy sessions, because the first question he asked me was, what are some of the biggest accessibility barriers you face at home? And my gut response was, I don't face barriers at home. I face them as soon as I leave my house. And it was as he was asking me more specific questions that I realized there are a lot of barriers in my house. I've just gotten so used to them that I've adapted the way that I live to sort of fit my home. And I know that's a pretty universal experience. You kind of just get used to tripping over furniture or leaving lights on at night. Funny enough, that's part of Davil's story. It was also part of mine. And when I eventually joined the team and was able to see all these other user interviews, I saw it was a common theme that came up, leaving lights on so that you don't have to cross a dark room to turn them off. And so through the interview, I saw the impact that the technology would have on my own life, but I thought of other people, like my grandma who's 90 and fiercely independent. I thought of my mom who was diagnosed with ALS when I was 10 and lived with it for 7 years, and the difference it would have made in her life. Kind of going back to what you and Davil were talking about earlier, is everybody wants autonomy, everybody wants dignity, and we all deserve dignity. And so it's just interesting on the user side of it, how much it made me realize how inaccessible my own home is and how beneficial the technology could be. But I also just was blown away by this whole user interview process. A big part of my job as a consultant was helping companies learn sort of these principles of universal design and inclusive design and sort of integrate it. And to see that Davil was doing that from the beginning, it was something that I really wanted to be a part of. And we have different versions of this story, but I have the microphone, so I'm sharing mine. I wanted to be a part of it. And Yeah, it's a truly, I'm just one person on the team. Everybody on the team has a really personal connection to the mission, whether it's lived experience or a loved one with lived experience with disabilities. And at the end of the day, we all experience disability, whether it's permanent, temporary, the result of aging. So on the team side of it, within my role, it's really amazing to take that mission of optimizing for disability and applying it to everything that we do. We're following a similar human-centered design process with our packaging. Same thing, sort of doing user interviews, asking people what their pain points are when opening packaging. We're doing that with our website now. And also just building the culture of the company. We're a remote company. We're sort of all over the world in different time zones. And one thing that we know is like flexible work arrangements really help folks with disabilities. And then at the same time, it helps everyone. You know, people with families really benefit from flexible schedules, people in different time zones, you know, establishing best practice for information sharing. It's not only helpful for people with disabilities, it benefits all of us. So to be part of a mission like that from the beginning is really amazing.
Could you comment a little bit on how you use the product throughout the day and make concrete for some of the watchers here what that experience could look like so that they can think about it as well?
Yeah. So to contextualize the form of vision loss that I have something called retinitis pigmentosa. So that means I have a small amount of central vision, but no peripheral vision or night vision. And a way that I can explain it is I can see a light switch on the other side of the room, but I can trip over the couch on the way to get there because I can see what I'm looking at. I just can't see anything around it. And I have 2 children who like to leave things all over the house, so I'm quite prone to injury. So for me, it's a way of being able to sort of get the lights myself and create a more safe environment for myself. It also means not asking my children or my partner to do those smaller things for me, which is something that comes up a lot with folks that we talk about. It's the small things every day where as long as you can maintain independence, it really changes sort of how you feel, your confidence levels, and the autonomy that you feel.
Do you have, from your time at Lotus now, are there specific ideas that you've had that have made it into the product and that you are proud of today?
Not yet, but I think the really amazing thing and sort of the inclusive design of the human-centered design process is I can see how all the feedback that's been given in the user interviews has been worked into the product roadmap. So features that don't exist in the product today, I can see that they are going to be integrated. I don't know, Davil, if you want to speak any more to that. And
I would say there's a couple that you mentioned which made it in essentially. So on the Ring side, to be able to feel the button and where it is without having to look at the Ring. And so I would say, Natalie, that kind of came from you because, you know, essentially in order to not be able to look at the device, that was kind of one thing. We're still experimenting with different forms. So on the Ring that I have, there's a little nub, a raised surface, kind of like your keyboard, so that just with your thumb, you can feel where the button is. And so then you instinctively know where to point. There's other kind of recommendations Natalie has made on the packaging, which is the ease of ability to remove devices from within the packaging. So actually, for everyone on the call, I'm holding the Lotus Kit right now. It has a magnetic flap. And once you open it, there are things in the box. Obviously, this particular box that I'm holding up doesn't have all devices. But Natalie sort of made it a point to tell us about it has to be easy to be able to reach in with 2 fingers and just be able to pull out devices from within the packaging and make it very easy. Honestly, not something we were thinking about. We were thinking a lot about the aesthetics and the packaging and kind of having the no stress packaging on the outside, but everything to do from the inside. In fact, the most recent example that Natalie brought up in an engineering meeting was kind of being able to tell users when the battery on the switch cover is low. And so one of the things we've started taking to heart is, well, how can we maybe blink something or flash something? And it's still in development right now. in order to be able to tell users that, hey, the battery is about to be super low. It's been 6 months. Why don't you charge it for 45 minutes? And by the way, that's the duration. You only need to charge it for about 45 minutes and then you get another 6 months. So those are some examples that come off the top of my head.
Natalie, I have one last question for you. And that is, you had commented before something which really resonates with me. And that is that products such as this are really assuming the human-centered design is really the principle. The benefits accrue not just to people who have a specific disability, but someone who may be aging or someone who is of maybe more diminished capacity, but a spectrum, of use cases. And when you look at that, do you envision that down the road that there could be an expansion of the use case from a marketing perspective to just something that makes people's lives easier in general, regardless of what the disability is that that they're looking at?
Yeah, and we hear this a lot, even if we're at conferences and people come by our table, maybe they don't have a disability, but they think of their older adult parent that would want to use it, and they'll typically say, like, I'd love to have this at my house as well. And I think that's beneficial because as someone that uses assistive technology, I wear hearing aids, I use a white cane, it can be somewhat stigmatizing and it can really impact people's likelihood of actually using their assistive technology. We see this with older adults with life alert necklaces, for instance. Like, it's just, in some ways, it can be this overt symbol of, I'm getting older, I have a disability, and people aren't always comfortable. So if it's a product that everyone in the family is using, it becomes more comfortable. And we've also gotten feedback from some of our pilot participants that it becomes this, if they have a Lotus switch cover installed and a Lotus Ring, it becomes sort of a conversation starter. People asking, like, what is that technology? And it becomes an approachable way to disclose maybe what your needs are around the house, or if you have a disability or you're experiencing mobility challenges. So,
in fact, to add to what Natalie just said, one of the things that we like about this technology is people often mention that they want to gift it to their dad or granddad that they don't live with. And the nice thing about this is if you had a Lotus Ring and you visited them, your Lotus Ring would continue to work in their home. And if they visited you, their ring would continue to work in your home because there is no pairing. It's like a telephone. The more people that have it, the more beneficial your own device gets. In other words, it has network effects. And
There's a network effect, yeah.
Yeah, and so our entire thesis is built around that, which is we only do tech that anybody can use by optimizing for disability first. Because once you do that, you help everybody anyway.
Got it. Natalie, I have one last question. I think we have 1 minute here. Are there any other devices that you use either in conjunction with the Lotus Ring or to solve other problems to help people think about how assistive devices in general can make their lives better?
Yeah, so I'm wearing my Lotus Ring now. I just got my first waterproof. This is the final product, so I'm still kind of learning how I'll be able to use it beyond controlling lights within my house and any wall switches. I wear hearing aids every day. I use my phone, a lot of different features on my phone. Yeah, I don't use a ton of assistive technology beyond my white cane, which is a very low-tech version of assistive tech.
This is super. Thank you so much, Dhaval and Natalie. What makes me so encouraged about hearing this and about talking to you is while Lotus may be focused on a ring product today, my guess is that there's a whole world of accessible product options in the company's future. So I know that I'm appreciative of that, and I think a lot of people will be appreciative of that as well. So I want to thank Natalie and Dhaval from Lotus.
Well, thanks, Matt. It's been a pleasure talking to you and a pleasure being here today. I really also wanted to thank SiteTech Global, the Vista Center for setting this amazing event up and also setting up the Ignite pitch competition, without which we wouldn't really be here. It was a fantastic opportunity to reach more people, reach a wider audience, and really share kind of the mission we believe in, and to share the technology that we're at today. So huge thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity. It was a pleasure and a pleasant surprise to win. But yeah, it's been an amazing journey so far, meeting everyone that we've met so far. So thank you to SciTech Global, thank you to the Vista Center, and thank you for this incredibly amazing Ignite pitch competition. I hope to see it for many, many years to come. Thank you.
I'd like to turn things back over to Corey and Ross from SciTech Global.
Hello, and thanks for joining us for the SciTech Global presentation on the Monarch, the evolving Monarch, and the goal being to get textbooks and curriculum materials faster for students who are blind or low vision. Just to quickly introduce ourselves, my name is Greg Stilson. I lead the Global Technology Innovation team here at the American Printing House for the Blind, and I think this is probably my maybe third year presenting here at SciTech Global. And with me is a newcomer to SciTech Global, Jason Martin, who joined our team last year here at the American Printing House for the Blind. Jason, what do you do?
Yeah, I am a technical innovations product manager under your team, Greg, at the American Printing House for the Blind. And yes, this is my first year at SciTech Global, and I'm so happy to be here.
Awesome. And we are happy you're here as well. So today we are going to do a little bit different since we've presented on the Monarch the last couple of years. We're going to do a brief overview, but most of this is really going to be focused around our SDK software development kit that we're building and testing right now, showcasing a little bit of some of the apps that exist today and are going to be existing very shortly to really talk about the power of what the SDK does for software engineers, software developers that want to create really innovative tactile experiences. So our agenda today, we're going to do a brief Monarch overview. We're going to talk about what is eBraille and why that's so powerful, the SDK, and then we'll finish with some apps and demonstrations. So why are we doing all of this, right? My team, I always tell the product managers that work for me, you got to focus on the problem and focus on the user, right? And so we always start with the problem and what is the problem today, right? And the problem is on the right side of this slide is a graphic of a student who is currently standing next to a Algebra 2 textbook. Now that Algebra 2 textbook is over 40 volumes and took over 12 months, almost 13 months to produce and cost over $60,000. The visual image here, and Jason, step in because a blind guy doing a visual description isn't really the best thing, but it's a graphic of a graphic of these textbooks stacked up taller than she is. Is that correct?
You got it, Greg. They are at least about 6 inches taller than she is.
She's a high school student, and I think that a lot of this graphic is pretty reminiscent of what a lot of us blind folks dealt with and still are dealing with when it's in regard to getting textbooks on time and dealing with the sheer volume of these textbooks, no pun intended. So, when I was in school, those textbooks pretty much took up a room, right? We had a resource room that most of my textbooks were stored in, and beforehand I would have to go to the teacher and say, all right, what pages are we dealing with today? And then I have to run down to the resource room, find the correct volume and bring it back and make sure that I also had the right tactile graphics with those specific pages. So students receive materials far later than their sighted counterparts. It is increasingly expensive and really long lead times for students to get access to their textbooks. Now, textbooks do come in chunks. Sometimes you'll get 4 or 5 volumes at a time, but oftentimes it's after the classroom teacher has actually gotten to those pages. Students have very limited access to tactile graphics. When we were doing our research for the Monarch, we would hold focus groups with blind adults ranging from really sort of young adults all the way to seniors. And the number one thing we ask them is, what's your experience level with Braille and what's your experience level with tactile graphics? The vast majority, especially of the adult users, said that their experience level with Braille was pretty high. But their experience level with tactile graphics was limited to none. That's really sort of what we're seeing in this space, is that access to tactile graphics is extremely limited. The average teacher that we talked to told us that they teach around 25 tactile graphics in a year. 25 tactile graphics in a year. A sighted person sees 25 tactile graphics pretty much when they open their eyes, or 25 graphics when they open their eyes, right? So we're dealing with a severe tactile famine for blind and low vision students. There is an extreme lack of spatial understanding and formatting for students with visual impairments, and that comes from a few things. Number one, that students need to receive hard copy material to be able to understand spatial page layouts, spatial formatting, things like that. And then, as we said, you need to have tactile graphics under your fingertips to understand spatial concepts like geography, like maps, like routing, those type of things. Without a tactile image of those things, you're not going to get a quote unquote visual sense of what it is you're looking at. There are extremely complex workflows in STEM and STEAM subjects. By nature, STEM subjects are very visual, right? So without those tactile renderings, it's pretty challenging to get an understanding of what the spatial concepts are that you're looking at. And there's really poor impromptu learning options. We know that our teachers of the visually impaired today are, they all have their Mary Poppins bags, and they're able to create impromptu graphics on the fly when the gen ed teacher forgets to provide the TVI a graphic or information ahead of time in an accessible manner. And so these teachers of the visually impaired are left to try to keep learning happening on the fly, right? They're doing impromptu learning exercises. They're creating tactile graphics out of rubber bands and thumbtacks and puffy paint and anything that they have in those Mary Poppins bags that they can pull out on a whim and create these graphics so that learning continues on the fly. But we know that today we can make this more efficient, right? We can give them additional tools to really expedite this process. So what is the Monarch? I just have a visual image of the Monarch here. And I'm going to quickly verbally walk through the layout, but the face of the device is taken up by the Monarch's 10 line by 32 cell tactile display. In the top left corner is a page up button, bottom right corner is a page down button. Those are very strategically placed so that ergonomically, as your fingers naturally go to the top left of the display, you'll find that page up button, and as your fingers reach the bottom right hand corner, as you're concluding that last line of Braille, your little finger on your right hand is naturally going to hit that page down button. To the left and right center of the tactile display is what we call the D-pad or directional arrows. Those are used to move your cursor around, move focus, or navigate a zoomed in tactile graphic for panning, for example. At the bottom left and bottom right of the tactile display is a zoom out and a zoom in button so that you can zoom in and out on graphics. Below the display is a Braille 8-dot entry keyboard with a space bar, and between dots 1 and 4 is an action button that's used for multiple things, including a gesture that we call point and click, so that you can use touch to actually activate different items on the tactile display. On the left edge of the device is your USB-C charging cable connection or data connection, power button or sleep button, and a USB-A port. On the right side is a HDMI connection, volume up and down, and a headphone jack. And on the front face of the device, or front edge of the device, is your traditional back, home, and recent applications button. The Monarch is about the size of a 15-inch laptop, gaming laptop, a little thicker. So let's talk a little bit about the overview. So it is a revolutionary tactile display capable of rendering tactile graphics and Braille characters on the same surface. It's developed by APH and HumanWare as co-investors of this project. We partnered with the National Federation of the Blind to ensure that we kept the voice of the blind person at the center of every decision we made. The tactile display uses cell technology developed by Dot Incorporated out of South Korea. So we use their tactile display in our device. And that's really the innovation that allows us to put graphics and Braille on the same surface. We did add significant technology to their Braille tech, including a tactile or a touch sensor over the top of the display, along with some really powerful compute underneath. So what does Braille on Monarch look like? Well, like I said, it's up to 10 lines of 32 cells of Braille. And I say up to because the user, using the technology we have underneath, has the ability to customize how many lines of Braille you want to see on the device. And we did that intentionally because we know that some Braille readers advance slower or faster than others, right? Traditionally, when you're learning to read Braille, you read double line spacing, right? So oftentimes here at APH, we're the largest producer of books in the world, and we have to oftentimes emboss the same book twice. One is double space and one is single space. For the first time ever, a blind user is able to customize how much space they have between the lines, so that if they're learning See Spot Run, for example, they can learn that first in double line spacing and get to understanding uncontracted and contracted Braille, and as they move forward, they can reduce the amount of spacing between the lines just by tapping the zoom out button a few times, and you can go anywhere from 10, 8, 7, or 6 lines on the display at one time. The eBraille support is coming later this year. It supports traditional BRFs or BRL files, and it also supports formatted computer translated print files. These are things like Microsoft Word files, PDF files, TXT files. So taking the print files that you would traditionally open on a computer, you can open those on Monarch and they will automatically be translated into Braille. As we said, tactile graphics are able to be rendered on this device as well. So it uses 3,840 equidistant pins to render tactile graphics. And like I said, we can use those to render both Braille and graphics on the same surface. So you are able to take graphics either by tactile artists or what I would call visual images, JPEGs or things like that, and put them on the device. Now, what we always tell people is you are going to get the best graphic experience by looking at tactile graphics created by tactile artists, right? We can take a Google image of, say, somebody's face or something like that, right, and put it on here, but the amount of noise in that image is going to really render it tough to use as a tactile user, right? We do have some filters in the device to remove detail and to kind of put edge detection on it so that you can see outline drawings and things like that. But the reality is the experience is just going to be exponentially better when you're using a tactile graphic created by a tactile artist. And that's why we built in a direct API call or connection into the tactile graphics image library. So because this is a connected tablet, we have the ability to, within the Tactile Viewer app, basically instantly pull up graphics from the over 2,500 tactile graphics available in the tactile graphics image library. So if you want to see the image of a car or the outline of the state of Washington or something like that, if it's in the TGIL, tactile graphics image library, you can search it and immediately pull it up on the Monarch. So like I said, tactile graphics will render the best on this device. And the other reason is because tactile graphics have Braille labels right there. So you can actually pull up a map of the United States, see the state's labels, and be able to access them instantly. It does support PDF, JPEGs, and PNG images. And we are working to support SVG as well. And then Jason is going to talk about our new upcoming Wing It app, which allows a non-tactile graphic artist to be able to generate tactile graphics instantly on the device as well. The other really cool thing and super innovative piece that we've partnered with the Desmos Graphing Calculator to do is we can instantly create tactile graphs using our KeyMath graphing application on this device, which uses the Desmos API to create instant Cartesian graphs on this device. So for the first time ever, a blind student can graph an equation recognize that maybe they messed up something or they want to change that -2 to a +2 and have it instantly regraph to see exactly what happens there. So what are the foundational apps found on the device? So you have the Braille editor. What you Braille is what you get. I always tell people it's like a digital Braille writer. Tactile viewer with TGIL integration, as we were talking about. This is the graphics viewing application that allows you to look at the graphs, zoom in and out, pan around the graphs, things like that, or graphics. The word processor is like a multi-line Microsoft Word. You can take docx files and open them up and instantly see them in multi-line form. You can do editing. This is what students are going to do most of their homework on. As I said, the Desmos powered graphing calculator application, and you can take those graphs that you produce, copy them to your clipboard, and you can actually paste them into that Microsoft Word file. So if you are doing some math homework and your teacher says graph this expression, you can graph it, copy it, and then paste it back into the Microsoft Word file. That Microsoft Word file, or Microsoft Word app, as we said, does also support MathML. And the real exciting part here is that if a teacher, professor creates a math worksheet and they use the equation editor in Microsoft Word to create some math, that math will instantly be translated into your preferred math Braille code, whether you use Nemeth or UEB math. So you basically open up that docx file that has math in it. It will instantly translate that math into Nemeth or UEB math in your device, and you can answer any worksheet or questions and then immediately save it back as a docx file, give it to the teacher, and when they open it in Microsoft Word, they're going to see print math from your Nemeth or UEB math that you wrote. It obviously has a file manager, and then the Victor Reader book reader application is the app that's basically going to be used to read any textbook, to read literature books, things like that. We do have direct integration with bookshare.org and NFB Newsline as well. And this is what's going to also support the eBraille format coming. It does have an internet browser on the device. And then, as I said, we are working with screen readers on the device, or screen readers in partnership to support this device as one of the first multi-line Braille terminal as well. And this is really a challenge, right? But a lot of folks are saying, why doesn't that support exist already? And it's sort of a chicken or the egg thing, right? There has not been multi-line tactile displays to enable these screen readers to output both multi-line Braille and tactile graphic representations yet. And so that's what we're doing right now. So we are in active conversations with all of the screen reader providers. Quickly, what is eBraille? We've talked a lot about this. eBraille is a standard that has been created across the world with APH, the DAISY Consortium, and over 40 international organizations. The goal is to create a really powerful, useful digital Braille format that keeps all the integrity of Braille formatting while bringing you the power and navigation support of a modern electronic format like EPUB. So the advantages of eBraille. Today, if I were to take a BRF file, and you can do that right now on the Monarch, you can take a BRF file. The problem is BRFs are hard-coded to specific dimensions of a piece of paper, right? So most eBraille file, or I'm sorry, most BRFs are coded to either 11.5 by 11 sheets of paper or 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper, or letter size. When you display them on a display that's 32 characters wide, if you're displaying a 40 character BRF, you're going to get this strange long line, short line scenario where it's trying to wrap the remaining 8 characters onto the next line. And it makes sort of a disruptive formatting at that point and kind of messes up your Braille formatting. So we wanted to do better. And so we worked with the DAISY Consortium and, like I said, the eBraille committee to basically create a standard that is electronic, that is sort of device agnostic. It doesn't need to know what device you're using. And it uses markup, right? So you're able to use all of the tagging that we do in EPUB and DAISY and all that kind of stuff, and actually tag Braille real formatted Braille, right? So if you have a heading, let's say you have a cell 5 heading or things like that, that's going to be tagged as an H2 or an H1 or whatever you decide to do. You can tag tables for navigation. It uses Unicode instead of ASCII so that it allows us to share internationally. Contains graphics within the actual file, right? Today, when you're producing a textbook, what ends up happening is all the Braille portions of that textbook get produced first, and then you have the tactile graphics put in second, and they end up having to get folded in later when the book is being produced. Here, there are going to be direct links into those graphics within the file. So you'll see a link referencing a graphic. You'll be able to, within the Monarch, use that point and click gesture or press the enter key on that link, and it'll immediately open up that graphic from within the book. It's going to benefit all multi-line and single-line displays, right? As I said, it's going to be device agnostic, and it's also going to benefit embossers as well. It's going to open new possibilities for digital delivery of content, whether it's textbooks or curriculum material, so that we don't have to wait till the entire book is done for sections of that book to be immediately digitally delivered. Long term, our goal is to support eBraille in transcription programs, and that is coming in early 2025, right? We've already partnered with Duxbury as well. The folks at Duxbury have committed to providing eBraille support in 2025, and like I said, I think it's going to be early 2025, so that you can create your eBraille files from within Duxbury, just as easy as you could create a BRF from within Duxbury. We're also going to be adding this support into Braille Blaster as well. And we're going to be, as eBraille support continues, you're going to start to see these born eBraille files. But in the meantime, APH is working on an eBraille converter. And the goal of this converter is to basically take all of the hundreds and thousands of millions of BRFs that exist today and give you a path to turning those BRFs into eBraille files, because we can recognize formatting just from the spatial alignment that has been created in these BRFs, right? So we're going to be open sourcing a tool that is going to give you, as the user, you can run either a single or you can batch convert a number of BRF files into eBraille files so that they can be used immediately on tools like the Monarch or other refreshable Braille devices. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the software development kit. One of the earliest initiatives that we did when we started this Monarch project was we with it being one of the first tools out there ever to do what it can do, we said early on, we don't know what we don't know, right? We know many of the use cases where this is going to be valuable, but we don't know all of them. And we wanted to make sure we created a path where people way smarter than us can create experiences, tactile experiences and Braille experiences on this device that are just going to change the game, right? So what we did with our partner HumanWare is we started down the path of building a software development kit. So any software developer who knows how to develop for Android can create a tactile experience for the Monarch. And right now this SDK, software development kit, is in beta and is being tested currently by APH. So HumanWare built the SDK originally, and now APH is using it to build some pretty cool apps and experiences that a couple of them are available on the Monarch today, and there's going to be one coming relatively shortly that we're going to talk about. We're going to be putting out a call for proposals in 2025 to basically give app developers the opportunity to suggest or promote their ideas to gain access to the software development kit as well. We're looking for partners, not just software developers, to build these apps. We want to elevate the work that you do and be able to put it on every single Monarch that's going to be out there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put up our contact information on on the screen here. So I put Jason and my contact information, gstilson@aph.org and jmartin@aph.org. Feel free to reach out to us with any questions or app ideas that you may have if you are thinking about what you could do as an app developer partner with us. Feel free to reach out to us. But what I'm going to do now is I've talked at you for a while, but now I get to turn it over to Jason to talk about some of the really cool things that we're doing with the software development kit, and really to showcase what this SDK is capable of. Because the reality is that, you know, we've built a few experiences, but we are barely scratching the surface. And Jason gets the fun job of working with all of our software engineers to build these experiences. So I'm going to stop share here and allow Jason to share his screen directly from his Monarch.
Great, thanks, Greg. I'm going to find my Monarch screen, and here we are. And I'm going to ensure that I'm sharing sound too, because that always gets a little goofy. My narrator on my Monarch is British because I like to know my Monarch apart from the other ones sometimes in the field. But what's the voice of the default Monarch, Greg? Do you know?
Say that again?
The default voice on the Monarch, the lady's voice that comes up. Do you know her name?
I think it's Lily, but I'm not sure.
Anyway, so you will hear a British accent with my Monarch, but by default it is Lily or another female voice. Anyway, so what I'm pulling up on my Monarch and what you see on the main screen is the Monarch connected to a visual display. So while the user is seeing Braille, and if I put it into Braille view, we could show that, and I will later. But what you're seeing on the screen is a visual representation of the system of the Monarch. What I'd like to show first, the first application that we developed in-house at APH, and that is the Startup Wizard. So for
main menu all apps,
every Monarch that
settings
releases in the wild,
startup tutorial,
there's a startup tutorial that begins. And we also included it as an application inside the system so that if a new student gets the Monarch, or you have a student maybe who struggles learning the Monarch, that you can go through this again and again and again to really get the feel of the system. So I'm going to enter in
startup tutorial.
And I'm minimizing your face, Greg, for the time being, so we can get just a maximum amount of screen here. I know we love seeing it, but so there's a couple of things to note, and I love talking about just the look of this main screen, and it is something a bit different with the Monarch device. Traditionally, I would say really before the Monarch, any startup tutorial or startup wizard in Braille has been one line, and it hasn't included tactile graphics. So in essence, every startup application in Braille has been in text. And in some ways, we wanted to change that game. So on the screen, you see in tactile font, the words Monarch Startup. It's in print, it's big, it's bold. And underneath in Braille is the words Monarch Startup. To the right-hand side of the screen, you also see a power button that's a tactile graphic, and underneath it's labeled power. What's unique about this Monarch Startup font, and internally we jokingly call it the Godzilla font, is that in Braille, it's very difficult to show emphasis, to show impact, other than bold, underline, and italics, which are really the same code. So you can't do, in essence, comic book font or impactful things in Braille. So we wanted to take a curious approach and provide a title screen. The Monarch enables us to do this really in real time with tactile graphics and Braille text and interactable Braille text. So on the screen, it's giving me the option to press enter. I do.
Welcome to the Monarch Startup. This tutorial will teach you the basics of using your Monarch. Press enter to continue or space with E to exit.
It vocalizes, it reads in Braille. This section is also translatable to Spanish and French. So depending on which language you pick, it will translate automatically.
Find and press each pan key above below the left-right D-pad. The pan keys move the page up and down.
And on this display, this is an example of including tactile graphic representation in the instructions. So we have images of the pan up and pan down key. And when you push those buttons.
Since some screens have more content than can fit on the display, we use the symbol at the bottom right to let you know there is more Braille. Check out the symbol, then press enter to continue.
When you push those buttons, the system vibrates, and there's this really happy sound to just do positive reinforcement. Also for our for screens that extend longer, and in English they generally stay on the same pane, but if we were in Spanish or French, this naturally gets a little bit longer. So there is an arrow indicator down here at the bottom to tell us, hey, there's more text on this screen.
When a screen has more Braille to read, you scroll down using the pan down key. If you press pan down on the right side of the display, the text will continue to move down until you reach the bottom. If you press the pan up key, the text will move in reverse until you reach the top. Try it out, then press enter to continue.
And I press pan down and then enter to continue.
Find and press each D-pad key on the left or right side of the display. Press enter to continue.
So again, this is orienting, and Greg did this with you verbally through the device, but this is showing tactily, oh, this is the feel of the buttons. Now go ahead and press those, and again, we get that positive reinforcement. And it's a bit gamified.
Find and press each Braille key individually. Once each key has been pressed, use enter to continue.
Now, one feature that I'll highlight while we're looking at this of the Monarch is you can see where on the visual display where my fingers are actually touching the device. What's unique about this is this was a development tool that was really designed to test the sensor, where my fingers are interacting with the Braille. But as a teacher of the visually impaired, we also realized, wow, we can tell where a student is somewhat struggling with a Braille character, or the impact for teaching Braille at a distance is very significant for the ability to monitor this at afar, or even in the classroom to see, well, is my student actually reading, or are they just sitting there with their hands on the same spot? Here at the bottom is a very creative diagram of the Braille keyboard. So instead of just playing whack-a-mole where we don't know which key is missing that we're pressing, if we press a key, we get that lovely sound reinforcement, but also we're able to update the image in real time on the screen. So it's listing the Braille keys in real time and tactily as I list them.
Move through the menu using the D-pad. Find Caterpillar and press enter.
I'm going to slowly not finish the entire startup tutorial, but with this, I do want to show you one instance of moving through first letter navigation. And so it's asking for Caterpillar.
Caterpillar.
All right, so I hit Caterpillar, and I'll say I've used the startup application with students. I've used it with adults, and I honestly say the adults are happier to see this image.
Check out this Caterpillar. Press enter to continue.
Than most of the students. It's just a really creative way to start introducing the capabilities of this device and getting students familiar with it. Further in the device is my favorite section, and it is teaching the point-to-click gesture, and we call it the field of butterflies, where a butterfly appears on the screen. The user is asked to find it, to point and click on it, and then it moves around the screen. And eventually, once they've done that enough times, the whole screen populates and it plays a happy tune. But this is really just orienting users to the device in a fun way. Greg, you got anything to add on startup?
No, I think what's exciting about this to me is that at the very beginning of this device, right, when you first turn it on, right, you're exposed to tactile graphics right away, right, which is very different than what students are experiencing today with regard to physical paper copies, right? As I said, the average amount of tactile graphics that teachers teach in a year is 25, right, 15 to 25. So this is really exciting that you're able to immediately see tactile graphics. But you mentioned the point and click gesture, right? And this is a gesture that we knew was going to be a challenge because it's not a gesture that blind students or adults have used before. Sighted people use it all the time when you use a mouse on a computer. You point and click on things all the time. So we took a page out of Microsoft's book, and Microsoft, when they first developed Windows, they said, well, people don't know how to use a mouse, so we have to give them a tool to teach them how to use a mouse, right? And I kind of challenged Jason a little bit with this because we recognized that there had to be a way to teach a blind student in a interactive way how to point and click. And that's where Jason had the brilliant idea to gamify it.
So with
all applications,
we wanted to continue to reinforce this past the initial startup application, because going through a wizard, maybe the first, second time's kind of fun, but on the 30th time going through the wizard, it just loses its luster a little bit. So we wanted to find a way to incorporate this learning, this new skill of point to click in a fun way. And we took a note from Microsoft. If you recall, the Windows 95 game of Solitaire, that we thought Solitaire was just playing cards, but what Microsoft was so brilliantly doing was teaching us all how to point and click and drag and drop. And so in that vein, we've created
main menu all apps, Monarch Chess.
Monarch Chess. And chess has so many inherent benefits in playing the game. I, as a chess nerd myself, a former chess club captain, there's so many great things about chess, but really it was to teach this new gesture that's not inherent to our students. So, I've already got a game playing, Greg. It's already in the middle of it. Let me back out.
Quit game.
Quit, because I love starting with the main title screen.
Confirm quit. Main menu. New game.
There we go.
Monarch Chess.
So in the background, you hear this very soft, just park scene, and individuals are setting up a game of chess. They're rolling out pieces. So it's just this pleasant aura of what we wanted this game to be. And again, you see my favorite font that says Monarch Chess in big bold print at the top. And then it's written in Braille underneath. And again, knowing that this localizes, so if you're using this in Spanish or French, Monarch Chess is going to stay the same, but underneath that Braille is going to translate into your native language. On the left and right hand side of the screen, you see a white and black knight representation in tactile graphic forms. And those are the physical chess pieces, that what it would look like to use a physical chessboard. And underneath all of our tactile graphics, we labeled them again, black knight, white knight, or W knight, B knight. So getting started through this game.
Main menu. New game.
One thing on the splash screen that I love, this video game title screen, if you will, conversations with our developers who are blind really were questioning, what's the point in this? Like, why do we do this? Why wouldn't we just hit enter on Monarch Chess and start into the game? And what we really wanted to do is recreate the feelings that average users get when they access typical software. If I access a chess app, if I access any type of multimedia experience, the standard is that there's a title screen. So we wanted to replicate that as much as possible. So in chess, we realized that a lot of people don't know how to play chess, and they definitely don't know how to play our version of chess. So included
tutorial. Full tutorial.
We've sectioned out the tutorial. You could go through the full tutorial, which very much resembles the startup guide that you've seen, but this is a lengthy tutorial which goes through how to play the basic game of chess, and then how our user interface works on the Monarch. And so I'd like to just bring
Chessboard
up
basics.
How
Monarch Chess.
this one looks and
When chess is played on a classic board, it consists of 64 squares. The color of the squares alternate between white and black.
How this differs just slightly from the Monarch startup. And I'd really like to show the graphical representation of what we like to call a classic chessboard. This shows in the tutorial what a classic chessboard feels like, what the quadrants of the chessboard are, and it really is getting this idea that you can use tactile graphics and tactile graphic representation to teach physical games as well, and to teach concepts of how this game is played. So we show this image, and then
the chessboard used to play on the Monarch does not have alternating colors. It can be seen on the next slide.
Then we show our version of the Monarch chessboard, which notably, chessboards alternate square colors. It's black and white, or red and black. But these, it's just a full grid that is empty. So if I were to continue through this whole tutorial, and I'm not—
To move pieces on the board, you will need to be familiar with the 3 types of tactile patterns we use: selection, movement, and placeholder. We will.
Good. He stopped. Fantastic. So we we show the user what our interface is, what those movements are, and how to interact. But it is a rather lengthy tutorial because we are aware a lot of our users haven't played chess before.
Tutorial. Chessboard. New game.
So, entering into a new game.
Choose opponent.
And
play chess against CPU.
The CPU, just as a bit of information, his name is Kyle. We like to know that. And Kyle is very, very
Choose
smart.
CPU difficulty. Very easy.
And I'm not nearly as smart as Kyle, so I'm going to put it on very easy.
Monarch chess. White rook, A1.
Fantastic. So in this view of Monarch chess, and I do have my teams bar here at the top that's obscuring a little bit, but on the board, instead of piece representation, and we do have a tactile graphic that shows what physical chess pieces look like, naturally we couldn't fit all of the physical representation on the board and make it make sense. So we went the route of first letter navigation, or first letter naming of the pieces, should I say. So P for pawn, right here in the center, B for bishop, K for king, queen, or Q for queen, and then N for knight, and R for rook. So it's fairly easy, if you know the piece names, to understand what these pieces are and where they move. Even for individuals who aren't Braille readers, if you are aware of where these pieces naturally sit on the board, it's pretty easy to associate with it. It's just a different chessboard. So I can navigate through this system in quite a few different ways. I could use first letter navigation and like P and cycle through all of my pawns. I could use my D-pad and go
white pawn, A2.
Move up or left.
White pawn, C2, white pawn, D2.
And I could hit keyboard commands to interact with it. But what I really want to use this for is I want to put my finger on it and double tap.
White pawn, D2.
And it makes this, what I love about the Monarch is this interactivity, the swish sound that you hear, the updating of the chess cells, and tactily, you see this highlighted grid appear. So I know the spaces that my pawn can move now tactily. And there's what I like to call the football shape, where the piece was to tell me, this is where my piece was, this is where it's moving. And without taking my fingers off the board, I can bring it up and say, I want to move my pawn here, point and click.
Empty, D4.
At the bottom, left and right-hand side of the screen, there is a pawn icon that's actually a physical tactile icon. It represents visually
D7
what
to
a pawn
D6
would look like. And it alternates on left and right side of the board to show who's playing the game. So it's just kind of a nice flourish. But on the left and right side, and I'm not sure if I can get him to take my pawn, but if I were to take a piece, or he were to take my piece, or the AI were to take my piece, you would see this populated on the left and right side of the board. So it's effectively the graveyard, if you will. It's a morbid term, but that's the name. And just as an kind of just to show you the capabilities of this chessboard, the pawn is a very small piece. It only moves 2 spaces. But if I click on, say, the bishop,
white bishop, C1.
The bishop has a significantly bigger moving pattern, and well, maybe I don't want to do that. I'm going to hit space and sit it down.
White bishop, C1.
The knight is a considerably more complex piece to move.
White knight, B1.
And it moves in very similar fashion. So the entire game of chess is playable. You can play it against a friend in the room, so local multiplayer. You can play across the board, or you can alternate the Monarch side by side to play. Chess is not finished. I wouldn't let it be done until there was a version of chess that could interact with an iOS device or an online existing platform of chess, so our students can play chess with their peers. And their peers don't necessarily have to be Braille readers to play chess with our Monarch users. So we really hope this next extension of chess is really going to excel the game. Right now, chess is out with the Monarch and fully playable. The online interactivity and the peer display support are definitely coming next year. Greg, anything else about chess that you can think of that is just incredible? I hope tons of schools start playing and start having chess clubs. I know Washington and Texas has promised me that they're starting Monarch chess clubs now.
That's awesome. No, I think in this case, what this showcases is is the capability of Monarch. There's a couple things that we built into the SDK, and I think the tutorial best shows it, is the ability to do, you saw the Braille characters, but they were verbally immediately translated into print, or into standard standard text, right? So we had the Braille characters in the tutorial, but it also allows you to mix Braille and tactile images in the same fashion that we showed the UI that would be available in Monarch Chess, and be able to represent patterns and represent different symbols and graphics alongside the Braille that's on the screen. And I think that's really exciting because we've never had that ability, right? When we read a tutorial, or if we listen to a tutorial, it's always only text, right? You never get any graphical representation. And I got to give Jason a ton of credit, because when we first started building the startup tutorial or the chess tutorial, right, it was traditional text, right? Like it was the way that we always received information, and Jason basically said, like, we can do better than this. We can make this much more interactive. We can turn on images and bring graphics to the user's fingertips right away. So the SDK gives you access to the entire tactile array to do with it what you want to do. You can have print characters translated into Braille. You can have Braille characters translated into print, and you can, on the same display, designate sections for graphics, where you can create your own graphics. And that's really what we've done here with the chessboard, is we've created a graphic of a chessboard and put pieces inside of those boxes, right? The one thing that you'll notice in this as well, the other sort of interesting piece, is because we are using Braille characters, how do we represent the white pieces from the black pieces? And what we use is an extra dot below the Braille character. So you'll see an extra dot below the P of pawn, as an example, and that's how you're able to sort of differentiate the two. I think you also gain access to all of the sensors on the device. The touch sensor, you'll gain access to the haptic motor, all the visual output, the text-to-speech, Braille translation capability with the software development kit. So extremely, extremely powerful. Like I said, we don't know what we don't know, so we're excited for you all to come to us with some incredible ideas. And speaking of incredible ideas, I think that the last thing that we're going to demonstrate quickly is one of the biggest requests that we've had from teachers of the visually impaired. And we talked about that Mary Poppins bag that they carry around, right, to create these impromptu experiences or graphics when the gen ed teacher did not provide them the information ahead of time. And so I sort of threw Jason the challenge of creating this impromptu drawing app, and the target use case is really a teacher of the visually impaired instantly drawing a graphic for the blind student on the fly and having that graphic immediately appear for the student. We're going to expand upon that moving forward, but for now, that's the initial challenge, and that gets us so much further than where we are today with WikiSticks and rubber bands and puffy paint and things like that. So I'm going to turn it back over to Jason to talk about the Wing It app and where we're going with this.
Yeah, Greg, thank you. I actually pulled it up while you were giving that debrief on chess, which is awesome. And I just got to add, it's the interactivity of being able to point and click in Braille. There's something about that, Greg, that really has enhanced all of these interactions that we're seeing. Just, I think without that ability, we wouldn't see these applications being utilized or the SDK being utilized the way it has been. And I think it's just an exceptional part about this. So I've pulled up the Wing It app, but visually I've got to explain that on the Monarch, right now you're seeing a demo version or definitely a beta version of this application. And if I were to do this with the visual display running, you wouldn't see anything coming from it. However, on the Monarch, at any point in time, we can open up what's called Visual Braille, and I'm going to do that real quick. And
Options menu. Miscellaneous setting. Checked.
So now on the visual display, what we're seeing is a one-to-one representation of the Braille characters on the screen.
Options menu. Miscellaneous settings.
This feature is super powerful for
screen.
teachers of the
Scan
visually
button.
impaired because you no longer have to be always looking over your kid's shoulder at the tactile display. If this is connected to a monitor, you can be following along with what they're doing in real time without having to awkwardly look over their shoulder.
So with this tactile graphics drawing tool or the Wing-It application, what I can do is in real time, and I'm just going to draw a rectangle. So in real time, say I'm drawing a classroom layout or a campus layout. It's really one of the use cases we see in schools is that students have to know where their classes are, where the lunchroom is. And if we needed to do this, traditionally you would have to draw this tactile graphic, but I have an iOS application on my phone and I'm just going to let go. And then in real time, I could draw a classroom and this appears tactilely, or the campus map. So I've been able to draw college campuses in quite literally seconds to give a representation of this. Now, not only can you draw simple shapes and things like that, but we need to have patterns and lines and other ways of distinguishing information. So
just to clarify, what Jason's doing right now is he's using an iPad or his iPhone, Bluetooth connected to the Monarch tactile display. So the teacher, the visually impaired, would have an iOS device. Our goal is to bring this to Android down the road as well. But have a iOS device. There was literally virtually no pairing process, right? There's some stuff happening under the hood, but Jason literally just pressed the connect button on the Monarch and it connected to the Wing-It app that's running on his iOS device. And what he's doing now is just drawing on the glass screen of his iPhone.
And that's a great point, Greg, because if you're in conference centers, or in our case, if you're in classrooms, sometimes accessing Wi-Fi can be just extremely difficult. You have to jump through a million hoops sometimes, and this just directly connects. And that's what we knew. If a teacher's working in a classroom, they don't need the wireless access as a hurdle. They just need to be able to access it with the student. Now, what I love about the Wing-It application is, so now what I've drawn on the screen is just kind of a representation of, say, a city street or a campus map with lines indicating streets. But we all know maps get bigger than this. It doesn't maintain the same ratio. So I can pan the screen if I wanted to and add more information to it. And ultimately, when the Wing-It application is finished, students on the Monarch will be able to pan through these diagrams, save these diagrams, and ideally label these diagrams. So if we need to know that this is the math classroom, we can see this drawing, look at it, click, and label it in Braille. Now, there are numerous fill patterns. The developer on this has went just in wonderful ways, just very in depth, to be able to show various fill patterns and shapes, because we need to be able to distinguish what textures, one texture from the other. So as I pull up a star, yes, this is a great representation. I'm just going to put a star on here with a blocky pattern in the center, and I'm just drawing a few stars to give you this idea that the star has a block pattern. If I wanted to fill it with some other type of fill pattern, I can change that element and then add on, say, another star, which brings it diagonals into the fill space. So there is a tactile distinction between these two shapes. And in numerous ways, you can use this application. I've used it with what we would expect is inside the classroom. If I hit clear, I can just quickly clear out the diagram. But say there's a Cartesian graph that our students did not get access to early on. We could then come in and draw that Cartesian graph in real time to a pretty fair approximation. Say we're studying slope and intercept. So that is just a real-time representation of something. Maybe it's a concept. I've spoken with developers about networking, just computer networking. This is an easy way to quickly draw out a networking map and save it. It's a fantastic application, and we've really only seen just a taste of what is going to come from this. I can't wait I've seen teachers draw Japanese kanji, guide dogs. I've played Pictionary with blind individuals, and it's been very hilarious. So there's so many uses and applications for this that we really are only scratching the surface. And it will be coming out at the beginning of next year.
Fantastic. Well, we want to thank you all for spending your time with us. These are just a few of the apps that are on the Monarch. As I mentioned, these are not the foundational apps. The foundational apps are the ones that I already had went through, right? The tactile viewer, the graphing calculator, the word processor, all of those things, right? These are additional apps that have been produced strictly because of the implementation of the software development kit. And like I said, this is something that we're going to be looking for partners with moving forward. So we hope that you've enjoyed this time with us. We hope this has been informative, and please don't hesitate to contact us if you do have future questions or ideas, thoughts of how to partner, any of that kind of stuff. And we'll look forward to speaking to you at the next SiteTech Global. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Incredible. I had the chance to try out a Monarch display at CSUN this year, and I was absolutely blown away. I had the chance to feel the map of the United States and touch and zoom into a specific part of the map. I was even able to see how people could play chess with the Monarch. There's so much potential with the Monarch in both an educational setting, but even in gaming context. And I'm very curious to see how the blind community will take advantage of Lotus's technology.
You know, Ross, seeing Lotus emerge as the winner of our pitch competition this past summer is particularly meaningful. Our competition was created as a catalyst for innovation in accessibility and to begin a pipeline for future SiteTech Global conferences. Both spotlights support our mission of highlighting solutions that create a more inclusive world for people of all abilities. And well, we've reached the end of day 2. The innovation and dedication we've witnessed here at SiteTech Global truly showcases the rapid advancement in accessibility technology.
Absolutely. As I've already said, and I will say it again, there's never been a better time to be blind. The technology at our fingertips and the passionate people working to create a more inclusive future give me such hope. From navigation aids to tactile displays, we're seeing so much of the outstanding challenges for the visually impaired community be addressed.
And I want to thank everyone for joining SiteTech Global. Vista Center, a nonprofit here in Silicon Valley, is the host of SiteTech Global, and we're proud to bring these conversations to the forefront of the conference. If you've been inspired by the innovations and discussions of the past 2 days, please consider supporting our mission financially. We serve 3,700 people annually with vital programs and services. You can make a donation through the button at the top of the right-hand corner of the SiteTech Global website, www.sitetechglobal.com. We offer this conference and content free of charge and hope that we will receive sponsorships and charitable donations to help fund our annual operations.
And thank you so much for the opportunity to participate as an MC and to share my thoughts during these incredible 2 days. I'm absolutely inspired that the future of accessible technology is being done right, and it's being shaped by all of us, developers, users, and advocates alike.
And thank you, Ross. It's been a pleasure to have you as a co-host. I look forward to one day being in the same place at the same time with you, but we're lucky to have Zoom bring us together for these 2 days. And I want to thank our audience for tuning in to SiteTech Global 2024. We will load all of our sessions up onto our YouTube channel within the next couple of weeks, so you can forward your excitement and enthusiasm to your friends and people in the visually impaired community to watch on YouTube later. And if you'd like to participate in SiteTech Global 2025 as a sponsor or a speaker, please reach out to us directly on our website. So until next year, thank you again to everyone who helped us host and produce this. Thank you to the Sonal Group. Thank you to Dimitri Paperny. Thank you to all of our sponsors. and we look forward to seeing you next year.
That's a wrap. Thanks for joining the event. See you next year. That's a wrap. Thanks for joining the event. See you next year. That's a wrap. Thanks for joining the event. See you next year. That's a wrap. Thanks for joining the event. See you next year.